Okay, good morning everyone. So let's begin our second day of the conference with a plenary talk by Barbara Vetter, which is connected from Berlin. And the title of her talk is Metaphysical Modality, Bottom Up. Please, Barbara.
Thank you so much, and let me start sharing my slides first. Great. Okay. Well, thank you so much to the organizers for putting together such a wonderful conference, and thank you also for letting me do this remotely. I am still on the road of recovery from COVID, and I'm sort of fine as long as I don't do anything physically exhausting like traveling, so you'll probably get more philosophy out of me this way. I really regret not being there. L'Aquila's I would love to be in L'Aquila, and I would love to sort of be able to properly interact with all of you. So apologies for not being there in person, and thank you for having me in this way. I will once again speak about metaphysical modality. It's a topic that I've been talking about for a very long time, and some of you know my views on the metaphysics of modality quite well, but I'm not going to talk about those. Instead, I'm going to put a slightly more methodological spin on the question. And again, this is something that I've been thinking about for many years, and I realized yesterday that quite a few of you have heard me discuss the question before that I'm discussing today. I hope that I've at least made some progress in thinking about the answers to it. And I've been coming back to this again and again for several years and changing my mind about it. Okay, so what is the question that I'm concerned with? Well, I am interested with the general philosophical question, what is metaphysical modality? But I'm interested in it not in the way in which we usually ask it when doing metaphysics, where we're asking, what's the nature of metaphysical modality? And then my response, for instance, would be, well, it's a matter of the dispositions of ordinary objects. Instead, I'm concerned with the question, what is metaphysical modality? As asked, and here I'm quoting Gideon Rosen, as asked by the neophyte who's never heard the phrase before and simply wants to know what philosophers have in mind by it. Or to put it in my own words, I'm interested in the question, what is metaphysical modality, as a question where we're just trying to get a grip on the topic prior to having those vastly different theories about it that we do have. And I think that's an important question because for all purposes anyway, I think it's an important question because it's not like we have a pre-theoretic grip on metaphysical modality. We have a pre-theoretic grip on modality, but not metaphysical modality. That's a philosophical term of art. And yet we have such widely differing theories of it, going from, well, my preferred dispositionalists and essentialist theories, through theories that appeal to possible worlds, to fictions, to conventions. You've got the whole spectrum. And you might wonder if there's no pre-theoretic grip on the topic that we're disagreeing about, might we not maybe just be talking past each other? And I suspect that to a certain extent we are sometimes talking past each other, but there is some sense to be made of a common phenomenon that we're talking about. And I will try to sort of figure out how to understand that that kind of grip we might have despite our different theories of the phenomenon. Here's the plan. First, I want to introduce two distinctions which together yield 4 different ways of approaching my question, the neophyte's question. And among those 4 approaches, I'm going to pick one which, for reasons I will explain, I'll call the Aristotelian approach, not really claiming that Aristotle did anything like this, and the metaphor of sponges and cnidarians will be explained in part 1. Okay, so I hope, that's just 2 parts, I hope I can do that in 30 minutes. So first part, 2 distinctions and 4 approaches to what we even mean by metaphysical modality. I'll start with another quote, and then I think I'm done quoting. And, well, more generally, I'll start with a very, very general observation about different philosophical temperaments, which I find nicely summarized in a quote by Peter Gottfried Smith, where he's really talking about biology. So this is coming from the philosophy of biology, but I think we can apply the lessons to metaphysics as well. So here's Peter Gottfried Smith on biology. In response to a problem that arises, he's distinguishing two approaches in biology. The one response, coming from one approach, might be, let's see how this works in sponges and cnidarians. If, like me, you're not a native speaker of English and have never come across the term cnidarians, it's a type of sea animal of which jellyfish are an instance. So that's one response. Let's see how this works in sponges and cnidarians, very down to earth. The other response is to imagine the simplest possible system in which the problem arises and work from there. So I find this quite instructive, and Peter Gottfried Smith goes on to say that these two approaches in biology can complement each other, but again, I want to talk about these kinds of approaches in philosophy. The first approach, the sponges and cnidarians approach, is one that starts with looking at the individual cases, the things we find in the world around us, the observable, the everyday, or with an old term that's actually from Aristotle, what's known to us. The second approach is one that starts with something that's theoretically simpler, something that's sort of more transparent intellectually, that's easily formally captured, where we can sort of understand every step of the way, or with an old Aristotelian term, something that's known in itself. I'm not making any claims to any particular exegesis of this distinction in Aristotle. Just if you're familiar with it, I think it might align with this. Now, as Peter Gottfried Smith argues for biology, I think the same is true for philosophy. In the end, we need to strike a balance between these two kinds of things. We want to capture the everyday, the observable, the real world out there in all its glorious mess and complexity. But at the same time, we need to theorize, we need to simplify. We want to have something like a formal apparatus that in some ways we understand better than all that mess and complexity out there. And many philosophical theories can be understood as trying to strike a balance between this. Just think of Lewis's view of the laws of nature as striking a balance between fit, namely fitting to all the complexity in the world, and theoretical virtues like simplicity. However, in our particular case, where we're trying to get a grip on a particular metaphysical notion, namely metaphysical modality, this very general distinction between philosophical outlooks motivates two different distinctions. So this is not supposed to be a very precise distinction yet. It's just supposed to give you a sense of the sort of two directions from which you can come to philosophy. I like to think of the first one as more Aristotelian, because I think of Aristotle as the kind of philosopher who, wasn't afraid to cut open fish in search of a general theory of the natural world, and the second one is sort of more Platonist because it's more about getting away from the cave, but never mind about that. For now, I want to see how these two very different outlooks apply to the question I'm asking. How can we get a grip on the notion of metaphysical modality prior to having a worked out metaphysical theory of it? Okay, so here's the first distinction. It's a distinction between what I'm calling paradigm-based and descriptive approaches. In approaching any given topic, we can always approach it from two sides, and here the distinction I've just drawn comes in. We can start with something like the individual cases, the examples. Here's one, and here's another, and there's another, and now let's look at those. Or we can start with a more theoretical characterization. In the case of metaphysical modality, we might start with characterizing the theoretical role that the notion of metaphysical modality is playing in philosophical theorizing. Or we might start by characterizing it as absolute modality, or something like that. Now, obviously, we'll have to capture both of these sides in the end, but we might start, as it were, on one end or the other. If we're starting on the more theoretical end, we might start with a theoretical characterization, as I've just said, maybe in terms of the theoretical role it plays in philosophy, maybe in terms of absoluteness or logic or whatever. And then that kind of characterization is going to determine, in ways that may not always be transparent to us, the extension of our term, namely the metaphysically possible, which in turn determines what we need to say about individual cases. But we might also do it the other way around. We might start with the cases, the individual examples, and look at those very closely, like the biologist looking at sponges and cnidarians, and then use what we've learned about these individual cases to theorize about a theoretical characterization, which will then be a characterization very much based on our observations about these individual cases, and then that kind of observation can go back to determining the full extension, including some of the fringe cases that we may not have had any opinions on prior to our theorizing. Now, so this is a very general distinction, and it will play an important role in a moment. But of course, it's a distinction that can be applied to just about any concept we want to theorize about. When it comes to metaphysical modality, there's another way in which the distinction between two outlooks that I've started by sketching can play a role, and that's in thinking about the notion of metaphysical modality itself. Metaphysical modality, as I'm sure you're aware, is sort of uncomfortably sandwiched between other and in many ways more accessible notions of modality. I'll focus on the possibilities. We could do it the other way around with necessities. Metaphysical possibilities are sort of, wider, more extensive than, I'll call them ordinary possibilities, the kinds of possibilities we acknowledge in everyday life, technological possibilities, practical possibilities, whatever exactly it is that we normally talk about when we use modal words like can or possibly. So the metaphysical possibilities go beyond the ordinary possibilities, but not quite as much as the logical possibilities. There are some logical possibilities, like water being X, Y, Z, that we don't think are metaphysical possibilities. But in a way, we've got a much more direct grip on the two ends of the spectrum. I don't know exactly how we know about ordinary possibilities, but we seem to know a great deal about them because we appeal to them and use them in everyday life. And, there are interesting questions in philosophy of logic about just how we know about the logical possibilities. But again, I think these are sort of, in some way, nicely formally tractable. And so we do have some sort of nice grip on them. And again, remember my earlier distinction. The ordinary possibilities seem to be the sponges and cnidarians, what's known to us. The logical possibilities seem to be the theoretically simpler, more transparent, and theoretically tractable kind of phenomenon. Metaphysical possibilities, as I've said, are sort of uncomfortably wedged between them, and in thinking about them, we might approach them from either side. We might approach them from the top, and in my picture, that would be the logical possibilities. Sort of start by thinking about logical possibilities and then somehow restrict them to get to the metaphysical possibilities. I'd call that top-down. Or we might approach them from the bottom, start with the ordinary possibilities and find a way of extending those so as to reach the metaphysical possibilities. Again, if we focus on necessities, then the restricting and extending would go the other way around. But the point still holds, we're extending the realm of possibilities in going from ordinary to necessary, we're restricting the realm of possibilities in going from logical to metaphysical. And I think you can find approaches that do either of these. So just to give you an example, this is the kind of approach that I'd see at work in, say, two-dimensional theories like David Chalmers's, where we start with some what they call broadly logical possibilities and restrict by way of two-dimensional semantics down to the metaphysical possibilities. And this kind of approach, starting with ordinary possibilities and getting to metaphysical, is something that I'm personally fond of, that you find in Dorothy Edgington, but also in some other approaches. I think in the whole sort of tradition that's now going on around, say, Tim Williamson, where you think of metaphysical modality as the broadest objective modality, and then objective modality is something that's understood roughly in terms of something more ordinary. I've introduced both of these distinctions as implementations of my initial distinction. My initial distinction being rather imprecise and sort of just giving you hopefully a feel for the two outlooks. But in fact, we can combine these two distinctions in various ways, and I've tried to find people who sort of fill all the different boxes I've got here. So let's start with the descriptive approaches starting with the more theoretical characterization rather than individual cases. And I'll start in the bottom right. So descriptive and top-down, that would be the two-dimensional semantics I've just mentioned. We start with logical modality. We're restricted by a very general semantic apparatus. That's nothing much to do with cases. That's very much theoretical, and it's very much coming from the top-down. But you might also logical modality and restrict by something more substantial like laws of metaphysics, if you believe that's what's at work. But I've already mentioned there's also a view that I also take to be descriptive in the sense that it's not starting by looking at individual examples, but it's starting with theory of theoretical characterizations, but it does begin with the bottom, the more ordinary objective modalities, practical modalities, technological modalities, even nomological modalities. So the Williamson tradition, where we think of metaphysical modality as just the broadest objective modality, and objective modalities, the kind of modality we know from ordinary possibilities or even nomological possibilities, but then we make that broader, so we extend. But that's still a very theoretical characterization. Or even the sort of Bob Hale, Jessica Leach approach, where metaphysical modality is just the kind of modality that we can theorize as that to, if we think about all these ordinary possibilities as restricted possibilities, then we can identify metaphysical possibility as that to of which they are restrictions, or to which they're relativized. Now, for my particular project, and I want to say that this is not necessarily the project these people are pursuing, I think the descriptive approach isn't the best way to go, because what I'm looking for is a way of answering the neophytes question. And the reason I'm looking for that is to make sure that we've got a grip on some sort of phenomenon that we're talking about prior to developing our different theories of it. But you can already see that all these sort of these notions that I've given you, they're already very much informed by particular theories, by two-dimensional semantics, which in turn presupposes a kind of modal monism where metaphysical and epistemic modality are basically of a kind. Yeah, it's a very controversial theory. Or by thinking that there are laws of metaphysics and they give us the metaphysical possibilities. Or by thinking that practical, technological, and so on possibility are a kind of relative modality. So my sense is that if you start in this descriptive way, you're going to give something that's too much informed already by a particular theory. And that theory may be true, but it can't be that which is giving us a sort of pre-theoretic grip on the phenomenon we are then disagreeing about by formulating all these different theories. There's a very nice paper by Justin Clark Doan, which I forgot to put on the slides, where he argues against the idea that we can think of metaphysical modality as absolute modality by basically posing a dilemma, saying, well, either you understand absolute, just the way we would understand it, the broadest, the most absolute, that which gives you the most possibilities, and then why isn't it just logical modality? Or you put in something more substantive, but then it only works on the basis of a substantive theory of metaphysical modality. So I'm not going to think too much about these descriptive approaches, and let me stress again, this is not to say that I think the theories are false. Well, I have a different theory, but that's not the reason for not focusing on them. Rather, I think they're not as well suited to our purposes, the neophytes question, as these paradigm-based approaches. So let's briefly look at the paradigm-based approaches, and then I'll present my own preferred paradigm-based approach. Like the descriptive approaches, a paradigm-based approach can go bottom-up or top-down. If it goes bottom-up, it starts with ordinary possibilities, but it starts with these sort of on a, as it were, case-by-case basis, which doesn't mean that you look at every particular ordinary possibility, but it really starts with trying to understand what these cases are, what really sort of, what they are, what they're like, and theorize in terms of them. So on such a view, metaphysical modality is basically ordinary modal facts and everything like them. Dorothy Edgington has proposed such an approach and actually argued that it's the best interpretation of what Kripke does in Naming and Necessity. And I'm going to propose such an approach as well. But I just want to note that there's also a top-down version of this kind of paradigm-based approach, where we also start by trying to understand a particular type of case. For instance, from the sort of logical modality, and in fact, so you can understand Bob Hale's book Necessary Beings as proceeding in this way, although he doesn't say so, starting with logical necessities, and then Hale argues that they're grounded in essence, and then he sort of argues from there that necessity generally is grounded in essence. But I won't focus too much on that. I want to focus on the, as it were, fully Sponges and Knidarian's approach, the one that proceeds paradigm-based, looking at individual cases, and bottom-up, starting with ordinary modality. These, by the way, are Sponges. So here's the approach. I just want to spell out what it looks like. I think it's independently plausible, and if Dorothy Edgington is right, it may even be the approach you can get from reading Naming and Necessity. I think it has the great benefit of helping us see how we might be latching onto a common phenomenon while vastly disagreeing about it, but it also has some interesting consequences that I'll point to in the end. Okay, so what's the idea? The idea is the following. We might think of metaphysical modality or metaphysically possible, or these kinds of terms, as working a lot like a Kripkean natural kind term. Why is that? Well, Kripkean natural kind terms, think water, have exactly this lovely feature that we can all refer to them and all refer to the same kind of stuff while having very different theories about it. So, the ancient Greeks may have thought it was an element, we think it's a compound, somebody else might have a completely different theory altogether, but it's clear that we're all referring to the same substance and thereby substantively disagreeing about it. And that's clear because the semantics ensures it. How does the semantics ensure it? Well, because the term water, and its cognates in other languages, just gets its meaning by reference to some paradigmatic samples. Now, it's not entirely clear to me whether we really should think that metaphysical modality is a natural kind, and I'll come to one option where that might be the case in a moment, but I don't want to rely too much on that. So instead, I want to use a generalization of the Kripkean semantics for natural kind terms that's been proposed recently, and that can accommodate cases that aren't strictly natural kinds. Okay, and this generalization is to terms that we might call paradigm terms, hence my earlier notion of paradigm-based approaches. Here the idea is that there are certain words in ordinary language that work in a particular way. They include, but they're not limited to, the natural kinds. The particular way in which this is generalized here I'm taking from a couple of papers by Christian Nims. Now, how do these paradigm terms work? Well, they come with two ingredients. In fact, there's a third, which is the actual world, but I'll ignore that. So they come with two ingredients that are relevant for our purposes. One is an equivalence relation, like the relation of being the same length as or being the same chemical structure as, and they come with a set of paradigm objects, hence paradigm terms, with their particular properties. So, for instance, we might have a particular stick that's being kept in Paris at 0 degrees Celsius, or we might have a range of samples, like this one, of a transparent drinkable liquid. And then putting these together, we get, for the paradigm term is 1 meter long, we get a semantics that's based on things being the same length as stick S at 0 degrees Celsius. And for the paradigm term is water, we get a semantics that's based on being the same chemical structure as these samples of transparent drinkable liquid. And that explains a lot of things about these paradigm terms, and I'm not going to go into a lot of those. I'll just mention the benefits for our purposes. What's really important here is that these kinds of paradigm terms can successfully be introduced even when we are very ignorant about their extension or even their intention. We can introduce the term is water without having a lot of knowledge about chemistry. It's really the composition of the stuff itself that in a way determines what a suitable equivalence relation is, because it's, the stuff that's composed in a particular chemical way, that's the sort of right equivalence relation. All we need is point to something and say anything like this. And as it were, the semantics and the world settle the rest for us. Typically, in cases like this, we will need further investigation to figure out both the nature of our paradigm objects, such as this is made of H2O, and along with the nature of these paradigm objects, the suitable equivalence relation, in this case being of the same chemical structure. Usually that investigation is empirical. In our case, of course, it's going to be philosophical investigation. And I think that's just what we want. We want to be able to introduce the term metaphysical possibility without yet knowing anything much about its nature, and we want to introduce it by pointing to particular examples, this and this and this and anything like it. And then we can start the investigation. What is like it? And then we can widely disagree about these things while still talking about the same thing. Now, how might this kind of semantics be applied to is metaphysically possible? There's one complication I'm going to ignore. Is metaphysically possible is probably a sentence operator, whereas this is tailored to predicates. So instead of a set of paradigm objects, we might need something like paradigm propositions. There's some tricky stuff going on there. I'm just going to assume that we can translate this, as it were, into different categories. What I find more interesting is thinking about the paradigm cases. Now, if you go top-down, your paradigm cases might be something like logical modalities. But if you're going bottom-up, then you will want to start with the ordinary, but only the objective possibilities and necessities. Where objective possibilities and necessities are of the kind you see on the left, at least for me it's on the left, numbers 1, 2, 3, I can ride a bike, Humphrey could have won the election, I must sneeze. And we want to exclude the non-objective possibilities and necessities, like the epistemic, she might be riding her bike, or this must be the place, or the deontic, you must leave now. But it gets a bit more restrictive. Thinking about possibilities and necessities, actually, this makes a difference. Because with a paradigm term, you want to include everything that's of the same kind as your paradigm examples. Now, with ordinary possibilities, I said we start with fewer possibilities, but at the same time we start with more necessities than we want to have for metaphysical modality. But when you have a paradigm term, you certainly want your paradigms to be included in the final extension of your term. There might be some give and take. You might start the paradigm term is fish, with a set of paradigmatic cases including whales, and then you might have some reasons to exclude whales in the end. But on the whole, we want our paradigmatic cases to be included in the extension of our term. But we don't want ordinary necessities to be included in the extension of metaphysical modality in the end. We don't want them to be metaphysical necessities for the most part. So really, we shouldn't be focusing on the necessities. There are too many. Whereas it doesn't matter that there are too few possibilities because we can just add anything that's of the same kind. So as a general observation about paradigm terms, I think that's useful. You want to start with paradigms that will be in the ultimate extension of the term you're introducing. And when you're starting with ordinary modality, then that means you can just start with the possibilities, but not the necessities. And it's exactly the other way around if you go top down. If you go top down, you start with logical modality, you've got too few necessities and too many possibilities, and so you want your paradigm cases to be the necessities, because the logical necessities are also metaphysical necessities, but not all logical possibilities are metaphysical possibilities. And that's just what Bob Hale, for instance, does. He starts with a logical must or logical necessity and extrapolates from there to metaphysical necessity. Okay, so we know something about our paradigm cases. They should be the ordinary objective possibilities on this kind of approach. Now, the next interesting question is, how does the equivalence relation work? So we want to introduce the term metaphysical modality as a paradigm term, or rather, the claim is the term metaphysical modality is a paradigm term. That's the hypothesis I'm exploring here. And if it is, then our paradigm cases are cases of ordinary objective possibilities, like I can ride a bike, or Humphrey could have won the election. But now the question is, how do we get from those, which you can find, by the way, all over Kripke's Naming and Necessity. So again, I think Dorothy Eddington may be right there about the interpretation of that. How do we get from there to the wider notion of metaphysical necessity, metaphysical possibility, sorry. And within the idea, within the model of paradigm terms, what we need for that is the equivalence relation. So we want to include everything that stands in a certain equivalence relation to our initial examples, to our paradigms. And, oops, I've been talking for nearly half an hour, sorry. And that plays the role that, is the same length as, plays for, is 1 meter long, or has the same chemical structure, plays for, is water. Now, here I think there's a number of options, and so I'm still being a bit exploratory here, but I'll get to a consequence that I think we can get from all these options. The strongest version, I think, of the claim, strongest in the sense of most demanding, the strongest version of the idea is that we really should think of metaphysically possible along the lines of a natural kind term. And then whether it really is a natural kind term depends on whether we think there are even natural kinds at the kind of category level where it applies. So we might think the equivalence relation we need is of the same underlying structure as, except our underlying structure now isn't physical or chemical or biological, it's maybe metaphysical structure. And then what you need to do to figure out what metaphysical modality is, you need to look at the metaphysics of its paradigm cases, understand their underlying metaphysical structure, and, just say everything of that kind. That's what I mean by metaphysical possibility. Well, that might work or it might not, because it might just not be that all our paradigm cases of ordinary or objective possibility share an underlying metaphysical structure or nature. It might just not be like a natural kind. Well, that happens with paradigm terms anyway. So compare a failed natural kind term like is jade. We can think, I think it's likely that the term is jade was introduced as a paradigm term, this gem and this gem and this gem and everything of the same underlying gem nature. Turns out there's no one shared nature to all instances of jade. There are different types of gem that we refer to as jade. And, that doesn't mean that the paradigm term completely fails. In a way, you might think it fails, because if it refers to everything that's of the same underlying nature as these paradigm cases, and there is no such thing as the underlying nature of these paradigm cases, then we're just not referring to anything. But of course, our language is a lot more flexible than that. In fact, what it does is it basically just moves, apparently, to the next best equivalence relation, or at least that's how the theory of paradigm terms explains what's going on. So in the case of jade, we just maybe it becomes disjunctive, or maybe it becomes an equivalence relation that's more about outward appearance. Not quite sure exactly how it works. But the point is, when the sort of most interesting equivalence relation fails, because it just doesn't even hold between our paradigm cases, then the semantics, as it were, moves to a less demanding equivalence relation. So for our case, we might say, well, if our paradigm cases don't have a fundamental metaphysical nature in common, we'll take the next best thing, whatever that is. So we'll just say metaphysical possibility is anything, or the metaphysically possible is anything that's of the same, most fundamental kind that is shared by our ordinary examples, whatever exactly that is. It might be, for instance, that they just share a certain logical structure captured by possible world semantics. And then maybe the best theory we can give of metaphysical modality is something like a possible worlds account, a sort of ersatzist account, let's say, that captures that shared logical structure if there's nothing more the paradigm cases have in common. Finally, and that might be an instance of this second thing, but it might also just be its own category, there might be paradigm terms outside philosophy, just in ordinary language, that don't really go for an underlying nature, as we seem to do with terms like is water, with natural kind terms, but that already go for something like the the role or the function that something has, the place it has in a certain structure. So we might think, and this is, would have to be investigated further, but just take it as an interesting analogy, whether or not it's really true. We might think that the predicate is money is a paradigm term. And what we mean by it is, the euro, the dollar, the pound, and anything like it. But by anything like it, we don't mean anything of the same deep down underlying nature, because that would be, some of these pieces of money are paper, and some are metal, and some are something in the digital realm. So we're not interested in the underlying nature. We're actually interested in the role that something plays in its function within a given sort of social environment. And so we might think that is money refers to the euro, the pound, the dollar, the yen, and anything that plays the same role in society or has the same function. And we might even think that we want something like this for metaphysical modality. Maybe we want to say that what's metaphysically possible is these kinds of cases that we're starting with, ordinary possibilities, and everything that plays the same role, maybe in our cognitive life, as these. Or if we go top down, we might say everything that plays the same role in philosophical theorizing. I think appealing to philosophical theorizing isn't going to work with the bottom-up approach. Okay. Whoops. But what's interesting is, as you've seen in my discussion, that which equivalence relation really works depends to a certain extent on the paradigm examples themselves and just what it is they have in common. And so in a way, if we want to find out what metaphysical modality is, we do need to start on this kind of approach by investigating our paradigm examples and figuring out what they're like. And that has some interesting, that has at least one interesting consequence, I think, which I'll point out and then I'm done. So on this kind of paradigm-based approach, as I've said earlier, we start by investigating our paradigmatic examples. And then we theorize based on those paradigmatic examples to get to a theoretical characterization of metaphysical modality. We don't start with the fringe cases. We don't start with intuitions about, say, the possibility of philosophical zombies or the possibility of a lawless world, which is an example we heard yesterday, or anything like that. We really start with our paradigmatic examples, theorize on their basis, reach a theoretical characterization, and then use that to determine the full extension, including decisions on the fringe cases. And, our paradigm examples might surprise us. So the extension might not look like this, which may be what we expected, but like this or like that. And that really depends on the nature of the paradigmatic cases we start with. So if the paradigm-based approach is along the right lines, that has some consequences for metaphysical theorizing. We should focus on the core examples in developing our theories. And once we've got that theory, we can determine the extension of the term in the sort of fringe areas, any way that just falls out of the theory. And this ultimately is how I came to this methodological question. If you think that the underlying nature of the initial examples is something like its potentiality, and then you end up with an extension like this, maybe some of the counterexamples people give won't move you quite so much if they're fringe cases that you think can ultimately be decided by theory. But of course, that kind of benefit, if it's benefit, doesn't apply just to dispositionalism. Okay, thank you so much for listening. I hope I haven't gone over time too much. I didn't get a notice for 5 minutes left. But anyway, thank you so much for your questions, and I'm very much looking forward to your questions.
Okay, so we have more or less 5 minutes for discussion. Please use the mic, and probably it's better if you come in this area so Barbara can see you. So raise your hand.
Sorry, should I have gotten a notice when I had just 5 minutes left, because I didn't get any? Maybe I just didn't hear it.
Hi, Barbara.
Hi, Giacomo.
I'll be super quick. Aren't you worried a bit about the paradigm cases about the nested structure of modality, and that
Yeah.
all our metaphysical possibility will also be logical possibilities, and so they will have also a logical common structure.
Yes.
And so how can we be sure that we're tracking the right one?
Yeah.
And that it seems to me that the only way in which we can know that is that we sort of already know the target.
Yeah, yeah. So I think maybe I think in a way the consequences of this kind of paradigm-based approach are quite radical, in that it's really going to be determined by the paradigm cases. And so if it turns out that what these have in common is something like logical possibility, then we might end up with a theory where metaphysical possibility can't neatly be distinguished from logical. Or if it turns out that what they have in common is nomological possibility, then we might end up with a theory where metaphysical possibility does coincide with nomological possibility. So I think the paradigm approach has the great advantage that it helps us talk about a common phenomenon, even if we're vastly disagreeing about it. But I think to use it, we have to be very, very open about what the extension about metaphysical modality is in the end. I am very skeptical about people starting with clear intuitions about what the extent of metaphysical possibility is, because it's just a theoretical term, and how would you know the extension in advance? But yeah, I think I should probably have pointed this out a bit more clearly, that this in a way is a relatively radical consequence of the approach.
Okay, next question.
Stand there. Oh, okay.
Hi.
Hi, very interesting. On the paradigm case approach, do we have a theoretically neutral characterization of what the paradigms are? And do we have a theoretically neutral account of what relevantly like the paradigm cases are? And in the end, why is logical necessity not treated as a species of metaphysical necessity? Sorry. Two questions
I'm not sure I can answer the second question because I have to hear a bit more about where it's coming from. So I think what characterizes the bottom-up approach is that we really start with something that we have a pre-theoretical grip on. So we don't need to know what the nature of these cases is. We just need to be able to identify them. That's just the same as with water. You just need to be able to identify water to introduce the paradigm term water, anything like this. Now, I drew a distinction between objective and non-objective models. Is that what you're interested in?
Well, I'm slightly worried that that's going to be theoretically driven, but also I'm worried that identifying what the paradigm cases are is going to be theoretically driven. I mean, the case of water, there's a lot of vagueness about where you go from, etc.
Yeah, so I have some views about how that's going to work, but you might disagree with it. So for one thing, I think the objective, non-objective distinction is one that linguists have shown we can track really, really well because we express epistemic modals with a different syntactic structure than we do objective modals. So even if we're actually theoretically more blind to that distinction than we are in practice. In practice, we can understand the distinction between objective and epistemic modalities really well because we very competently use different grammar for expressing them. So I do think there's a real pre-theoretic grip there that we just sort of need to point to. I'm very quick here. And then which of these do we pick? Yeah, you're right. I mean, that's going to be tricky because there are so many. But I would think any work. Take any of your, going through life one day, just write down all the objective modals you're uttering and then just take those. It doesn't really matter which samples of water we take, although I'm quite aware that, most of these include a lot of other stuff in them. But I think we can have a very, very large set of paradigm cases that would sort of help factor out the bad vagueness.
But Chomsky used this sort of case to debunk the whole idea of a metaphysics of water. But, okay. Anyway, thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, I just took for granted the Kripkean approach to water. That's true.
Okay, I'm very sorry, but due to time constraint, I have to brutally cut the discussion. So many thanks to Barbara for the talk.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize I got the 5-minute notice through the chat because I didn't see the chat while I was looking at my slides. Otherwise, I would have hurried up a bit more. Thank you so much for being there and for your questions. And if anybody has any more questions, or comments, I'm very interested.
Okay.
Just email me.
Okay, thank you very much, Barbara.
Thank you.
If the relocations are over, let's start with the first contributed talk by Concha Martinez Vidal from the University of Santiago de Compostela, and the title of the talk is Quinian Lightweight Objects. Please, Concha.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for being here, and thanks to the organizers for the conference. So the title of my talk today is Quinian Lightweight Objects, and I will start with a brief motivation, go through a brief presentation of meta-ontological minimalism, Quine's notion of object, and then introduce something like a Quinian stylite notion of object, and see how they fare in the debate around the indispensability argument. The motivation started with my reading Linnevo's 2019 book, where he launches a challenge to the defendants of a Quinian-oriented meta-ontology. Philosophers who prefer the Quinian conception are invited to develop their own account of lightweight objects. If they succeed, their account would supplement mine, not threaten it. And also the second line of motivation came from my working on the indispensability argument, and some authors like Sam Barron being interested in linking it to a moderate version of Platonism. This sounded something like that, though it is arguable that Linnevo's proposal has anything to do. I mean, it's really Platonist. Okay, so to start with Quine's approach to the notion of object and Frege's approach, as well as Neo-Fregean's approach, such as Linnevo's have in common, is that the sort of answer they give, or they try to give to the question, what is an object, is a semantic answer, right? While Frege and Neo-Fregeans think of an object as a possible referent of a singular term, as we all know, Quine links that to being the possible variable of a quantified variable. So that's one point in common. Then what is the idea of thin objects? Well, they are objects whose existence does not, loosely speaking, make a substantial demand on the world. Presumably, an analytic truth does not make a substantial demand on the world. Of course, we know about Quine's critique on the analytic synthetic distinction. So the idea Linnevo pursues is that of having objects which are not analytic but not demanding in some sense. So that's the idea of thin objects and also the idea of light objects. Other tenets of metaphysical minimalism, which is a general label that Linnevo gives to his proposal, and others, such as Rayos or Shapiro's, Parsons or Resnick's. So the idea is our concept of an object is such that it allows for thin objects. Additional thickness may come from the kind of object in question. So, for instance, elementary particles are likely to be thick in the sense that their existence makes such substantive demands on reality. But the thickness of elementary particles derives from what it is to be an elementary particle, not from what it is to be an object. So I hope this makes it clear what the idea is. It's also interesting that in Linnevo's case, the distinction between thin and thick objects should not be identified with the distinction between abstract and concrete objects, because we have thin objects that are not abstract in a relative sense. For instance, bodies would be thin relative to the parts of the body, right? While numbers could be thin in an absolute sense and mathematical entities in general. Meteorological sums are also thin relative to the parts in the sum. So, where to start? Let's have a very quick look at Quine's notion of object. So we are all familiar with this two slogan by Quine, right? And which sounds like a reasonable starting place. Then existence for Quine, like for Kant, is not a real predicate. Ordinary predicates like being blue express a feature discriminating among entities. Existence does not. The notion of existence is univocal for Quine, and we can disagree about what exists. In fact, he proposes a criterion to decide. To be an object is to be the value of a quantified variable, so we need first to paraphrase natural language in a regimented language, first order language for Quine. And to exist is to be an object of singular reference, but since he accepts Russell's theory of descriptions, he rejects that names can be reliable in order to determine what an object is. So he thinks that singular reference comes to the quantifiers. So let me take this out of the... Okay. So for Quine is also claims that in order for an object to be such, we need an identity criteria. This is a necessary condition to be an object, not a sufficient condition. And of course, we have many examples. One of them is his criteria for sets. On the contrary, we lack identity criteria for possibilia, propositions, and so forth. So Quine of reference. In the case of Quine, we have a starting point is that we start choosing our best theory about physics or about the world. We paraphrase the theory into a first order non-modal system, and then we could characterize what it means to refer in these terms. So the interpretation function preserves logical entailments. The framework says that there are Fs if it licenses existential quantification over Fs, so there are Fs is true, follows from the theory. And the interpretation, the function interprets the language in such a way that quantifiers range over objects for which identity criteria can be provided. Okay, so this would be a quick overlook to Quine's notion of object. And now we want to go for a light-weighted version of that. And there is some, maybe at first it can look surprising, but the fact is that in the literature we have that deflationists, meta-ontological deflationists like Thomason, agreed to use in their theories Quine's dictum for ontological commitment. And for instance, Marshall and Schindler in a recent paper distinguish between existence deflationism, the property existence does not have a deep nature, and there is no substantive criterion of existence, and that is different from meta-ontological deflationism, which is the tenet that something is wrong with many ontological debates, in particular Quine's way of deciding them is wrong, right? So this distinction opens a way to, I think I can just skip this one, to propose a characterization of Quinian light-weight objects by relying on existence deflationism and leaving out meta-ontological deflationism, because from that point of view, as the very formulation of the tenet shows, Quine thinks that meta-ontological debates make sense and some frameworks are better than others. So we need to do away with this. So here could be a schema. Quine's a deflationist about truth and arguably about reference. Existence, he's a deflationist about existence, but he claims that meta-ontological debates are substantive. So in order to go for a notion of reference, notion of object, deflationist or minimalist style, we could just forget about the first part of our previous characterization and go for the rest of it, which could be this. Okay, so in order to allow for the distinction between light and non-light, or in Linnebaum's terminology, thick objects, well, this is not the distinction clearly from the start between analytic non-analytic things. But the fact is that Quine rejects the analytic-synthetic distinction, as we all know. But he introduces the opposition center-periphery. So, for instance, Dammett in 1973 noted there is a tension here, and some claim that this distinction is introduced. So, additional thickness could come from also in the case of something like Quinian style notion of light object. The difference in lightness or thickness could come from the kind of object in question, which could be relying on whether the statement in which it appears is more like in the center or in the periphery. So we could have that those entities we quantify over in relation to the observational side would be thicker, and those which are more in the center would be more, like in pure mathematics, for instance, would be clearly lightweight objects. Okay, so how does this, I've been quite quick. So now about the indispensability argument. Clearly, if we consider this this version of object, this lightweight notion of object, Quine style, the indispensability argument is really not needed, because it goes as follows. We ought to be committed to the existence of all and only the entities that are indispensable to our best scientific theories. In the case of lightweight, of this version, this idea that we should look at our best scientific theories wouldn't have the relevance that had in, or shouldn't be interpreted as claiming that this is just the right option or something like that, but in a more weak way. But anyway, it's clear that we really don't need the argument to be committed to the existence of mathematical objects, because it just follows from the theory. Right. So this is what I am claiming here. The point of the indispensability argument is we ought to accept the existence of objects that exist according to the internal standards of those frameworks that have proved to be practically most useful in describing, explaining, and predicting our experiences. But as I said, this is not needed anymore, given the interpretation we are discussing. Again, this is the same, right? So, can we reformulate the indispensability argument in terms of thickness? Does it make any sense? Does it illuminate anything? We ought to be committed to the thickness of all and only the entities that are indispensable to our best scientific theories. Mathematical entities are indispensable to our best scientific theories, so we ought to be committed to the thickness of mathematical objects. So the idea is that when we put the argument like this, which sounds like not so convincing as the initial argument, but in a way, what I think is that if we look at the literature about the metaphysical, the metaphysics underlying the indispensability argument, we have that what is at play there is a discussion about what is the relation between the mathematical entities and reality. So if mathematical entities are thick in the sense that they make demands on the world, right? This is the way in which Plebani, for instance, understands this idea. Then mathematical objects are thick, and this relation is one that establishes demands on the world. But this commits us to heavy-duty Platonism, because it is a metaphysical relation, it's not a causal relation or anything like that. While authors such as Diablo and many others, for instance, Baron, who are not happy to accept this really strong view about the relation between the mathematical and the physical, then they wouldn't want to claim that mathematical objects are thick, right? So the thing is that one one virtue of using this idea of lightweight objects is that it allows us to verse the argument, indispensability argument, in terms of thickness, and this seems to clarify what it has at stake, and of course makes the indispensability argument less convincing. And that's all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. You want to use the notion of thickness and thinness to talk about certain philosophical problems. But do you think that there is an opposition between those? Because when we are talking about Quine, then we always have this radical holism in mind. And you also talked about his negation of synthetic and analytic statements and the opposition between the center and the periphery. And I'm not sure if this is really a kind of opposition.
No, it's gradual. It would be like gradual. You have things that are clearly thick, yeah, and things that are clearly light, and then you would have like different levels, right?
It's a kind of degree then, yes.
Yeah, well, I mean, I haven't gone deeply into that, but surely there, for instance, in case of Linnevo's proposal, you have thin relative to. In the case of Linnevo, the metaphysical picture is one of grounding, and this couldn't be clear in the case of Quine, probably not, surely not. So we would have to look for another way of doing it. But I think it would be gradual, clearly,
okay, yeah,
in order to make sense. Yeah.
Okay.
Next question from Matteo.
Hi. Thanks, Concha, for the talk. I really enjoyed it. I was just wondering whether maybe another version to make the same point is that if abstract objects are thick, then the way abstract objects are is not grounded in the way concrete objects are. Whereas if you think that they are thin, Linnevo himself says at certain points that how the abstract objects are is grounded in how the concrete objects are. So directions are grounded, facts about directions are grounded in facts about lines and so on and so forth. So the idea is that, there is an asymmetry, and the concrete objects are more fundamental if you think that the abstract objects are thin, whereas if you are in heavy-duty Platonism, you reject exactly this idea that the abstract realm is grounded in the concrete realm. I was just wondering whether this might be another way to make a point very close to the one that you're making.
Yeah, I mean, surely there's something to say. This idea of thickness is really implausible, strange to naturalism, and I think that is why it makes clear that it's really implausible. So there's a lot to be said here. I mean, I've been very quick, but starting with Colivan, who thought that Quine's argument was compatible with any sort of Platonism, as you already said. I think it makes a difference, the sort of Platonism you are looking for. And the argument is interesting when, I mean, it says something really strong when we think about this notion of thickness in terms of heavy-duty Platonism, which is not something very, very many people are ready to accept. Right? So, yeah.
So thank you very much. It's just a question about your notion of thinness and thickness. For example, I don't understand how set theory does not make substantial demand on reality. So if we admit sets, for example, it seems that we are making some substantial demands on reality. There are infinitely many things, for example, if we take at least the axioms.
So I don't think I heard everything you said. So
yes, how does, for example, admitting the existence of sets, not make substantial demands on reality. Isn't that what you said?
Yeah.
It seems that there are many demands that makes on reality. There are infinitely many things. There are infinitely many collections of different cardinalities. There is no set of all things, etc., etc.
Yeah, okay. I need to clarify this a little bit more. Precisely, my ending with the indispensability argument was one thing that it has at stake there is what is the relation between the mathematical and the physical, right? So, of course, if you are doing set theory, if you want those axioms to be true, then that means that, you know, there is something like the set theoretical hierarchy and so forth. But is that something in the world? That's what is at stake, right? So, for instance, Lineberg, when he introduces the notion of thickness, he's thinking, the examples he gives have to do with the demands on the world understood in causal terms. So if you go for sets, pure sets don't make any causal demand on the world, right? So that is the thing. So the kind of demand on the world that, if you think that they do any, would have to be, or come in hand with understanding that is a primitive metaphysical relation of the sort that the heavy-duty Platonist is going to argue for. And that is really a very strong thing, because the other way of looking at it is that, you know, mathematical entities and mathematical relations somehow are grounded in the concrete, which was what Matteo was pointing out. So the idea, the thing in dispute is precisely that, how to understand this thickness. And in order to argue that the sets make demand on the world, we have to go for a really strong metaphysical position. And that's what clarifies what it has at stake, I think, when you put it in these terms. Thanks.
Okay, next question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed the talk, and I found your way of reframing Lineberg in Quinian terms very, very interesting and very, very convincing. So just a curiosity, in your picture, is there any, is there any way of making the distinction between absolute thin objects and relative thin objects? Because at least in Lineberg's view, what you have is that, for example, if you abstract on logical truth alone, you get this kind of things that make no demand on the world at all. In the Quinian case, you have logical truth, but even those are not, are just at the center, but they're like not immune to revision as this. So I was wondering if any thin object would be relative thin objects in that picture, or is there any place for absolute thin objects?
Okay, so there's a difference in relation to identity criteria between, maybe this helps, I don't know, between Quine and Lineberg, right? So Lineberg goes for a two-level identity criteria so that you get new objects, right? And in order to define new objects, you need an equivalence relation. Well, in fact, it's partial equivalence relation because reflexivity is not needed. And then whether an object is thin or not depends on the possibility of defining this sort of abstraction principle, right? It's not like something. This is a criterion, but in each case you need to find what's going on. So in Quine's case, you don't have this, right? So how do we approach this thin-thick distinction in Quine? Well, I thought about the center-periphery thing. Of course, Quine thought evolves, but the thing is that, in a way, the objection is that those in the center, right, are quite independent, are like the thin ones. And relative to, well, in relation to relative to, I was thinking about, for instance, applied mathematics, when you have, there are two apples, there are four apples here, right? When you have applied mathematics, then, you know, the mathematics helps. Is intertwined with something that is concrete, like the apples, right? So in that way, you would have that the mathematics there is being thick. Taken together, the statement makes a thick demand on the world because it talks about how many apples are there, right? So, but in fact, the mathematics wouldn't add anything really thick in the sense, if we characterize thick in causal terms, right? It would be just like relative to, the thickness would come from the apples and not from the numbers, right? So when you have these mixed statements, there you would have that you lose the absolute sense of thick and thin, and you get like mixed relations like being thin relative and so forth.
Okay, up here again.
Okay, so feel free to tell me that this is more a question for Linebo than for you, okay? But I was wondering whether we can make sense of the expression or the phrase or the sentence, existence as no deep nature. Mm-hmm. How can, it's an interesting phrase, but actually how?
In one of his papers, he quotes Robert Brandon. And Robert Brandon explains this by referring to Kant. You know, when Kant, knowledge is only possible when you have, you need to consider the sensibility categories. Objects are given you in space and time. Though space and time is something that the subject puts into the thing, right? Into getting an object. So in order to get an object, the idea is that we need something like a concrete object. The model for the characterization of object is the idea of a concrete object. And concrete objects make the man of the world. So the idea is that when you're talking about thin objects, you don't think that in order to be an object, you don't characterize the notion of object by taking as an exemplar, as the previous speaker was saying, as a paradigm case of an object. You don't consider concrete objects like a table or a chair, but you consider anything that is the referent of a singular term. So the idea is that think of objects not in analogy with concrete objects or objects given in space and time, but as the reference of singular terms, for instance. So we're trying to give a semantics for our language.
Okay, so we have 3 minutes left and 2 questions, so let's try to...
Okay, so I'll try to be very brief. I wanted to ask, what is the relation between the lightweight, heavyweight distinction and, well, also Quine's center, periphery distinction and a modal dimension? Like, because the way I just, personally can make sense of this distinction, and the lightweight, heavyweight distinction is like if it's like sets or mathematical objects exist necessarily, then there is nothing the world has to do to make them exist, because there is no possible way that they could not exist. So,
there is a correlation usually. The lighter the object, the stronger its modal features, and the thicker the object, the lighter its modal features. That's the relation. So, the thinner, there is this relation. Yes.
Last question.
Thank you. On the Quinean view concerning how to determine commitments, we have a step of regimentation of natural language into a logical language, which on the Quinean view should be a first-order language. What happens if the natural language should be regimented into a higher-order logical language, and then we kind of falsely, in a way, regiment it into a first-order language, as Quine prescribes? Just curious, not suppose that you have an answer for that, but I'm just curious.
Well, I haven't thought about it. As you know, Quine rejects second-order languages. He thinks we cannot regiment our theories in second-order language. Glansberg has a nice paper on that chapter of book, and he says, well, in the same way as individual singular terms like names are not reliable in order to determine the reference, predicates, the same happens to predicates. So the thing is that if we regiment, for instance, in a plural language, that, we interpret second order logic with pluralities, which has no strong ontological commitments, but only with pluralities, then it really would make a difference because you don't want to commit to any other sort of entity. But in order to clarify the thin-thick distinction, I'm not sure that really moving into a higher order logic would really make a difference. I mean, help. Maybe it would make a difference, but maybe not help to clarify the distinction. I haven't looked into it, I must say. But for instance, Linevo uses second-order plural logic to characterize, to reconstruct set theory, right?
Okay, thanks. Many thanks to our speaker. Okay, so let's start our second contributed talk given by Andrea Guardo from the University of Milan. And the title of the talk is Does Semantic Non-Factualism Lead to Subjective Idealism? Please.
Thanks. Okay, so here is what I want to talk about. It's a family of arguments which all try to show that what I will call non-factualism about meaning ascriptions entails a very counterintuitive form of subjective idealism. And when I say very counterintuitive, what I really mean is clearly false. So all these arguments can be seen as attempts to provide a reductio ad absurdum of non-factualism about meaning ascriptions. Now, before we really start, I have two very general introductory remarks. First one is that these arguments are kind of oldish. They have all been put forward in the 80s. I believe they still deserve to be discussed, though, because people working in meta-semantics very often make reference to these arguments in order to justify their rejection out of hand of non-factualism about meaning ascriptions. I believe they are wrong. Now, the second remark is that as a matter of fact, all of these arguments have been put forward against Wittgenstein-inspired varieties of non-factualism about meaning ascriptions. I mean, that's not necessary in the sense that these arguments are all more general and they can be used basically against any kind of non-factualism about meaning ascriptions, even if it is not Wittgenstein-inspired. Okay, that's that. Okay, I want to give you an idea of why I believe that these arguments are wrong. Now, here on the right, you see John McDowell's summary of his own version of this line of reasoning. Basically, here McDowell is saying that if there are no meaning facts, which is of course the main ingredient of non-factualism about meaning ascriptions, then things are never doesn't so anyway, objectively. So if there are no meaning facts, there are no objective facts in general, okay, what he calls idealism. On the left, you see what I hope is a more perspicuous representation of what I take to be the general structure of all these arguments. I mean, McDowell's, Crispin Wright's, in a sense maybe Paul Boghossian's, and so on. Now, all these arguments start with non-factualism about meaning ascriptions, which is assumed for the purpose of reduction. Then, from non-factualism, you get relativism about meaning ascriptions. And from relativism about meaning ascriptions, you get a form of global relativism. And then, finally, from global relativism, you get what I will call subjective idealism. Now, I think that the main part of the argument is this one, these two transitions. The one from local relativism to global relativism, and then from global relativism to subjective idealism, okay? And this is, I believe, a problem. There really is one global relativism, which is entailed by relativism about meaning ascriptions. And there is a global relativism which entails subjective idealism. But these two global relativisms are not the same. And so basically all these arguments fail because of a fallacy of equivocation. So that's the idea. Okay, let's get to some of the details, starting with the first transition in the argument, that from non-factualism to relativism about meaning ascriptions. And let's start with meaning ascriptions. So here is what I mean by a meaning ascription. They are sentences such as Jones means addition by plus. By that utterance of Jones's means that 68 plus 57 equals 125. Or even stuff like by green, no, by orange, Jones means that color. Okay? So these are all meaning ascriptions. Now, I take that the common sense view about the truth values of meaning ascriptions is that they depend on the ontological status of a corresponding state of affairs. So if that state of affairs obtains, if it is a fact in Wittgenstein's lingo, well, then the meaning ascription is true. If the state of affairs does not obtain, then the meaning ascription is false. Now the question is, what if there are no such state of affairs? What if, as Kripke's Wittgenstein, or Kripkenstein for short, maintains there is no such thing as meaning something by a sign? Well, I mean, in these cases, you can always go in a number of different routes. You can always take a number of different routes. In the sense that, for example, you can go full phlogiston and just stop using meaning ascriptions. Or you can go the old expressivist way and say that meaning ascriptions are meaningful, but they are not truth available. And there are a bunch of other options, but the option which interests us here is to keep saying that meaning ascriptions are meaningful, that they are truth available, but try to provide a different account of their truth values, one which does not mention states of affairs, corresponding states of affairs. So that's precisely what Kripkenstein does. And so here you see a passage from Kripke's book in which he says this: Smith will judge Jones to mean addition by plus only if he judges that Jones's answers to particular addition problems agree with those he, Smith, is inclined to give. Or, if they occasionally disagree, he can interpret Jones as at least following the proper procedure. Now, contrary appearances notwithstanding, here Kripke, and I'm sorry but you will have to trust me on this, is explaining when it is correct to say that Jones means addition by plus, where the relevant notion of correctness is something like utterance truth. Okay? Now, notice, however, that the agreement on which the truth value of agreement between Jones and Smith, on which the truth value of the meaning ascription depends, is not the corresponding state of affairs. It is not represented by that meaning ascription. Okay? It is not that that agreement constitutes Jones's meaning addition by plus. According to Kripkenstein, just there are no such state of affairs. So here we have an account, which may be good, it may be bad, but we have an account of the truth values of meaning ascriptions, which does not depend on corresponding states of affairs. Okay? So that's an example of what I mean by non-factualism about meaning ascriptions. Okay. Now, from non-factualism to relativism about meaning ascriptions. Now, some philosophers believe that if you are a non-factualist about a certain domain of discourse, you have to be a relativist about that domain of discourse. I believe I agree, in the sense that I cannot think of any counterexample to this general thesis, but in a sense it doesn't matter. In a sense because I think that in this particular case, it is pretty clear that non-factualism leads to relativism. So think about it this way. Let's say that Jones's answers agree with Smith's inclinations, but they do not agree with Williams's inclinations. Well, then Kripke's recipe tells us that it will be correct for Smith to say that Jones means addition by plus, but it will not be correct for Williams to say that Jones means addition by plus. And since the relevant notion of correctness is utterance truth, this means that John's means addition by plus will be true relative to Smith and false relative to Williams. And so you have a kind of relativism. You can spell it in different ways. This can take really the form of what McFarland calls non-indexical contextualism, or what he calls truth value or truth relativism. Okay, but that doesn't really matter here. Okay, now the second transition in the argument. The first one, which is really problematic. So this is the transition from relativism about meaning ascriptions to global relativism. So we start with the relativism from about meaning ascriptions, and then we assume P2, that is that the proposition that P is true if and only if P. And once we have that, we can derive from P1 and P2 a first lemma, a first intermediate conclusion, L1, which is that an utterance has a certain meaning only relative to a perspective. Now, once we have that, we assume, P3, that an utterance's correctness depends on its meaning, and so from L1 and P3, we get the second lemma, L2, that is, an utterance is correct only relative to a perspective. Now, notice that in L2, we are talking about utterances in general, not utterances of meaning ascriptions, so any kind of sentence. So this is a general, a global relativism about utterance truth. Now, okay, one thing. I think that this argument from P1 to L2 is valid. I also believe that P2 and P3 should be regarded as uncontroversial. So basically here we have, so basically this argument, I think it shows that if you are a non-factualist and then a relativist about meaning ascriptions, you are committed to some kind of global relativism. Okay, that's an interesting result. Okay, can we go from global relativism to subjective idealism? Well, McDowell, Crispin Wright, and so on, they all think yes. How do we do it? This way. So first they assume a bridge principle which links utterance truth to the truth of propositions. Once you have that, which is P4 here, you can derive from L2 the third lemma. That is, that a proposition is true only relative to a perspective. So you see that we have gone from global relativism about utterance truth to global relativism about propositional truth. Okay? And now we assume that a proposition is true if and only if the corresponding state of affairs obtains, which we may want to restrict a little bit in order not to beg the question against non-factualists, but I mean, that's really a detail. And if we assume that, P5 here, we get from L3 the conclusion, which is that a state of affairs obtains only to a perspective, which is what McDowell calls idealism and what I'm going to call subjective idealism. Just to distinguish, because, for example, McDowell regards himself as an objective idealist, a la Hegel. Okay, so you want to say that this is subjective idealism. Okay, okay, here you see the whole argument from local relativism about meaning ascriptions to subjective idealism, okay? And the problem lies with L2, the second lemma, global relativism, in the sense that the second lemma is really ambiguous. And if you read it one way, L2 is going to really entail L3. But if you read it that way, L2 is not entailed by L1, together, of course, with P3. Of course, there is also a way to read L2 such that L1 together with P3 entails L2. But if you read it that way, L2 together with P4 is not going to entail L3. So either way, the argument as a whole is never valid. Okay? Now, of course, now I have to explain what's the ambiguity. And in order to do that, I mean, there are a bunch of ways to do this, but I think that the best way, the most precise way, is to introduce a conceptual apparatus which helps us draw all the necessary distinctions. And here is one such apparatus. So the idea is that, I mean, this is an apparatus some of you, I'm pretty sure, are familiar with. So first we have that to each sentence, or better to each disambiguated sentence, is associated a character. Now, character is the theoretical counterpart of a semi-theoretical notion of meaning. What's a character? Well, a character is a function. It's a function which goes from context to contents. And contents are, again, the theoretical counterpart of a semi-theoretical notion of a proposition. So, for example, we have that the character of I am a philosopher tells us that in this context, in which I am the speaker, the proposition expressed is that I, Andrea, am a philosopher. In a different context, with a different speaker, the proposition expressed would have been different. So, for example, if the speaker had been McDowell, the proposition expressed would have been that he, John, is a philosopher. Okay? Now, once we have contents, we want to evaluate it for truth or falsehood. And that's the reason why we construe contents too as functions. This time, they are functions from circumstances of evaluation to truth values. A circumstance of evaluation, in the simplest possible case, is just a possible word. But of course, the notion is more general than that, so you can have encrypts, you can have, possible words and times, standards of taste, standards of precision, and so on. Okay, it really depends what you have in the circumstances of evaluation on the kind of sentence that you're considering, right? Okay, now, so far I've mentioned only one role that context can play, okay? Which is the more familiar one, I guess. It's the content identifying role. So the idea is that, at least in certain cases, a sentence does not express a complete thought. It doesn't express a full proposition. It doesn't express something which may be either true or false. And so you need context for that. Okay? So that's the content identifying role of context. But before that, at least in certain cases, context is needed to disambiguate the sentence. Okay? And after that step, context is always needed in order to determine the relevant circumstances of evaluation. So the context is going to tell you what's the relevant possible word, what's the relevant standard of taste, and so on. Okay, that's less familiar, but Kaplan himself in Demonstrative calls our attention to this role of context. Okay, there are also two kinds of context. There is the familiar context of use or of utterance, and there is the less familiar context of assessment. Now, it's an open question what role, if any, the context of assessment plays relative to a certain construction. But the notion itself makes sense. I think that there cannot be any doubt about this. So here is John McFarlane. He says, there shouldn't be anything controversial about context of assessment. If there can be assessments of uses of sentences, then surely we can talk of a context in which these assessments would occur. Okay? I just agree with this. Okay, with this conceptual apparatus in hand, we can distinguish 6 ways to read the second lemma, depending on what depends on what. So the second lemma was that an utterance is correct only relative to a perspective. So, first reading. It may be that the character of a sentence depends on the context, either of use or of assessment. So in the first case, we have what I will call the ambiguity theoretic reading. It's just a case of ambiguity. Okay? In the second case, it's a strange kind of ambiguity theory in which character depends on the context of assessment, and so you have the meaning relativist reading. Then it may be that the content of an utterance depends on the context, either of use or of assessment. So in the first case, you have what McFarlane calls indexical contextualism, which is just the familiar contextualism, right? In the second case, we have what he calls content relativism. Finally, it may be that what circumstances of evaluation are relevant to the assessment of a certain content, of a certain proposition, depends on context. And it may be the context of use, that's kind of a standard view, or on the context of assessment. So in the first case, we have what McFarlane calls non-indexical contextualism. But other people, they just call it relativism, for example, Max Kurbel. In the second case, we have what McFarland calls truth-value relativism, or just truth relativism. Okay? So we have these 6 different readings. Here you have a matrix which shows you, I hope, how all these readings relate to each other, right? You choose what depends on what, and you get one reading. Now, once we have this, we can finally explain what's wrong with the argument, okay? And the matrix is useful for that. So, as I said, the problem lies with L2, which is ambiguous. So we have to ask ourselves, first, what readings, if any, make the transition from L2, MP4, to L3 valid, okay? To answer this question, think about what L3 says. It says this. It says that, at least in some cases, you may have that one and the same proposition is true relative to one perspective, to one context, and it is false relative to another perspective, another context. It is sometimes true and sometimes false. The same proposition. Okay? Now, in order to get this from L2, you cannot use the readings which you find in the character and in the content columns, in the first 2 columns. Why? Well, consider, for example, the indexical contextualist reading. That's just an example, but basically the reasoning is the same with the other 3 options. So the indexical contextualist reading of L2 is saying this. It is saying that a sentence can express a proposition relative to one context of utterance and another proposition relative to another context of utterance. So we have 2 different propositions, and of course, since they are different propositions, one may be true and the other one may be false. But they are 2 different propositions, one true, one false. It's not that you have one and the same proposition, which is sometimes true, sometimes false. I mean, sometimes it's a bit misleading. True relative to one context and false relative to another. Okay? So we cannot get L3 from L2 if we read it even on the indexical contextualist way. Okay? That's the same for the other readings in these columns. So we have to stay in this column, the circumstances of evaluation column. Okay? So the question, of course, in order to assess the validity of the argument is any of these 2 readings, the non-indexical contextualist one and the truth-value relativist one, or the truth relativist one, going to make the transition from L1 to L2 valid? And I believe that the answer is clearly no. Why? Well, again, think about what L1 says. It says that an utterance has a certain meaning only relative to a perspective. But the counterpart of meaning in our system is character. Okay? So in order to get L2 from L1, we have to stay in the first column, the character column. Okay? And now you see why the argument doesn't work. Because if we read L2 one way, 3rd column, the circumstances evaluation column, the transition from L2 to L3 is valid. But the transition from L1 to L2 is not valid. And if we read L2 another way, 1st column, we have that the transition from L1 to L2 is valid, but L2 does not entail L3. And so the argument as a whole is never valid. So that's why I think that this argument never works. That's it. Thanks.
Okay, questions?
Hi, thank you very much. It was very interesting. And actually I have a question on a minor aspect of the talk, which is basically the fact about how deflationism about truth would entail relativism.
No, not really. Okay.
Okay.
No, but that's not the idea. The idea is that non-factualism,
yes.
Okay, about a certain domain of discourse, I mean, some people believe that it leads to 2 different things, which is deflationism about truth and relativism. Okay? So the idea is not that relativism is, I mean, there is going to be...
they go hand in hand, but it's not...
Yeah, exactly. Okay. They go hand in hand. So really the question, I think, is how do we get deflationism about truth from non-factualism? And I think that now, I don't know if there is really an entailment here, but I think that the two positions kind of, I mean, the first position, non-factualism, kind of suggests the second one, because of course, I mean, for example, the correspondence theory is going to be ruled out because you do not have corresponding facts. And I suspect that, of course, you can go other ways, but I think that the deflationist way is the most natural one, right? Because you are, at that point, it looks pretty natural to be just a minimalist about truth and say, okay, I want to keep using the truth schema, but I cannot read it a certain way. I cannot give a very substantial reading on that, just because, of course, I do not have corresponding state of affairs, so I'm going to read it the minimalist way, and so you have deflationism.
Sure. Okay.
So
thank you very much.
Next question.
Thanks. I had a question about, well, maybe it's a general question about the project, maybe. So you are using Macfarlane's machinery to clarify these premises, and I think I 100% agree with the way that you clarify them. But I was wondering whether you were imposing an interpretation that was distorting what these people were meaning. Well, I mean, what could they have meant in it when they were giving this argument without Macfarlane's machinery?
But that's a very good question, because of course we are talking about people writing in the 80s, and of course they have kind of no idea of the context of assessment and this kind of stuff. So that's very fair. So I think that I want to say two things. I think that really the key issue here is that of the context of assessment, right? Because that's really the novelty that Macfarlane introduced. And so the first thing I want to say is that even without the context of assessment, my analysis of the argument works. Because of this, you can think about it this way. Basically here what I was saying is, if you stay in the third column, right, the derivation of L3 from L2 is valid, but not that of L2 from L1. And if you stay in the first column, L1 entails L2, but L2 doesn't entail L3. Now, it doesn't matter how many rows the columns have, okay? So if these columns had, I don't know, 3, 4 rows, if there were other options, okay, the argument, I mean, my counter-argument will still stand, right? And so that applies even in case you have just one row. So if you don't want the context of assessment, you can just get rid of the last row, and the argument is basically the same. So that's the main thing, which I think is kind of addresses the main worry, right? So we can just rephrase all this without the context of assessment. It's not really the exact way in which Crispin Wright and McDowell would have phrased the things, but it's close enough, right? There is another thing, though, which is why I'm using Macfarlane's full machinery and also the context of assessment. And the reason is this one. The reason is that I had a note at the bottom of one slide. Okay, this one. So I said that the relativism about meaning ascriptions, which is entailed by non-factualism, can be glossed in two different ways, okay? So it can be either non-indexical contextualism or truth relativism, okay? In the case of non-indexical contextualism, you have a dependence of the circumstances of evaluation from the context of use. And in the case of truth relativism, you have a dependence of the circumstances of evaluation on the context of assessment. You want to get rid of the context of assessment, you have only the non-indexical contextualist reading. So you have that non-factualism about meaning ascriptions entails non-indexical contextualism about meaning ascriptions. Now the problem is that non-indexical contextualism about meaning ascriptions entails what I call meaning relativism about, global meaning relativism, meaning relativism about any kind of sentence. Why? because think about the case of Jones, right? So we have Smith making an utterance of a sentence, Jones means addition by plus. Now, relative to that utterance, Jones means addition by plus. No, think about it. We'll take another example, I'm sorry. So think about Smith saying that utterance of Jones's means that 68 plus 57 equals 125. Okay? Now, the role of Smith here is that of the utterer of this sentence. But what's the role of Smith relative to the Jones's utterance, which is 68 plus 57? That's that of the assessor, right? And so that's the reason why non-indexical contextualism about meaning ascriptions entails global relativism about everything else. And so basically, once you really take seriously non-factualism and so some kind of relativism, even just non-indexical contextualism about meaning ascriptions, you just have to introduce the context of assessment. So I think that's kind of also a nice way to see that there is an independent motivation for the context of assessment, right? Thanks.
Okay, thanks very much to our speaker. Okay, so let's start our next talk from Robert Schwarzkopf from the University of Hamburg, and the title of the talk is The Number of Terms as Higher Order Descriptions.
Thank you. Very happy to be here. I would like to stand, so I will try to speak as loudly as possible so everyone could hear me. You should have been able to get the handout by scanning this thing or going to the link, but you already got a hard copy, so everyone should be fine. As already mentioned, the title is The Number of Terms as Higher Order Descriptions. And here's the claim I want to develop and defend, namely that number of terms, and by that I mean terms like the number of masses moons, are higher order descriptions, not first order descriptions, but higher order descriptions. And it should become clear in the course of this talk what I mean by this. Here's the plan. First, I'm going to provide some background against which I will develop and defend my view. Then I provide analysis of number of terms as higher order descriptions. Then I provide an argument for the linguistic plausibility of that analysis. And finally, I will draw out some consequences of that analysis. Okay, here is the background. So I develop my analysis within the framework of a broadly Phrygian type theoretic semantics widely used in contemporary linguistic theory. This kind of semantics has three basic tenets. First is that there are two basic types, type E for entity or object, and type T for truth value, that there are derivative types. Rho to sigma is a type if rho and sigma are types, so E to T is a type, for instance. And I will call those derivative types, those are functions, and those functions whose values are truth values, I will call properties. Usually, functions and properties are modeled as set theoretic constructions within this kind of framework, but I think that's optional and should be avoided if possible, but it's technically neat, so I'm gonna use it. And finally, the third tenet is that semantic composition proceeds mainly by function application, whereby the semantic value of a semantically complex expression is the value of the function provided by one of its parts when taking the value provided by the other part as an argument. Okay? And now the question you might want to ask is, within this framework, are numbers objects or properties? So are they of type E or of some higher type? And how do we find out about that? Well, we could try to find out about that by investigating whether number words the kind of expressions that denote numbers, if any expressions denote numbers at all, whether they are expressions of those types. If they are of type E, numbers should be conceived of as objects. If they are of some concept or property type, they should be conceived of as properties. And in a way, my thesis would extend what I'm calling Hofweber's adjectivalism. I will tell you in a moment what I mean by this. What can be observed is that there are at least syntactically two uses of number words in natural language. There is the adjectival use, as in Mars has two moons, where two seems to be alike, at least syntactically, like an adjective, like pretty in Mars has pretty moons. And there is a substantive use of two in, for instance, the number of Mars's moons is two, where it doesn't seem to be an adjective, seems to be a substantive phrase, a noun phrase of some sort. Those are syntactic differences in the first place. The question is whether there is a semantic difference corresponding to the syntactic one. And here are some claims. So in linguistics, two in the adjectival use is treated as a type E to T expression. So as a expression that denotes a plural property of plural objects, namely the number property of being two, which we could specify as follows. So being two is being such that you have two atomic parts. So Nathan and I together are two, Luca and I together are two, but Nathan and Luca and I together, we are not two, we are three, because the first two sums have two atomic parts in the sense that there are two humans which are not have humans as parts again. The third sum doesn't have that because there are three such things. Then the orthodoxy concerning three, tracing back to Frege, is that two in the substantive use in the number of Mars's moons is two, is a type E expression, so an object denoting expression. And what Hofweber claims is that two in three is of the same type as it is in two, so a property denoting expression, at least if linguistics is to be believed. And what I want to do is to extend Hofweber's view of number words used substantively to the number of terms. So to argue that the number of terms are expressions of type E to T, so property denoting expressions. Okay, and here goes. To kind of get warmed up, let's run through the semantic composition of an ordinary first-order description, which is structurally similar to a number of terms. I have in mind something like this: the mother of Philip's children. And if we assume that the pertinent Philip here is the late Duke of Edinburgh, and we are siding with Strawson regarding the semantic function of definite descriptions, we want to say that this is a type E expression that denotes Elizabeth, Queen of England. What we're going to do now is to run briefly through the semantic composition of that expression that delivers that result. So we begin by assuming that the phrase of Philip's children is a type E expression that denotes the type E plurality of children Philip has. We could go into the composition of that phrase as well to give you that kind of denotation, and I won't do that, but one could. And that's kind of how it goes formally. Just to note, I use the lowercase italicized variables for variables of type E. And there were other types of variables later on, so that's kind of important. Okay, so we assume this. We assume that mother denotes the type E to T mother relation. And now we compose mother and of Philip's children to get the denotation of mother of Philip's children, which is the type E to T property of standing in the mother relation to the plurality of children Philip has. Formally like so. Finally, we assume that the definite article in this context denotes the type E to T to E description function, which is basically a function which takes a property noting expression to give you the unique bearer of that property if that property is singular, or the maximal bearer of the property if the property is plural. Right? So the child would give you the unique contextually salient child. The children would give you the maximal sum of contextually salient childs. And then we compose this, the mother of Philip's children, which is just the unique type E object that has the property of standing in the mother relation to the plurality of children Philip has. And this much is kind of common ground within linguistics, more or less. So now that we are warmed up, I will give you my understanding of number of terms, which runs really parallel to the semantic composition I just gave you, with one crucial difference. So what I want to say is that the number of masses moons is a type E to T expression that denotes the number property of being 2, and it does so just in case Mars has exactly 2 moons. Had Mars had exactly 3 moons, the number of masses moons would have denoted the number of property of being 3, and in general, the number of masses moons would denote the number property of being n, just in case Mars has exactly n moons. Okay, first I assume again that of masses moons denote the type E plurality of moons Mars has. There are 2 of them, Deimos and Phobos, I think. So of masses moons denotes the plurality of those 2 moons. And here is kind of the crucial difference. I want to claim that number in this context is not a relation, as it were, between objects, but between pluralities of objects and a second order property, a property of property. So it's a type E to T relation. Looks like so. This relation could be explicitly defined, even logically so. I've put it on the handout, and if you're interested, we can talk about it later. And then we compose, just as we did before. So we get for the number of masses moons the denotation of the type E to T property of standing in the number relation to the plurality of moons Mars has. And that's a property of properties, right? It takes a first order property and then gives you a truth value. So it's not a first order property which takes an object to give you a truth value. It's a second order property which takes a first order property and then gives you a truth value. So to repeat, number of masses moons is this, and then we assume that in this context is a higher order description function of type E to T to T to E to T, which basically takes a second order property and gives you the unique first order property that has this second order property. Quite analog to the first order case, just move everything up one level. And here I use the kind of bold-faced x as a higher order variable of that type. Okay, and finally we compose the whole thing to get the denotation for the number of masses moons that I want to have, namely the unique type E to T property that has the property of standing in the number relation to the plurality of moons Mars has, which is what I wanted to do. So it works compositionally, so that's fine. Now, of course, the question is, that's kind of all technically neat and it works, but of course the question is whether the whole thing is linguistically plausible. And that breaks basically down to 3 questions, namely, are the denotations I kind of conjectured about the 3 semantically relevant parts of the expressions, the definite article the noun number, and the phrase of masses moons, are those assumptions linguistically plausible? I think the case for the conjectured denotation for the as a higher order descriptor is linguistically plausible, and if you want to know more, ask me about it. This is definitely linguistically plausible. That just runs parallel to the of Philip's children, and you know, that's not controversial. So it really comes down to is my conjecture denotation for the noun number in this context linguistically plausible? And I want to argue that it is. And to do so, I will begin by giving you a fact about relational and non-relational nouns. Here for the case of the noun mother. So here we have two expressions, the mother of Philip's children, we already saw that, and Elizabeth is a mother. Two occurrences of the noun mother, and here are some facts. So mother in the mother of Philip's children is a relational noun. And I already told you, it denotes the type E to E to T mother relation. In contrast, mother in Elizabeth is a non-relational noun. So it doesn't denote a relation, but a one-place property, namely the type E to T property of being a mother. And interestingly, the non-relational denotation can be defined in terms of the relational denotation by existential closure. So in a way, to be a mother is just to be such that there are some things that you are the mother of. And essentially so, right? That's just what it means to be a mother. You probably couldn't define... stop laughing. You probably couldn't define it the other way around. And at least for essentially relational nouns whose relational use is basic, this is a hallmark feature. What I want to suggest is that number in the number of masses moons and number in the different use, namely the use on display in Mars has an even number of moons, that those two uses stand to relational and non-relational. Go back a bit, that the kind of use of number in the number of masses moons stands to the relational use of mother. In a way, I want to say what I'm saying now. Namely, that number in the number of masses moons is a relational noun that denotes the relation I told you that it denotes. That number in Mars has an even number of moons, in contrast, is a non-relational noun that denotes the second order property of being a first order number property. And that the latter can be defined as the existential closure as of the former. So to be a number property is to be a first order number property is for there to be a first order property, so that such that there are some things that bear the number relation to that property. That's what I want to say. And what I want to say is that the second of those claims supports the first. And why do I think that? Well, here is what I think is a logically valid argument. Mars has two moons. Mars has an even number of moons. And I think the validity of this argument is best captured by analyzing the conclusion in a way that treats an even number as a higher order quantifier in which number functions as this non-relational noun which can be defined in terms of the relational noun which I kind of suggested has a particular denotation. And if we do that, we arrive at kind of those semi-formal regimentations with the premise saying basically there are some things which are true, which are moons and Mars has them, and the conclusion saying there is a property which is an even property, a number property, and there are some things which have this property which are moons and Mars has them. Which brings me to the end of my talk, just to draw out three consequences of my view. The first is, if we analyze number of terms in the way that I suggested, then we could analyze sentences like the number of masses moons is 2 as higher order identity statements, contrasting with like the Phrygian view where it's a first order identity statement. And interestingly, doing so is congenial with understanding such sentences as so-called specificational sentences, and there has been like a rather lively debate of how to understand number sentences in recent years. Friederike Moltmann, Katharina Felker, the main proponents. I have some papers on that, and I think that's a neat feature. Second, this analysis also provides a satisfactory solution to Hofweber's puzzle of obviousness concerning the equivalence of 2 and 3. It's basically 2 and 3 seem to be equivalent, and not only equivalent, but obviously so. But how could that be if the number of Mars's moons and 2 are singular terms, as on the Phrygian view, because then the kind of 3 would require the existence of objects, namely numbers not required by 2. And in my view, it doesn't. Kind of both sentences require the existence of number properties, neither requires the existence of numbers as objects. And finally, interestingly, when we analyze number of terms in the way that I suggest, then we can also understand certain uses of such terms where they don't seem to have the ordinary denotation, namely when they function as so-called concealed questions, as in 7 and 8. So John noticed the number of Mars's moons. So it's not that we notice some number property, something else is going on. What is going on is kind of betrayed by the fact that it's kind of a near synonymous to something like John noticed how many moons Mars has. And appealing to my analysis, we can explain how and why this is. And this is the end, so thanks for listening.
Questions? All in the same area? That's great.
Thank you. I just have a curiosity. I really enjoyed the talk, and I think right. I was just wondering if you have ever thought about that or looked into that. If you could do, beginning from your definition, your characterization of number, if you could do something along the lines of Frege's reconstruction of arithmetic. So if you could, Frege's reconstruction of arithmetic and Frege's arithmetic and so on. So if you could do the same as Frege does in Grundlagen, so you define 0, you probably get a higher order definition, also successor, and you go from there. So I was just wondering if you have thought about that.
No. The reason being that we could, of course, formulate something like Hume's principle, right? We kind of could regiment Hume's principle appealing to my understanding. No problem with that. The problem is that unlike the usual understanding of Hume's principle, my version...
With the microphone, please.
Oh, sorry. Unlike the kind of canonical formulation of Hume's principle, mine would be impredicative. Would be one of predicative and impredicative. I always get them mixed up. It would be predicative. Yeah. So we couldn't bootstrap a la Frege, right? Because we can count the numbers, as it were, because number properties are properties of objects. Number properties are not themselves objects, so we can't bootstrap our way, at least not on the same level, to an infinity of numbers. So the infinity would have to come from somewhere else. Russell in axiom of infinity. We probably would need something like necessarily for every probability, it's possible that there's a probability which is 1 bigger. If you have that, then you have enough numbers to do basically Frege arithmetic. Side point, you would also have to take care of 0. As I formulated here, 0 is not a number property because number properties are defined in terms of existential closure. And of course, nothing stands in the number relation to the empty property, the 0 property. There are ways to deal with this, fortunately, and even linguistically plausible ways, which I recently found out to my great delight. So it's possible to kind of deal with it, but yeah. So short answer, no. Long answer, with some modifications to account for 0, and some further considerations to kind of generate infinity. Once you have this, you can do Frege.
Thank you very much. I have a possibly very naive question, so please bear with me. And I mean, usually there are ways of reconstructing number terms, which are in terms of classes of classes, of course. And if we are in a type setting, this is also fairly natural, I would say. So, for example, I don't know, the number n is the class of all classes which contain, the class of all sets of objects which contain n objects. And so I was wondering whether there is a possible reading of the number of that you thought of that could accommodate such a view, or what are the main advantages of going in your direction instead of thinking about it this way. So, for example, instead of thinking about, I don't know, I mean, something like the number of as some function which associates a certain set to a cardinality, which isn't, sure. I don't know, something of that sort.
So, first point, in a way my proposal is very similar, right? Where on your proposal, like 2 is kind of the set of 2-membered sets, right? On my proposal, 2 is properties constructed that theoretically and pluralities modeled as sums. 2 is the set of two-membered sums, as it were, right? So there is like a structure analogy there. Second, in a way, I don't follow the money, I follow the linguistics, right? And this kind of treatment is something that is, you know, at least very reputable linguistically for the occurrence of 2 in something like Mars has 2 moons. And then you want to kind of not only look at Mars has 2 moons, you want to look at something like the moons of Mars are 2 in number. So there it's clearly a predicate, clearly as anything can be, but you know, really looks like a predicate of objects and not a predicate of first-order properties, as it would be on the set of set way of thinking of that. You want to say something like, I don't know, these are 2 brown chairs, right? Again, it's part of a predicate of objects, these being 2 objects. So the linguistics fits better that way. Finally, so if you're not concerned with natural language linguistics, which I think you should, but maybe you aren't, then of course, you know, nothing prevents you of doing just that, right? Then it's kind of, it's your formal language, and do whatever you want with that, and if it kind of has nice benefits, more power to you. But you know, insofar as you're interested in natural language linguistics and you know follow what they say, then you kind of end up, hopefully, with my proposal being at least plausible.
Okay, last questions, quick, please.
So yeah, thanks. That was great, super clear. I'm just wondering, do you think there's some other bits of language we could tell a kind of similar story about, or is this just because number terms work this way? Like, are there going to be other bits we can tell something kind of similar to?
Yeah. So what kind of is in the background of my view is a certain view concerning nominalization, which is the phenomenon that we can take expressions which don't have the syntactic status of a noun phrase, and we nominalize them, and then get an expression that does have the syntactic status of a noun phrase. Kind of clearer examples are wise wisdom, snow is white, that snow is white, and here we just have the same word, 2 and 2, just with different syntactic status. And the kind of orthodox view on nominalization is that with the syntactic type shift comes the semantic type shift. In a way to solve the horse with no name paradox, we kind of have to find like an object referent for nominalized predicates So whereas as a predicate wise denotes is of type E to T, as a nominalization, wisdom is of type E. And what I'm playing around with still after all those years is that it's immediately syntactic type shift, right? So that it just changes the syntactic type, but leaves the semantic type intact. And if that's true, then, for instance, wisdom is of the same type as wise. And then, of course, we could want to ask something about the property of being wise. And yeah, I would like to tell a similar story at least about that. I would like to tell a similar story about the proposition that P. And, at least technically, it's not that huge of a problem to tell this story. And then, of course, the question is, how plausible is that? And yeah, let's hope it is.
Okay, thank you very much, Robert, for your talk.
Thank you.
Now there's a coffee break, so run to the cafeteria outside the building because you have only 15 minutes. Okay, I think we should start. So our speaker is John Horden, and the title of the talk is People and Places.
Thank you for coming. Okay, so the title of the talk is quite literally, the topic of the talk is places that have some social significance or associated with groups of people, such as countries and cities and smaller things like business establishments. So several authors have argued that socially significant places of this sort are all immaterial objects, despite there being spatially located. So people who have given arguments along these lines include Peter van Inwagen, David Hillel Rubin, Daniel Corman, and Barry Smith. Here, in contrast, I'm going to defend reductive materialism about places. So what I want to say, what we want to say, because it's officially a co-author paper we've done with Professor, is that these are all material objects that contingently occupy social roles. So, for example, restaurants are typically pieces of real estate. They can be buildings or proper parts of buildings. They could also be parts of trains and ships if they're traveling restaurants. But these are all material objects. They're all physical places that one can go to. And likewise for other establishments, like shops, banks, schools and hospitals. And likewise for geopolitical entities, like cities and countries. They just all tend to be a lot bigger. So admittedly, our terms for these places are sometimes used to denote their associated groups of people. But as long as countries, cities and establishments are understood as places, we want to say that they are all material objects, the physical territories or premises of their associated groups. So why do people tend to reject reductive materialism in favour of immaterialism about places? There are three main lines of argument to this effect. The first is that there are supposedly temporal and modal differences between places and their territories concerning creation, elimination and relocation. Secondly, it's argued that unlike material objects, two places can exactly spatially coincide. Thirdly, it's argued that unlike material objects, places can be disembodied. So on to the first line of argument, it's been argued that there are temporal and modal differences between socially significant places and their territories or premises concerning creation, elimination and relocation. So Rubin gives the example of France, and he says that France can't be identical to its current territory, since the former could be relocated or eliminated while the latter stays put. For example, France could gradually move to where Greece is now, which could be absorbed by Italy. But the territory of France wouldn't go anywhere, it wouldn't disappear. Similarly, Noam Chomsky claims that London could be completely destroyed and rebuilt at the Thames in 1,000 years and still be London under some circumstances. Daniel Kahneman takes this line argument further, arguing that unlike material objects, places can be created, eliminated, and relocated by mere decision, where it's thought that you can't affect ordinary material objects this way, but by mere decision, that would be somehow magical. So he gives the example of the imaginary example of the Titanic restaurant. So suppose the Titanic restaurant is created with a stroke of a pen on the lease when a certain building is leased in Beaverton. It's relocated later with another stroke of a pen when another building is leased in Hillsborough, and it may one day finally be eliminated when the latter lease expires. So what we want to say about this example is that with the stroke of a pen on the lease, a certain building in Beaverton is assigned the previously unoccupied social role of being the Titanic restaurant. And then with another stroke of a pen on another lease, that same role is later transferred to another building in Hillsborough. And when the latter lease expires and is not renewed or replaced, the role of being the Titanic restaurant is again left unoccupied. So it turns out that Titanic, the name of the restaurant, is a non-rigid role term that flexibly denotes different objects at different times in different possible worlds. Hence, one can point to a certain building and say, that place used to be Titanic. Analogously, with a stroke of a pen on a job contract, a certain person is assigned the previously unoccupied social role of being Titanic's head waiter. With another stroke of a pen on another job contract, that same role is later transferred to someone else. And when the latter job contract expires and is not renewed or replaced, the role of being Titanic's head waiter is again left unoccupied. So, analogously, head waiter at Titanic is a non-rigid role term that flexibly denotes different people at different times and possible worlds. Hence, one can point at someone and say, that person used to be head waiter at Titanic. So the idea is that the name of the restaurant itself functions in just the same way. Likewise, we say for France and all these other examples. So the decision dependence observed by Kahneman concerns the assignment, reassignment, and vacation of specific social roles. And this explains why we can speak of the former Yugoslavia in just the same way we can speak of the former president of Yugoslavia. And it explains why we can say things like, woolly mammoths once roamed the area that would later become France. Or we could point to a certain building and say, that building used to be a church, but now it's a bar. So, to this line of argument, someone might respond, aren't place names supposed to be rigid? Well, we said that from where we stand, this looks like an overgeneralization from a plausible view of ordinary personal names like Saul Kripke. Still, one might wonder how place names can denote flexibly in the way we suggest if they don't have any obvious descriptive content. Admittedly, this is a difficult question, but it's possible for terms to function this way because there are just other examples. So, the titles Earl Russell and the Bertrand Russell Professor of Philosophy obviously denote different people at different times. The term the Flying Scotsman denotes different trains at different times, and the term Air Force One denotes different planes at different times. So it can't be denied that terms that look more like names than definite descriptions can nonetheless denote flexibly in the way we suggest concerning place names. Nonetheless, we can also allow for abstract uses of place names where the territorial role itself is denoted. So, for example, someone might say, Turkey was founded in 1923, which sounds true. The territory of Turkey was there long before. So here it seems we're making a claim about the territorial role of being Turkey. that was established and first occupied in 1923. Analogously, someone could truly say the Prime Minister of Turkey was abolished in 2018. And that's true, even though the last guy to occupy that role is still living and breathing. He lived to tell the tale. He wasn't wiped from existence. It's just that the role somehow was vacated and ceased to be functional. So this is just basically just a familiar type token ambiguity which we see in common nouns. So when I say my favorite dog is a chow chow, I'm not necessarily talking about any particular chow chow, I might just talk about the kind chow chow or the property chow chow. Okay, so a further problem. Suppose someone says, we went for Titanic a year ago when it was still in Beaverton, and then we went to the same restaurant again last week in Hillsborough. How can this sentence be true if the two buildings are not identical in our view? The solution here we want to say is that expressions of the form the same F, not always used to express numerical identity, but may instead be used to indicate commonality of type relative to suitably natural or salient typology. This is just the same way in which you can say this is the same fruit as that, pointing to two numerically distinct apples. And you could also say, over a century and a half after the US president was first impeached, the same head of state was impeached for the second time. There are numerical identity readings of these sentences which come out false, but there are also type identities readings of the sentences where they come out true. So another argument against reductive materialism in favor of immaterialism about places is to say that two places can exactly spatially coincide, while no two material objects can do this. So Peter van Eenwagen gives the example of the city of Washington and the District of Columbia. He says, he points out that the District of Columbia was much larger than Washington before 1871. The District of Columbia incorporated Georgetown before then, whereas Washington did not. And he claims that Washington is a city, whereas the District of Columbia is not. Here we have two different territorial roles with just one and the same occupants. This is the same. There's one aggregate of land in an infrastructure which currently serves as both Washington and the District of Columbia, even though the former had a different and smaller occupants before 1871. And this is just the same way in which Peter van Eenwagen himself simultaneously served as both the John Carlton O'Hara Professor of Philosophy and the President of the Society of Christian Philosophers between 2010 and 2013. It's also worth emphasizing again that sometimes the abstract role appears to be denoted by the place name. So when you say the District of Columbia is not a city, you might mean the role of being the District of Columbia does not involve being a city. Just as when you say the mayor of the District of Columbia is not affiliated with the Catholic Church, you might mean being the mayor of the District of Columbia does not involve any affiliation with the Catholic Church, even though the current mayor is actually a Catholic. Okay, another coincidence-based objection. Suppose a Titanic restaurant shared its Beaverton premises with notorious late-night bar, the last resort, with the former closing at 10 p.m. each evening, the latter opening at midnight and staying open until dawn. Then someone who knows all this might say, I often went to the Titanic when it was still in Beaverton, but I never set foot in the last resort. It seems like a reasonable thing to say, even if you know all the relevant facts. Here we have to say that this is, well, here we want to say this is best construed as metalinguistic negation. So the idea is that the speaker went there, but she never went there because it was the last resort. So what she means to convey by her assertion is the inappropriateness of her saying, I went to the last resort. Analogously, we might suppose that Titanic's waiters or moonlighted as the last resort's bartenders, then someone who knows all this might still say, I often tipped Titanic's waiters in Beaverton, but I never tipped the last resort's bartenders. And then, analogously, it can be interpreted as metaphysical negation. She tipped those people, but she tipped them because they were the waiters, not the bartenders. I'm going to skip a bit because I'm running short of time. So the final typical line of argument, or line of arguments being given by Daniel Coleman in particular, against reductive materialism and in favour of immaterialism, like he says, is the idea that unlike material objects, places can be disembodied. So to illustrate this idea, Coleman imagines a hat store called Hat Cetera, which is about to close its one building in Bloomington and move all its business online. What we want to say here is that it's the territorial role that becomes disembodied, not the particular restaurant. So when the building is vacated and replaced by sophisticated information technology, the role of being the Hat Cetera store, perhaps being the brick and mortar Hat Cetera store, ceases to have a material object. Analogously, when the head of marketing is laid off and replaced by sophisticated information technology, the role of being Hat Cetra's head of marketing, or perhaps being Hat Cetra's flesh and blood head of marketing, ceases to have material occupants. So how does Hat Cetera manage to stay in business after it's disembodied? Here the obvious answer is that Hat Cetera is not only used to denote the building, but also its associated retail company, i.e. the relevant group of people. Hence we can say that Hat Cetera occupies the building without implying the building occupies itself. This is just the same way in which we might speak of the White House or 10 Downing Street to talk about the groups of people that work in those places rather than the buildings themselves. Likewise, someone might say, she spoke to the hospital, meaning she spoke to those people. Alternatively, someone might say, he was in the hospital, meaning he was in that building. So these terms for establishments and countries and cities and so on are just polysemous in this way. When used to denote the retail company, we take Hat Cetera to function as a semantically plural role term, flexibly denoting different pluralities of people at different times of worlds. This is the view of social groups which we've defended elsewhere. So Hat Cetera will denote a numerically distinct plurality of people after the head of marketing leaves the company, yet in some good sense the remaining plurality will be the same company that the previous plurality was before, because they occupy the same social role. Further objection, Coleman claimed that if Hat Cetera is anywhere once it becomes an e-store, it's surely located in Bloomington where its owners and employees are. Yet if Hat Cetera is identical to those people, then it will be in Tahiti next week when the staff are there on vacation. Here, we're just basically borrowing the reply that was previously hinted at by Frank Hendricks and later developed by Catherine Hawley. So we can distinguish the physical and official locations of organizations just in the same way we can distinguish the official and physical locations of individual human beings. So compare the various official locations that individual people have for work, tax, voting, etc. These are different relations between people and places. Likewise, the company will officially be in Bloomington, even while they're physically in Tahiti. This is just the same way that I can say I'm in Vienna in some sense, because that's where my work address is. I can also say I'm in the hotel down the road, because that's where I'm staying, but my current physical location is right here in this room. So we say just the same thing about countries and cities. So Rubin once argued that France can't be identified with anything composed of its citizens, because this would lead to mislocate France when some of its citizens are abroad. So it might be that half the population of France goes to Iceland on a holiday. We don't want to say that France is, on the face of it, we don't want to say that France is partly in Iceland. So here we say, there's France the place and there's France the people. So France the place, that's where it is, but if you talk about the group of people, the national group France, sure, they can be partly in Iceland. So in conclusion, our terms for socially significant places are admittedly polysemous. They can be used to denote their associated groups of people or indeed their associated social roles. But as long as geopolitical entities and establishments are understood as places, they can all be identified with material objects.
Okay, questions?
Thank you. Thank you very much. So more clarification because I'm not sure I heard everything you said. So you're saying that with respect of material objects, you cannot locate them as easily, the social objects.
Say again?
It's like people, for example, being enrolled people, talked about, you know, like having a role like whatever, an organization. You cannot find a criterion to locate them, or you need to have roles to help you to locate them.
I mean, I'm located here.
Yeah.
So as far as my physical location goes, it's like right here where I appear to be. However, I bear various salient relations to other places. So my current office is somewhere in Vienna.
Yeah.
So there's some good sense in which I could say I'm in Vienna, just because, meaning I bear the work address relation to that place, but it's a different relation. It's not the physical location relation, it's the work address relation. My home address relation is somewhere else.
Okay.
My hotel address is somewhere else, and so on. But these are just different relations. As far as physical locations goes, I'm just where I appear to be. And it wants exactly the same thing about groups of people, organizations, and so on. So a company will have its work address at a certain office, even if the employees are all on the beach somewhere.
Okay. Okay, we will talk perhaps. I'm talking exactly about beaches and organizations related to kit fine way objects.
Questions, Nathan?
Cheers. Thanks, John. I got a little confused about the dialectic. So, as I understood it, you guys want to be materialists, and you're kind of pushing against this immaterialist story. But it feels to me like you basically reinvented a form of immaterialism, because the stuff that's doing the heavy lifting for you are roles, which look abstract, immaterial. So I guess I don't see what we gained. Does that make sense?
I mean, I can skip the motivations. So one thing, we don't have to say that any immaterial things are physically located. We don't have to say they stand in causal relations to material things. I mean, these people who advocate immaterialism, they don't tend to straightforwardly identify the relevant immaterial objects with the roles or the properties. I mean, if they did, then the view wouldn't look, maybe it wouldn't look that different. So it would be the kind of conciliatory route. But I mean, so like everyone else, we talk about properties, but everyone talks about properties. So you can choose your favorite view of properties. You can be a nominalist or a Platonist or whatever. But this is all orthogonal to our view because everyone's committed to property talk.
Maybe, I guess, I was thinking there might be weird issues with things like creating a role or creating an institution. And something weird will happen if you want to then like reduce that back to the material. Because like, you know, I dub you the president of this association. I didn't make you. So it looks like we're going to be pushed into actually having to have some kind of abstract object that's the object of the creation and stuff. So this is why I was kind of worried about like a lurking immaterialism, basically. But yeah.
I mean, yeah, so I don't really want to say that the abstract object, the role, literally comes into existence when we want to say the role is created. I mean, although that would be a possible view. We know various different things we could say about it. We could say that the role is some abstract object which exists timelessly, but it just sort of becomes socially relevant, and it first becomes occupied at a certain time. Or we could just go fictionalist about properties and roles in general and say, well, it's just took.
Okay, so if there are no other questions, thank you very much, John, for your talk. So let's start our talk. That is given by Valentina Luporini from the Scuola Normale in Pisa, and the title of the talk is Impure Sets as Abstract Objects Modeled Using Zalta's Individual Concepts.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for having me, and thank you for discussing with me about my PhD dissertation, which speaks about impure set. So I try to go straight to the point, asking what is an impure set. And in contemporary literature we have two definitions. Non posso muovere però. Sorry. Okay. So the first says that an impure set is a set whose members are not set but other abstract objects. And examples of this set are the set containing Sherlock Holmes and the set of cardinal numbers. The second definition says that a set is impure if and only if its members are concrete objects. And the classic example is Singleton Socrates. But this second definition can be extended to cover all set having concrete objects in the tentative closure, such as, for instance, Singleton Plato. So in this talk I will address the second kind of object, which I argue to be more problematic but also more interesting. And I try to give a third definition of impure set. First of all, why it is important to speak about impure set. Because impure set, I think they have a strange nature, because they are, so to say, too mathematical for the physicist, but too physical for the mathematician. And so I argue that the right place for discuss about impure set is philosophy. And indeed, in analytic philosophy, we have a lot of examples involving impure set. The most famous one is fine asymmetry. So Singleton Socrates essentially contains Socrates, while the other way around does not hold. But also, impure sets can be taken to be counterexamples to Lewis' way of negation, and this is shown in Katzel law and Coling. And also, as we will see, Maddy and Parson take impure set to be a starting point for all mathematical knowledge. And so I think that to understand all this claim, we do better understand the nature of impure set. But of course, this is not an easy task. And the question that I would like to propose you today is, are impure set concrete or abstract? And of course, this question presupposes an idea of what concreteness and abstractness are. And I will embrace Lewis' way of negation, according to which an object is abstract if and only if it has no space-temporal location and is causally inefficacious, while it is concrete if otherwise. So my plan for today is to briefly discuss about Maddy and Parsons' account for impure set, arguing that they are submitted to some problems, and then I will propose my own account based on Zalta individual concept. Okay, so let's start with Maddy proposal. So Maddy claims that impure sets are fully concrete objects. And we have two claims. We have an ontological claim according to which impure sets are space-temporally located precisely where the concrete things in the transitive closure are located. So basically, Singleton Socrates is located where Socrates is located. And then we have an epistemic claim according to which we perceive impure set. So we perceive Singleton Socrates. Of course, this account is problematic. I cannot go into the details of all the objection and the replies. I just want to formulate 3 objections. So the first is that perception is too weak for accounting for all the set that we want to account for in set theory. And so this is what I called hypotrophic perception. And the objection is stressed by Chiara. So the quotation goes as follows: the singleton set of an apple looks, feels, smells, and tastes exactly like the apple, and is located in exactly the same spot, and at exactly the same time, yet it is a distinct entity. And of course, the objection can be extended to cover higher order set. So we can ask, for instance, what is the perceptual difference between singleton Socrates and singleton Socrates? And also I argue, this is unexplored, that perception is also hypertrophic, because perception gives access to more set than required. And this is the case I propose for coextensional set having different predicates. Because different predicates plausibly correspond to different perception, but extensionality seems indispensable for set. And here the classic example is the set whose predicates are having a heart and having a kidney. We have just one set, but plausibly at least 2 different perceptions. And the last objection that I will address is that what we perceive is an aggregate and not a set. And the objection goes as follows. So if we're perceiving an object X, we don't perceive some essential properties P that makes X identical to A, then what we are perceiving is not A. And Meddi, let's say, a particular declination against Meddi's proposal is that since we don't perceive, for instance, that membership is not transitive or that set are identical if they have the same members, then we are not perceiving set, but aggregates. So some conclusive remarks about Meddi account is that perception is either too strong or too weak to account for set theory, and also that perception doesn't account for our understanding of set in set theory. So let's move on to Parsons' account of impure set. And Parsons claimed that impure set are quasi-concrete objects. And what is a quasi-concrete object? We have a definition, so X is quasi-concrete if and only if X is abstract, in the sense that it lacks space-temporal location. And X has the intrinsic property of being related to the concrete. And examples of quasi-concrete objects are types, shapes, sense qualities, and impure set. And then we have a criterion of identity, according to which X is the same quasi-concrete object as Y, if and only if X and Y have the same intrinsic property of being related to all and only the same concrete. Okay, to understand this point, we do better understand what it is to be a representation, and Parsons says that representations have to be understood in terms of embodiment or instantiations. So for instance, a shape is determined by the concrete object having that shape. But then we have a problem with the criterion of identity, and the problem arises especially for impure set, because concrete members don't represent a set in the same way in which tokens represent a types, or in which a concrete object represents a sense quality or a shape. As an example, I could say that the set containing me and my laptop is not wholly instantiated by me or by my laptop taken separately. And Parsons is aware about this problem, and he replies that impure sets are not represented by each members, but they have to be represented by the mereological sum of the concrete element. But then we have another problem, because different sets can be represented by the same mereological sum. And it doesn't provide an example, but I think that this is a good one. So we have the set containing Socrates and Plato, and the set containing all Socrates parts plus all Plato parts. Then we have 2 different sets represented by the same mereological sum, namely mereological sum of Socrates plus Plato. Then we have another problem with quasi-concrete object, and this is an interesting one because maybe it can be generalized to all cases of abstract objects which are composed by concrete element. And so suppose that we embrace the 3 following principles. So we have weak location. So X is weakly located at R, if and only if R is not completely free of X. We have exact location, so X is exactly located at the region R, if and only if X has exactly the same shape and size as R, and stand in all the space-temporal relation to other entities as does R. And then we have constituency. So if Y is a constituent of X and Y is exactly located at the region R, then X is weakly located at R. And being a constituent of here is just a generic relation which includes being a part of, being a member of, being one of, and so on. And so if this is the case, then we can formulate three claims which are jointly inconsistent. So we have that in pure set are abstract objects composed by concrete objects, and this follows from Parsons' account. And then we have that concrete object has spatio-temporal location, and this follows from the definition of concrete object. And the third is that objects are at least weakly located where the constituents are located, and this follows from constituency. So friends of Parsons' account have to reject one of this, but of course they cannot reject the first because it directly follows from Parsons' account. And the second is plausible because it follows from the definition of concrete object. So basically they are obliged to reject the third. But then I think that they have the burden of proof for showing why constituency does not hold for quasi-concrete object. Okay, so some conclusive remarks about Parsons quasi-concrete is that the criterion of identity has to be revised, and also that it's not completely clear how and whether abstract object can be composed by concrete one without being themselves spatio-temporal located. Okay, let's move on now to my own proposal. This is a work in progress, so please be kind. And so my idea there is that all objects that we consider are already conceptualized, and this is I mean, we can stress some examples. So in considering Socrates, we already consider him as an object having some properties such as being a human being, being a philosopher, being Greek, and so on. And this is possible thanks to a conceptual work on something concrete. And of course, this point is old as philosophy itself. It can be found in Aristotle categories, in Frege, Grundlagen, of course in two different ways. And it is recently stressed in Thomason's work, and falls under the name of conceptual analysis. And to better grasp what conceptual analysis is, I would like to read this quotation from Jackson, 1998. So when bounty hunters go searching, they are searching for a person and not an antbill. But they will not get very far if they fail to attend to the representational properties of the antbill on the wanted person. These properties give them their target, or if you like, define the subject of their search. Likewise, metaphysicians will not get very far with questions like, are K's nothing over and above J's, in the absence of some conception of what counts as a K and what counts as a J. So my idea is that this conceptual analysis is really important for set theory, and this is, I mean, a fragrant flavored argument. So putting something in a set requires a process of conceptualization. So basically, Socrates belongs, for example, to the set of human beings because it is a human being, and I consider Socrates as a human being. Okay, so I have 3 points there. The first is that objects of our conceptual analysis are not identical to the object to which they refer. So the antbill is, of course, different from the person we are searching for, but also my conception of Socrates is kind of different from Socrates' human being. The second point maybe is very controversial, I don't know, we can discuss this later, is that something conceptualized is something abstract, and also that this conceptualized object can be linked to something concrete. And so we have that supposedly concrete members of impure set are abstract objects. And these objects have a relation to the concrete. So for example, Socrates' member is an abstract object which is related to Socrates' human being. Okay, so to understand this point, it is maybe useful to stress a comparison with Husserl's theory of noemata, according to which each intentional state is directed toward something, but the content of intentionality is different from the object the intentional act is referred to. So Husserl's example is the perceived tree, which is not the tree of the external world, rather the sense of the perception of that tree. And so basically noemata can be considered as abstract conceptualized object which can be related to something concrete. And so the question is how abstract conceptualized object can be linked to the concrete. And Husserl noemata, so I will stress once again the comparison, can be modeled by Zalt object theory. And this is shown by Zalta 1988, also by a paper of mine, which is a forthcoming. And I argue that Zalt object theory can be a model also for impure set. And to understand how, we have to consider some features from Zalt object theory. So we have a fixed domain of object, and we have a distinction between abstract and ordinary object. So X is abstract if and only if there is no word at which X is concrete. X is ordinary if and only if there is at least a word at which X is concrete. And then we have that ordinary object exemplify properties, and this is the classic way in which objects exemplify have properties. And abstract object can both exemplify and encode properties. And this is taken to be primitive in Zalt object theory, so I give some example to better understand the sense. The distinction, so the empty set encodes being a set with no members, and it exemplifies being abstract, not having a mass, while Sherlock Holmes encodes being a detective and exemplifies being fictional. Okay, so this I want to skip. Okay. So the idea is that we can have a model for your element in set theory by using a device from Zalt object theory, and this device is called individual concept or abstract copy. And so C is the individual concept, abstract copy of the ordinary object X, if and only if C encodes all and only the properties that X exemplifies. And as an example, you can say that C is Socrates' abstract copy, if and only if C encodes all and only the properties that Socrates exemplifies. So C would, for instance, encode being a philosopher, being Greek, and so on, and would exemplify properties such as being abstract, being a Socrates' copy, and so on. So finally, we have a new definition for impure set, combining definition 1 and 2. So we have that impure set are set whose members or element in the transitive closure are abstract object, but these abstract objects are of a particular kind having relation with something that is or can be concrete. And so a set is impure if and only if its members or its element in its transitive closure are abstract copies of ordinary object. And the account seems quite, ontologically luxurious, of course, but I think that have some advantages. Now I have no time to show this, but I think that the account is close to the way in which we really work, so we never bear in mind ordinary object. Our access to concrete objects is, of course, mediated by this abstract object. And also, it allows to modify Zalta 2006 account for impure set, which I argue to be more, really problematic. Also for people that don't like fine counterexample with singleton Socrates, it allows to argue against this counterexample. And also it avoids the problem that I shown with Maddy and Parson account. For instance, it provides a picture of impure set as a mathematical object with mathematical properties and provide a more precise idea of how abstract objects are linked to the concrete. Okay, here are some references, and thank you very much.
Thank you. I really enjoyed your talk. But I was just wondering about one of your objections to Parson. What if Parson say that an impure set is represented not by the merological sum of its members, but by its members plurally?
Yeah.
In that case, you wouldn't have the problem that you raised, because a merological sum can be decomposed into different ways, but there cannot be two different sets that contain as member exactly the objects in a plurality. So at least that problem would be solved.
Yeah, of course, this could work, I think. And I'm really surprised that it does not really speak about this possibility of taking the set to be just the plurality, so represented by the plurality of elements. This was an objection stressed by Fabrice Correa. when I was at Eidos. I'm not sure that everybody would agree that there is a difference between mereological sum and pluralities, but still, I agree with this. So maybe, yeah, I agree with you.
A plurality is many objects, not just one object, and mereological sum is one object. So
Yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I think that this is a way to escape from the objection.
Okay, thank you very much, Valentina, for your talk. I really enjoy it. So I want to make a question, because if I have understood you good, you said that in order to know for an object if it's belong to a set, for example, we should do like such some conceptual analysis. So, for example, for Socrates to belong to the set of human beings, we should know that Socrates is a human being. But I don't know. I'm not sure what happened with singletons, because for me, it's like, it seems like to know that Socrates belongs to the singleton of Socrates is to know that Socrates is Socrates. But we can know that Socrates is Socrates only because maybe we know that all the sets Socrates belong to, for example, being a human being, or have kidneys, or whatever. But is our knowledge about the belonging of Socrates to that set, the singleton one, is acquired later? Or something like that, because if not, it seems like a little bit circular. We know that Socrates belongs to its singleton because he's Socrates.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that there is a conceptual work as well, in the sense that you can say that Socrates belongs to the singleton Socrates because he's self-identical or something like this, and this is a concept. So. Maybe it's different from being a human being, it's another concept, of course. But I think that we could say that each object belongs to the singleton because each object is identical to itself.
But you can also say that this object is identical with itself because you know all the sets that object belongs. I know that Socrates is identical because I know that he has kidneys, he's a philosopher, once we have the cluster of all these properties, we can say, okay, Socrates is identical to all.
I'm not sure that self-identity derives from all the properties that an object have. I don't think so. But it's quite interesting. So you think that we have to know prior all the properties that an object have in order to know that the object is self-identical? No. I'm sorry, yeah. But thank you very much. Well, I will think about it.
Okay, so I'll try to keep the question quick then. This is a question about your argument against Maddie, the sort of perceptual argument. I understood you to be saying that in order to perceive an object, you have to perceive some properties that make it the object that it is, or make it the kind of thing that it is. And you might think that with, say, human beings, what is essential to a human being is their origin, or perhaps being a human being. That's a matter of genetics and DNA, but presumably you've never seen the property of me having certain parents, you've never seen my DNA, so it seems like if this argument worked, it would follow that no one has ever seen me, which is demonstrably false. So have I understood the argument correctly? Is this making sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. This is an objection stressed by Levin, among others. So he says, in order to perceive something, you don't need to perceive the essential property of that object. So, for instance, I can perceive water without perceiving that water is H2O, right? Okay. This is the sense of your objection, right? Okay. Yeah. That is true, but I think that here what we are perceiving is some essential properties of something else. So we are not perceiving the essential properties of set, right? We are perceiving the essential property of aggregates, according to me. So, for instance, the fact that when I perceive, Maddie speaks about the set of eggs in the fridge, and this set of eggs can change in time, for instance. And if I perceive this change, then what I'm perceiving is aggregates rather than set. And so I think that if we say that what we are perceiving is the essential properties of aggregate, then we are, it's not a knock-down argument, because you can say that even if I perceive the essential property of something, it's not sure that I'm perceiving that object. But at least it's more plausible than the other option, I think. I know if you are convinced. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, is there a question?
So it's about your proposal.
Can you speak, because
sorry. Yes. The existence of the singleton of Socrates, okay, normally follows from the axiom of pairs. So you have that given x and y, you have the singleton of x, y, and so you have the set of x and y, and so you have the set of x and x, and so you have the singleton of x, okay? So this Socrates is the element of the singleton of Socrates. Given Socrates, you have the singleton of Socrates. But according to your proposal, the member of the singleton of Socrates is not Socrates. So is it anymore the singleton of Socrates? It doesn't seem so.
So the philosophical idea is that once we go into set theory, we don't have really human beings, but we have copies, yeah. So, and I think that we have no problem with modality, because if we embrace Zalta theory, object exists at every word, so Socrates exists at every word, and is concrete at some word. And then we have the abstract copies, and once we have the abstract copy, we have the singleton. And so the singleton exists at every word, even at word in which Socrates, it's not concrete, in the sense that it lacks but temporal location. And so I want to work more on the philosophical, if you want, pedigree of this fact that singletons have abstract copies as members instead of human beings. In my idea, all this started when I read Fine Counterexample with Singleton Socrates, and I said, no, it's not possible that Socrates even necessarily belonged to singletons. Socrates is just a human being. Our conception of Socrates belonged to singleton. So the idea was just the external world is there, and then we can understand the world by creating abstract objects referring to the concrete object of the external world. So okay. This was the idea. Thank you very much.
So something never achieved in the history of philosophy, 3 questions and 3 answers in 3 minutes. So.
Okay, this is a lot of responsibility. And the question is very vague, in fact, so I'm not sure it's good or bad. But could you say this, that the relation between the singleton set of Socrates and Socrates is similar to the relation between the name Socrates and Socrates in a sort of Kripkean framework for names, so that, on the understanding that the name refers to Socrates even at possible words where Socrates doesn't exist?
This is really a huge question. I don't know, I want to think about it. Now it's kind of complicated. Maybe I can speak with you later, drinking a coffee. Okay. But thank you very much. Zalta has, take Kripke story, so we don't need properties in order to understand that Socrates is Socrates. This is what he do. But,
Hi, thank you for your talk. With respect to the concern that if you were to understand impure sets as, in terms of sets having concrete entities as constituents somehow or another, that would, somehow infect the set and render them non-abstract in the relevant sense. I was just wondering, has anybody offered a view according to which the sets are something like, they're abstract properties of some sort, maybe they're Platonic universals or something, and then an impure set would be understood as, in terms of instantiation, so that any pair of concrete objects, for example, would instantiate the set of having, associated with having two members. And then if you had that kind of conception, then it doesn't seem as if there would be a problem for spatial temporal location, because even when concrete objects instantiate properties, at least on some accounts of the properties at issue, those instantiations continue to be abstract.
Yeah, thank you. This is a possibility, and I explored this possibility for 2 months. Then I realized that the relation of instantiation is quite problematic as well. So you have the same problem, but in another story. So I think that, so delta abstract copy allows to better explain how the relation can go between abstract and concrete stuff, better than instantiation, I think. Because at least you have something which is formalized, something, of course it's philosophically not straightforward, but at the same time the relation of instantiation gives the same problems. And this is well shown in fine ontological dependence, according to which you have a problem even between types and tokens. So the relation of instantiation between type and token have the same problem regarding essentiality than membership relation. Yeah. But thank you.
Okay, last question.
Okay, I'm going to try to make it very short and you don't have to answer if it takes us too far afield. I'm worried about whether or not your solution to the problem could be contained to apply only to concrete objects. And the worry is the following. Suppose we have Socrates, flesh and blood person, and then we have whatever concept of Socrates you want to put into the set. So we have a concept, we have something abstract, we have something concrete, we have two things. So what happens when I now want to have a set that contains Socrates and Socrates' individual concept? Mm-hmm. How many elements does that contain? So if for Socrates we replace him with his individual concept, and we just put the individual concept in there, we're going to have a set with only one element, and that's bad. But if we now replace Socrates with his concept, and then replace the concept with the concept of the concept, then it seems that your solution would also affect all the sets that contain abstract objects, that in all of these cases, we never put the abstract object in there, but always a concept of the abstract object. Is that right?
Yeah, a good point. So it would contain, indeed, Socrates' conceptual individual concept and the concept of Socrates' individual concept. But I think that this is realistic. In some way, we iterate thought about stuff. So we can think about object, and we can think about concept of object and concept of object, and so on. So yeah, maybe it's problematic if we want to count object with this set. Yeah, I don't know, but thank you. Yeah, never thought about this.
Okay. Thank you very much, Valentina. So let's start our plenary lecture for the day, the second plenary lecture, which is given by Kevin Mulligan, one of the founders of Analytic Metaphysics and Ontology in Europe, and a great protagonist of all the editions of the Italian conferences. So the title of the talk is Internal Relations, Their Nature and Roles.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be back in L'Aquila to give a philosophy talk. This is my third philosophy talk in L'Aquila. The first one was in April 1988, which makes you think. When I received the kind invitation from my Italian friends, it was accompanied by a message which, how shall I put it, suggested very strongly, it wasn't quite in order, but suggested very strongly that I should speak about internal relations. And since I'm now a philosopher at an Italophone university, my immediate reaction was to wonder, what is it that my Italian friends don't want me to talk about? Have they heard about my famous talk towards an analytic metaphysics of sex, subtitle Gender and Phlogiston? And then common sense reasserted itself, I have great trust in my Italian metaphysical friends, so I'm sure they know what they're doing, although I don't know what it is that they think they're doing. But anyway, I'm going to talk about internal relations, their variety and nature. And to summarize very briefly the main point I want to make is that there is a special type of internal relation which I think is very important in metaphysics and in applied metaphysics, and which tends to get overlooked. It's hardly ever mentioned in most of the best-known accounts of internal relations. So I'll say a little bit about what internal relations have been said to be, and I'll look at the sort of examples that people typically give, and then I'll move in on the type of internal relation which I find interesting and neglected. So the topic is usually introduced by contrasting sentences or propositions such as Sam is acquainted with Maria, or Sam is standing next to Maria, or Maria resembles Patrizia. These are said to attribute or express, or they're made true by external relations. And they're contrasted with propositions such as blue is darker than yellow, or 3 is a successor of 2, or the way Maria smiles resembles the way Patrizia smiles. And these are said to attribute or express or even be made true by the holding of internal relations. An interesting historical question is who first identified external relations. I recently heard a talk by a specialist on Aquinas, which argued quite plausibly that Aquinas clearly understood what an external relation was, in particular in his writings on what it is for a substance to occupy a place. And this I found very interesting because, as far as I can tell, Hume, who famously persuaded us of the distinction between contingent matters of fact and what he calls relations of ideas, which are one type of internal relation. As far as I can see, Hume never refers to external relations, never refers to matters of fact which are relational. In cartoon histories of analytic philosophy, we read the claim that Bradley thought that all relations are internal, which was opposed by our heroes, Russell and Moore, who argued that all relations are external. These two claims are a bit of a simplification, but there's more than a grain of truth in them. There is also a third view, which might be called the Austrian view, which contrasts with the British view, and that is the claim that there are external relations and there are internal relations. And this is a view which is found in the 1890s in the writings of Meinong and Husserl, who's just been mentioned, but most famously in the writings of Wittgenstein. And in Husserl too, we find the claim that all relations are either internal or external. We also find the claim that internal relations are in some sense more fundamental than external relations, although these three philosophers don't understand more fundamental in the same way. All of these claims contrast with the view pushed by Jonathan Lowe towards the end of his life, and Peter Simons, probably towards the end of his life too, that there are, as Peter puts it, probably no relations at all, so no external relations and no internal relations. The variety of internal relations in 20th century philosophy, a quite astonishing number of subkinds of internal relations have been distinguished. In particular, I think the two major criminals are Husserl and Wittgenstein. And so the standard example, the least controversial sort of example, are relations between colors or tones or even smells inside a quality space. And very often numbers and geometrical figures are treated in the same way. But lots of philosophers have also argued that intentionality, agreement, correspondence, congruence, verification, structural similarity, all these things involve or are internal relations. And then there is an idea which used to be terrible, used to be discussed far too much when I was young, according to which the reason relation, or the motivation relation, or justification relations are internal relations, as opposed to causal relations, which were said, wrongly I think, to be external relations. And finally, in the philosophy of logic, many formal connections are described as internal relations. The whole family of identity, difference, similarity, resemblance, dissimilarity, which come in many different kinds, are often claimed to be, with one or two exceptions that I'll talk about, internal relations. So I've already mentioned external similarity between two substances. There are many kinds of internal similarity, according to many philosophers. So these include similarities between properties, between types, between kinds, but also appearances and looks. There are internal similarity relations between relations. And these, again, come in many different kinds. So I discovered quite recently that the whole idea of structural similarity seems to have come into philosophy from physics, which is an unusual state of affairs, as far as I can tell. So the very detailed accounts of models in English physics, or English Anglo-Scottish physics, clearly relies on some sort of internal relation between relations. And that then, through the physicist Hertz, passes into logical atomism. We get the idea that different types of representations stand in internal relations to what they represent. And the idea also takes off in sociology, in a very dubious sociological tradition, which has a starting point in someone who's not dubious at all. Probably the only great French philosopher, Pierre Duhem, was the first person to introduce this idea of structural similarities between different sorts of sociological phenomena. My favorite example is the similarity between the structure of Kant's philosophy and the structure of the Prussian state. So in Kant's philosophy, you have all these sensations, color sensations, and affective phenomena and emotions which have no structure at all. It's a chaos. And then transcendental subjectivity, or whatever she's called, imposes order on these unstructured things. And it's been pointed out this is very like the structure of the Prussian state. What corresponds to the unstructured sensations are the Polish and Ukrainian peasants, and it's the Prussian state which imposes order. So this led to an explosion of more or less crazy theses of this kind. In cognitive science, there is the theory of mental modeling. So what I'm really interested in is the contrast between, on the one hand, internal relations between qualities or ideal objects on the one hand, and internal relations between temporal entities. That's the thing that's been neglected. So let's move towards that. Wittgenstein's famously right at the beginning of his remarks on color that there is a big difference between saying that a certain body is lighter than another and stating the relationship between the lightness of certain shades of color. And he correctly makes the analogy with lengths and numbers. So one and the same sentence can express an external or an internal relation. And if we consider this suggestion, we see that there are lots of examples like this. So not just Wittgenstein's own example, Tom is darker than Hans, as opposed to blue is darker than yellow, so external and internal. There's also this stick is longer than that stick, and then there's the internal relation between the two lengths. One good is more expensive than another good, the internal relation between prices. one object is better or more valuable than another, and then there are relations of height or importance between values. So, justice is a higher value than, I don't know, politeness, and so on. And this is suggested to some people, again, actually to Duhem, that if you want to understand what it is to be a quality, one essential feature of a quality is that it's something that can play these two roles in external and internal relations. So, considering the sort of examples that I've mentioned, people throughout the 20th century have put forward the following claims. Internal but not external relations are necessitated by their relata. Internal but not external relations are grounded in the essences or natures of their relata. Internal but not external relations are atemporal. Internal but not external relations are useless. In a very precise sense, you can't actually use them to do anything in the real world. Internal but not external relations involve essentialist mereology, not mereological essentialism. There I have in mind just the sort of claim which is very common, that to be the number 3 is to be greater than the number 2, which is sometimes expressed as part of what it is to be the number 3. Part of what it is to be the number 3 is to be greater than 2. And then finally, the claim that what makes relations internal are precisely the relations in equality space. So here is just Wittgenstein wobbling between some of these different characterizations. Okay, so let me now come to what I'm really interested in, which is internal relations for nominalists. So nominalists believe that there are no abstract or ideal entities, so question, should they have internal relations? And the answer is, I think, yes. And this is suggested by all sorts of examples which are fairly well known. So I mentioned the thesis that internal relations are more fundamental than external relations. One sort of argument for that conclusion is that the predication of an external relation, such as Sam is taller than Hans, holds partly because there is an internal relation between Sam's height and Hans's height. And that, as the philosophy of measurement and quantities has shown, involves, unless you're an extreme conventionalist, distinguishing between internal relations between numbers on the one hand and internal relations between physical quantities on the other hand. So there you already have this idea that there are internal relations between entities in time, temporal entities. The most basic type of internal relation between temporal objects was, I think, clearly distinguished by Kripke, who I forgot to check, but I think he says in Naming a Necessity that numerical difference is an internal relation. So if Paris is not London, then Paris and London are necessarily such that they're numerically different. This point had been made in the past, for example, here by Meinong, but talking about ideal entities. So here you have Meinong on the necessity that red differs from green. I've put in that quotation so that you can see how all the familiar ideas about the relation between necessity and grounding are to be found already in very early Meinong. Well, I won't talk about the identity numerical difference example because it's fairly well known and it's been discussed. So what I want to look at now is internal relations between temporal entities other than substances or things. Okay, and I guess the two main candidates here are tropes. Tropes, as understood by Campbell and Williams, and also the other candidate is non-repeatable concrete events or states or processes. On some views of tropes, there's no difference. So D.C. Williams very often identifies tropes with events. I think that's a mistake, but nevertheless, it's quite a common view. So I'll just stick with tropes. So consider two redness tropes, and suppose that there is a relation of exact similarity or exact resemblance between these two tropes. This really seems to be an internal relation. If those two tropes exist, then necessarily they are related by this relation of resemblance. And what holds of color tropes arguably holds of other tropes, for example, shape tropes. This point was first made clearly, I think, by the Swiss philosopher Guido Küng, who didn't use the term exact resemblance. He talked about equality. And as he pointed out, and as many people have repeated since, the nominalist is more or less, or rather the trope nominalist, because not every nominalist is a trope nominalist, the trope nominalist really has to use this internal relation of exact resemblance in order to do the jobs which lazy philosophers do by postulating abstract properties, general properties or kinds. Now, obviously, internal relations between tropes like this can be part of a nominalist program. But of course, they can also be combined with Platonism. You may think that there are abstract entities and there are also tropes, and you will still have two very different kinds of internal relations. So the exact resemblance of the nominalist has been called brute resemblance, and that is because it does not obey the otherwise very plausible principle that if X resembles Y, then X resembles Y in some respect. So this is the view that X resembles Y is elliptic for X resembles Y in some respect. And that final term, in some respect, introduces Platonism in respect of shape, in respect of color. Here again we have ideal qualities, it seems. An interesting consequence of this view, I think, particularly in the light of recent discussions, is that of the two main theories of internal relations, the necessitation theory and the essential grounding theory, the trope nominalist doesn't really have a choice. He has to say that the internal relations he's interested in are necessitated by their terms. And the reason for that is, I think, that the most popular type, the most popular way of understanding essential is to assume that there are abstract properties or kinds, and to say that when a property or a kind is exemplified or instantiated, it may be exemplified or instantiated essentially. So essentially qualifies instantiation or exemplification, a relation between particulars and abstract entities. Now, the nominalist doesn't have abstract entities, so he can't use that explication. He has to say internal relations are necessitated by their terms, and this, you may think, is one of the main objections to this nominalist move. And the suggestion would be, the one I already mentioned, we have to combine internal relations between tropes and internal relations between qualities, and then we don't need to say that any internal relations are necessitated by their terms. We can give an essentialist grounding account of them. So that's the end of the little description of the type of internal relation that I'm interested in. In order to make you see why internal relations between tropes are important and interesting, I'm going to give you 3 or 4 examples which all have to do with the philosophy of mind. So what I'm going to do is a little bit of applied ontology, applying ontology to the mind. I want to show you how internal relations are important in metaphysically clued up philosophy of mind. So I'll consider 3 examples. Perception, which we heard about in the last talk. So suppose that there is what is sometimes called simple seeing, non-conceptual, non-judgmental, non-doxastic, direct seeing of things, processes, states. Suppose too that whatever we see in this way is particular. And suppose too that whatever we see is wholly particular. This is to rule out crazy views like Armstrong's view that when a particular and a universal come together, the whole thing is particular. Now, in most ordinary visual perception, there is what Fred Dretske, in the pioneering account of simple seeing, called visual differentiation. Maybe there isn't visual differentiation in all visual perception. If you move very close to a uniformly colored wall, there is arguably no differentiation. But in the sort of ordinary perception, visual perception that we're enjoying, there is visual differentiation. Now, visual differentiation is a very complex property. One of the things that visual differentiation means in simple seeing is that I, in looking at you, am aware of numerous chromatic boundaries. There is a chromatic boundary surrounding Georgia over there. There are lots of these boundaries. And these chromatic boundaries are markers of relations. They are markers of internal relations. They are markers of internal relations between concrete colors, trope colors, and concrete shapes. So it seems that in order to see a thing in the standard way, seeing a man as a three-dimensional substance over there, I have to be aware of not just a few internal relations, but masses of internal relations. And this phenomenon, in a sense, is well known in the psychology of vision, but philosophers, I think, haven't really taken it seriously. So here is the suggestion. In order to simply see things and processes, one has to be aware of numerous internal relations between temporal entities. Now, I like this view because one immediate consequence is that there are internal relations. So Lowe and Simons are wrong when they say that there are no relations. Here we have internal relations which are also not useless. They're actually essential to visual perception. Now, you may have noticed that I carefully said that in order to see things, I have to be aware of internal relations. There is a stronger view, a crazy view, which is found in Wittgenstein. According to Wittgenstein, it's possible to perceive internal relations. That seems to me to be absolutely crazy. Philosophers have used the word perceive in all sorts of mysterious ways. You certainly can't perceive with your eyes internal relations. So I remain convinced that the right formulation of the view is that in order to see things, typically, we have to understand or grasp or be aware of lots of internal relations. And since Husserl has been mentioned, I will say that I think that this is the right way to develop Husserl's account of categorial intuition. Now take another phenomenon. Not perception, but preference. Preference is a peculiar phenomenon because everybody knows that preference is essential to all the best theories of human behavior. And yet, philosophers of mind pay almost no attention to preference. So you can't find an account of preference which can stand comparison with standard accounts of emotions or visual perception or belief. What is it to prefer something? If you look at almost any dictionary, the first explanation given is that for X to prefer Y to Z is just for X to like Y more than Z. Now, it seems to me that liking something more than something else is indeed a type of preference. However, this is not necessary for preference. So if X likes Y a lot and Z a little, then trivially, X likes Y more than Z. But notice that X may never have thought of Y and Z together. He or she may never have compared them. So, of course, it's true that if X likes Y a lot and Z a little, then in one sense, X prefers Y to Z. But this type of preference could be described in the following way. It contains two mental acts or states which have the property of intentionality. But it itself, this preference that I'm describing, does not have the property of intentionality. And indeed, in a world where all preferences were like this, creatures need not have the concept of betterness. Now, we can compare this with another type of preference, which is choosing at a moment or deciding at a moment to F rather than G. This type of preference does not function in the same way. It does not involve an internal relation between two mental acts or states which themselves involve intentionality. So we might conclude preference comes in at least two kinds, what one might call analytic preference, where you read off a person's preference from their other mental acts and states. And this is very like the concept of preference used in macroeconomics, in behavioral or behaviorist macroeconomics. Economists don't talk about liking, they talk about behavioral dispositions. But the key idea is the same. If you know a person's behavioral dispositions with respect to two types of cars, you can read off their preferences. So we need the distinction, we need this notion of internal relations between mental tropes if we are to understand preference. My final example, I began by mentioning lots of different types of internal relation according to various philosophers. Let me just look very briefly to conclude at the reason relation, or the motivation relation, or the justification relation. They're not quite the same thing, but they're all closely connected to one another. As I said at the beginning, in the 70s and the 80s, people like Davidson got very excited or exercised by claims going back to Wittgenstein, according to which these relations are internal relations, unlike causal relations. So here is one of Wittgenstein's formulations of this idea. The causes of our belief in a proposition are indeed irrelevant to the question of what we believe, not so the grounds which are grammatically related to the proposition. What is grammatically related? Well, in one of his manuscripts, it's quite clear that grammatical is really Wittgenstein's new sexy word for the old idea of internal relation. He uses internally related rather than grammatically related. So the grounds of a proposition determine the proposition because they are internally related. Now this point had been, a very similar point had been made by Husserl, I think in about 1914, who says the because of motivation has a quite different sense than that of natural causation. The unity of motivation is a connection which is founded in the relevant acts themselves. Now, this is precisely the formula which he uses in his analysis of internal relations. So let's take an example. Someone is very scared or frightened, and on the basis of that runs away. So the thesis is that the state of fear of an object and the decision to run away from the same object or the actual action of running away from the object, these two mental acts or states found the relation of motivation. Husserl himself stops short of saying that motivation is an internal relation. What he says is it has the same analysis as internal relations. Now we're touching here on many debates in the philosophy of action and reasons. One immediate consequence of Husserl's view is that motivation and the reason relation are not themselves normative. Nowadays a very unpopular view. Another problem which Husserl and Meinong and Wittgenstein identified is that we can distinguish between motives or reasons which are non-defeasible and motives or reasons which are defeasible, which can be trumped, overcome. And very often we use the metaphor of weights. We say that one reason is stronger than another. Of course, this is a very misleading picture, as Wittgenstein would say, because there are quantities here. So it's not quite clear what sort of an internal relation we're dealing with here, but it seems to be fairly plausible to say that we are dealing with an internal relation, and an internal relations which are not between abstract entities, qualities, but between mental tokens or physical tokens, as in my quantity example. Thank you very much.
Why you say it's so crazy to perceive aspects the way Wittgenstein says?
I wasn't criticizing his talk about perceiving aspects. I was criticizing a claim which he makes in the same passage. I was criticizing the claim which I have put in black. What I perceive is an internal relation. I don't actually believe that one can simply see relations of any kind. But even if someone persuaded me that there are counterexamples, they would be things like seeing a slap. So suppose that Maria slaps Sam. Well, most of us think that if Maria slaps Sam, there is an event of slapping, and you can see events. Of course, it remains to be shown that that slap is identical with a relation, perhaps with a trope relation. But what I do want to resist is the idea that we can perceive internal relations.
Because you conceptualize.
With your eyes.
Yeah.
You have to think with your eyes.
Just on the point of perception, so there I am perceiving a red ball, so I perceive a shape trope, a red trope, and I also perceive the internal relation. Is the internal relation a trope?
So I don't think that you see the internal relations. I say that they stand in internal relations, and and in simply seeing, you have to grasp these. I don't think that the grasping is any sort of sensory act or state.
Right. Okay. So the question is the internal relation itself a trope? In which case, won't you need another trope to join those?
So in one or two of the more recherché corners of the trope literature, this idea has indeed been floated and discussed. The usual answer is that so it's a cousin of the question: are there difference tropes? Are there identity tropes? Okay. Are there similarity tropes? The answer that I prefer is that similarity, identity, difference, the sort of relations that we refer to when we talk about internal relations, they're all formal relations. And I believe that everything formal escapes the dichotomy between particular and abstract. So to use an old medieval terminology, they are neutral with respect to universality and particularity. It's a difficult sort of question, but the idea is that this distinction really only makes sense for material concepts or terms or entities.
So they still correspond to something in reality?
Sorry?
They still correspond to something in reality? So you need...
Oh, the idea is that the internal relations between tropes, they really are mind independent, yes. Yeah. Of course, one view which I didn't have time to mention is you might think that all these, you might think, to go back to my starting point, that Kant was right after all, and the mind imposes all these internal relations on mind-independent reality. And of course, if that were true, then the little story I told you is not an argument for the existence of relations. I mean, it is an argument, it's a bad one.
Thanks very much. You mentioned that it's very unpopular to perceive reasoning as an internal relation and not as a normative notion. And I guess this is because of the implication of determinism, because of internal relations are tied to necessity. And
sorry, internal relations are tied to
necessity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and when one is thinking about perception as an internal relation, is then error of perception even?
Is there what?
Error of perception, perceiving something wrongly. Okay. Is this even possible then?
Oh yes, yeah, obviously. So in English we have a type of expression which is very common. We distinguish between perceiving and misperceiving, and we do this for many verbs. And the important point, I think, is that if X misperceives Y, then X perceives Y. So misperceiving isn't, the phenomenon of misperception isn't an argument for conjunctivism. Perception really is a relation to the real world. But when you perceive something, you may misperceive it. And the simplest sort of examples are the case where you see a dog. There really is a dog and you see it. But for one reason or another, you see it as a cat. So you really have perceived the dog, but you misperceive it. So perception is a relation to the world.
Thanks for the talk. You said that qualities are those that satisfy the two roles, both internal and external relations. Then you gave us this view of preference. And I was wondering about qualia, mental qualia. And it seems that preference, in the case of mental qualia, doesn't need to satisfy any external relation after all. I can, navigate through my preferences as just a phenomenological kind of profile that I can set to myself without this being in any way related to something which is really different outside, because sometimes I can have different qualia with respect to the same object, perhaps. Okay. So,
I'm not entirely sure I've understood, but I don't think that, I'm fairly sure I didn't say that in order to prefer, you have to be aware of any internal relations. I was describing one type of preference, the one used by economists, according to which it is an internal relation between two intentional mental states of the subject. This does not involve the claim that you have to be aware of the internal relation. As I said, you may never have compared the objects of your liking. Nevertheless, it's still true, in one sense of the word prefer, that you prefer the object of one liking to the object of another.
Other questions? Okay, in such a case, thank you very much. Okay, just an announcement now. There is a buffet which is open to all, and invited, contributed, and whoever. And it's located at the first floor in the patio. Okay?
So we can begin. It is a pleasure for me to introduce the workshop on Jessica Wilson's Metaphysical Emergence that lies, I would say, at the core, both substantially and temporally, of the conference. And in the introduction to the conference, my friend Ciro De Florio mentioned the fact that this is the 6th Italian conference in Analytic Ontology and Metaphysics. So it is a conference that is part of a series that, so to say, accompanied the growth of the Italian community of metaphysicians and ontologists. And another tradition that is accompanying this growth in these last years are some reading groups and workshops about important books in metaphysics. Previous editions of these workshops concerned books by Timothy Williamson, Dan Corman, Barbara Vetter, Linnebo. This edition of the workshop will include 4 talks. The first one by Jessica, a sort of précis or overview of the book. And then 3 talks by Erika Onnis, Michele Paolini Paoletti, and Francesca Bellazzi. And the structure of the talks will be slightly different with respect to the general conference, because the 4 speakers will speak for an entire half an hour, or approximately, because their talks actually concern mutually connected topics. And after that, actually after a much needed at that point coffee break, there will be an extensive questions and answers session about the talks and about Jessica's book in general. And the questions and answers session will begin with the replies of Jessica to the 3 talks about her book. So the first talk is by Jessica, and we can begin.
Thank you, Giorgio. Can people hear me okay? Thank you so much. So this is going to be kind of a whirlwind tour through the contents of my book, but first I just want to thank the organizers for making the case that there has been this workshop on my book. This is the first opportunity I've had to engage with interlocutors on the topic, and in this kind of context. So I'm really so pleased, and especially with these wonderful commentators. It's just, I'm really looking forward to this. So I'm going to just basically race through the chapters. In the first chapter, I try to motivate the notion of metaphysical emergence as something that deserves philosophical attention. And here, one of my methodological inspirations, so to speak, is drawn from the sciences. That is to say, to look at the data, so to speak, and then try to hypothesize about how best to accommodate that data. And here I think the data that motivates attention to the notion of metaphysical emergence is actually multifaceted, where the general tenor of some of these considerations will be that there are certain appearances according to which either special science or also artifactual, sort of non-natural, so to speak, entities and features co-temporally depend on lower level physical configurations and their features, and yet are also, to some extent, both ontologically and causally autonomous, which is to say that they appear to be both distinct and distinctively efficacious as compared to the lower level configurations and features upon which they co-temporally depend. This notion of co-temporality, by the way, I use the expression co-temporal to indicate that metaphysical emergence in particular is not a diachronic relation, as suggested by the target cases that I'm going to try to accommodate, but it need not be simultaneous or otherwise synchronic in that kind of instantaneous fashion. So the contemporal dependence can involve temporal intervals. So there might be some processes or some kind of temporally extended goings on that depend on some lower level processes or other goings on. So among the motivations that I see for metaphysical emergence are, for example, scientific consensus, according to which, now I'm going to focus on the usual supposition that the lower level entities are physical, the compositionally basic entities are physical. We could relax that assumption to look at a more general notion of metaphysical emergence that would apply to different kinds of foundational bases, compositionally foundational bases. But here I'm just going to be operating with the assumption that as per our best sciences, the only matter is physical matter. And also that the existence and the features of macro entities, at least in part, are functions of the existence and features of these lower level, ultimately physical configurations and their features. Relatedly, I think the fact that there are these distinctive special science taxonomies where the types that the special sciences focus on appear to be different from lower level types, even understood as being in massively complex configuration, and similarly for the special science features. So there's an appearance of difference there, different types, as well as an appearance of different laws that are governing the entities and features that are governed in the special sciences. So different laws, different taxonomies, suggesting that you have a kind of, again, cotemporal dependence, again, because the only matter is physical matter, and the properties of these guys, the existence of the entities and their features are in part a function of the existence and features of the lower level goings on in massively complex configurations and so on, suggests that there is metaphysical emergence. Other kinds of considerations have to do with universal properties and behavior, for example, associated with thermodynamic goings on, where compositional differences don't matter for certain kinds of critical behavior. There's also, I think, in ordinary experience, some considerations that are important to me. For example, perceptual unity. So a tree, for example, doesn't appear as a blooming buzz of microphysical particles or waves in the field, but actually just appears to us to be a unified entity. I also think we have determinable perceptions. So, when we look at a certain color or a shape, we're not seeing it in full, determinate detail, but rather we're perceiving certain kinds of determinable features of the entities and features that we perceive. And there's also an interesting, I think, consideration which has to do with individuation conditions of macro entities and also features, according to which they are compositionally flexible. Again, the idea is that the microphysical details are washing out at certain levels, higher levels of natural and artifactual reality. So just to be clear, there's a bunch of different ways that one might try to accommodate these appearances. You could try to be a reductionist and say, oh, well, these appearances are really just tracking something epistemic and so on. But again, reflecting my own methodological predispositions, I want to try to take these appearances at realistic face value and see if we can just make sense of them. Crucially, though, we're also, so emergence is situated somewhere between reductionism and some kind of substance dualism or pluralism. So the idea is that there's a kind of physical monism, the only substance, only matter is physical matter, and there are higher level features which can characterize higher level entities as well as higher level features, features of those entities. The dependence at issue, in addition to being cotemporal, I specify that it is material, so I talk about cotemporal material dependence. Again, the reference to materiality is just tracking the background presupposition of physical monism. And there is also understood in these contexts to be certain kinds of modal implications associated with the dependence that I characterize in terms of minimal nomological supervenience, which is to say that for any given higher level entity or feature, it requires that there be some lower level physical configuration or feature, and that if you were to have that physical configuration or feature in place, then at least with nomological necessity, at least in worlds with the same laws of nature, you would end up with that higher level entity or feature. So I take these considerations and the associated target cases to suggest that there is metaphysical emergence, again, associated with cotemporal metaphysical material dependence on lower level physical configurations, again, not individual physical entities, but massively complex configurations in the usual case, and their features, and yet a kind of distinctness and distinctive efficacy. And so given these considerations and the motivations for metaphysical emergence, the two key questions that I aim to answer in my book are, first, can we take these appearances at realistic face value? And if so, is there more than one way in which we could take these appearances? Is there more than one form of metaphysical emergence that would accommodate those appearances? And also, I'm interested in the question of whether there is actually any metaphysical emergence. So there are some of these prima facie case studies, but I want to look in my book more closely at a range of interesting phenomena and ask, well, what are the cases to be made for these being metaphysically emergent? So here the summary of the overall structure is that in the first chapters 2 to 4, I argue that there's 2 and only 2 forms of metaphysical emergence which will accommodate the target cases, and each of which is in principle viable, by which I mean it's coherent, it's naturalistically acceptable, and it's such as to avoid certain problematics, in particular Kim's problem of causal overdetermination, also called the exclusion problem or the problem of higher level causation. So one of these is what I call weak emergence, and this is compatible with physicalism on the assumption, again, that the compositionally basic entities are physical. And the other is strong emergence, which would not be compatible with, so if there were any strong emergence that would falsify physicalism, again, on the assumption that the compositionally basic entities are physical. And so then I go through and I have to, defend these. I offer 2 schemas for weak and strong emergence, respectively, and then I spend separate chapters looking at a range of potential concerns with each of these forms of emergence, and I argue that, in fact, the concerns can be addressed. So having done that, then I turn in chapters 5 through 8 to looking at some very interesting cases of complex systems, ordinary objects, consciousness, and free will or free agency, and considering some of the cases for their being either weakly emergent or strongly emergent. And I think one of the interesting upshots of the book, in the final chapter, I look specifically at free will. So the last 2 chapters on consciousness and free will, it's often been said that the hard case is consciousness, and that if there's a good case to be made for strong emergence, it lies in, conscious awareness or qualitative experience. And I argue that that's not, in fact, the case. So in the chapter on consciousness, I argue that the arguments for consciousness being strongly emergent, in fact, don't go through. But I argue that actually the best case for strong emergence is libertarian free will. And at the end of this handout, I have a summary of my line of thought there. I'm not going to be able to go into much detail, but at least you have my handout to fill in some of the details to which I will not get. So in chapter 2, this is where I present my 2 schemas for metaphysical emergence. And the motivation here and in my past work for these schemas for metaphysical emergence has as its starting point Kim's problem of higher level causation, as I call it here, which is kind of the most pressing, I think, see it as the most pressing challenge to taking the appearances of metaphysical emergence at realistic face value. And the general concern is that any purported effects of higher level features, and by the way, I'm going to focus in the remainder, as I do in my book, focus on the emergence of features as opposed to entities, on the assumption, which is, again is commonly accepted, that the emergence of higher level entities can be understood in terms of the emergence of higher level characteristic features of those entities. So, Kim's general concern, which many of you are probably familiar with, is that any purported effects of higher level features are going to be given cotemporal, the material dependence and the minimal nomological supervenience of these higher level features on lower level physical features. The purported effects of the higher level features are already going to be brought about by the lower level physical features upon which they cotemporally materially depend, such that the assumption that this feature is distinct from this feature and it is capable of causing this effect, well, if this guy can also operates as a sufficient cause of that effect, then it looks like these effects are somehow problematically causally overdetermined in a kind of unsystematic and implausible way. And here I set out the way I like to characterize Kim's problem of higher level causation as involving these 6 premises, involving the dependence, reality of the higher level feature, as well as the base features, the efficacy of the higher level feature, the distinctness of the higher level feature from its base features, along with this supposition which is characteristic of physicalism, according to which every lower level physical effect has a purely lower level physical cause, and then this sixth premise, non-overdetermination, according to which, with the exception of, say, double rock throw cases where both Susie and Billy are throwing a rock at a window and they both would be individually sufficient causes, they happen to arrive at the same time and produce the breaking. With the exception of those kind of cases, effects are not causally overdetermined by distinct, individually sufficient cotemporal causes. Okay, so the cotemporality there is important because no one has a problem with, say, the lighting of the fuse and then later the fuse burning and so on. Those could both be non-cotemporal causes of the ultimate effect. So the concern is with cotemporal overdetermination. And here I have some diagrams which indicate the sort of the two cases that Kim considers. One, it depends on what kind of effect is at issue. Is it a higher level effect or a lower level effect? Either way, it looks like prima facie there's overdetermination. If S causes, let's say, special science higher level feature S causes special science feature S prime, then S star minimally nomologically supervenes on some physical feature, let's say P star, by physical causal closure. P star is already caused by some other physical lower level feature, let it be P without loss of generality. So if P causes P star, and then P star is minimally nomologically sufficient for S star, then it looks like there's kind of a roundabout way of saying that P causes S star. So you get overdetermination in the first case via that kind of circuitous route. And then in case 2 of the problem, it's just more direct. S causes some lower level physical feature P star, but then by physical causal closure, there's some purely physical cause that also does so, let it be P without loss of generality. And so you end up with overdetermination in that case as well. So interestingly, the way I set up the problem, I think it's recognizably similar to Kim, but Erica will also talk about this, how to formulate this problem a little bit as well. Denial of certain of the premises will be associated with certain well-known comprehensive theses in the metaphysics of science. So you could deny dependence and be a substance dualist. You could deny reality and be an eliminativist. You could deny efficacy and be an epiphenomenalist, or you could deny distinctness and be a reductive physicalist. And that's the route that Kim, at least initially, took on board. So he saw his problem as motivating reductive physicalism, but more generally, there's a bunch of different strategies. Now, those 4 strategies, they have their virtues and their vices and so on, but they don't, for my purposes, they don't serve my purposes because they don't accommodate the prima facie appearances of metaphysical dependence in one way or another. But I argue there are 2 emergentist strategies for responding to Kim's problem. One is associated with the British emergentist tradition, John Stuart Mill and C.D. Broad. They basically, the idea there is to deny physical causal closure and to allow that in some circumstances, not all, but in some, you could end up with cotemporal material dependence on the physical, but you end up with something that's fundamentally novel at the higher level. So, a new fundamental force or an interaction or power or property or law comes into, being or operation. So that's kind of the general idea. And so I'll talk a little, you'll see a diagram for how that, you can already see how that would kind of block overdetermination, though, in those cases, because if you don't, in fact, have that P star has a purely physical sufficient, lower level physical cause, then you don't end up with overdetermination. So the basic idea there is that there's some cases where the higher level entity can cause something that the lower level feature the higher level feature can cause something that the lower level feature can't cause, or in any case can't cause in the same way, can only cause by being kind of a minimal nomological basis for the other guy, but this guy is really crucially required in order to produce the effect at issue. So that's strong emergentism. And then there's weak emergentism, also associated with non-reductive physicalism. And here the idea is to deny non-overdetermination, and to allow that there's a sense in which both the higher level feature and the lower level feature can be properly seen as causes of a given effect, but to argue that the relation between the higher level and lower level features is of a interestingly intimate variety, such that you don't end up with problematic causal overdetermination of the double rock throw case. Okay, now and then there's many seemingly diverse attempts to kind of work this out that show up in different accounts of non-reductive physicalism as appealing to functional realization, normable determinate relation, part-whole relation, and so on, compositional mechanism, so on. So what I do in chapter 2, after kind of setting out these options for responding to Kim, is to argue that each strategy encodes a condition on the powers of a given higher level feature, satisfaction of which will provide a prima facie plausible and principled basis for taking the feature to be metaphysically emergent in ways that the standard proponents of these strategies would endorse. So in the case of strong emergentist, the strong emergentist strategy, the basic idea is that there's a fundamentally novel, the higher level feature has a fundamentally novel power, okay? So that's the condition on power, the new power condition that shows up eventually in the schema for strong emergence. And the apparently diverse non-reductive physicalist accounts have in common that the relations they posit, functional realization, determinable, determinate, compositional mechanism, and so on, they all serve to guarantee that the higher level feature has only a proper subset of the powers of its realizers on any given its realizer on any given token occasion. Has a proper subset of the token powers on any given occasion. And I just want to flag that the notion of power here is intended to be highly metaphysically neutral as reflecting commitment just to the thesis that what causes an entity may potentially bring about are associated, perhaps only contingently, with how the entity that is, with its features. So I'm not building in any kind of metaphysically heavyweight notion of power in order to implement this scheme, as I argue that even a contingentist, categoricalist Humean could implement or appeal to the schemas that are at issue here. And so now I have the schemas for strong emergence here. You can read them. It basically encodes as the first condition that there's cotemporal material dependence of the, in the case of strong emergence, the strong emergent on the lower level physical feature, and that at that S, the higher level feature has at least one token power not identical with any token power of its base feature. Again, I just want to flag that the features that issue are features of the lower level feature and its associated powers. The features are features of configurations, not of individual microentities. So when we're determining whether the condition on powers is satisfied, we're comparing the power of the higher level entity with the power of the lower level configuration upon which it depends. Okay, good. So you can see how the strong emergentist is going to use the new power condition in order to respond to Kim. In the case of weak emergence, we've got the same first condition on cotemporal material dependence, but the difference is that S has a non-empty proper subset of the token powers that are had by the lower level configurational feature. And here you can see in the diagrams how there can be now the denial of non-overdetermination is not going to give rise to this problematic double rock throw variety. Every token power of the higher level feature is numerically identical to a token power of the lower level feature. So there's only, in one sense, there's one, exercise of the power, however exactly that's understood. But the core, a very important sort of part of motivating the distinctive efficacy of weak emergence concerns how you can attribute distinctive efficacy to a higher level feature in virtue of its having a distinctive, not a new power, but a distinctive power profile. So when distinctive power profiles are useful because they can do things like track difference-making considerations or comparatively abstract levels of causal or nomological grain of the sort that are associated with the physical sciences. So if my thirst had been slightly differently realized, I would have still reached for the fresca, that kind of consideration. So distinctive efficacy, I want to argue, does not only have to involve a novel power. That's what Kim assumed, but Kim was wrong about that. Distinctive efficacy can also involve, tracking these sorts of difference-making considerations and higher levels of causal grain. So I'm already almost out of time, but anyway, chapter 3, I argue against a variety of concerns. Of course, there's, questions about whether one could offer a deflationist account of the appearances of there being a proper subset of powers associated. Maybe they were just like it's a conceptual abstraction or epistemically motivated, not to be taken metaphysically seriously. I argue, in that case, methodologically, I'm just trying to stay on my own course, okay? So just to be clear, I'm not offering knockdown arguments against reductionism or eliminativism. If somebody wants to go that way, they can. But given my own methodological inclinations, what I'm looking for is just a way to stay on my own horse. So, the possibility of an eliminativist or a reductionist treatment is not itself going to persuade me to give up my view. And I say more about that here. Chapter 4, I argue against various concerns about strong emergence. One of them has to do with this concern about whether strong emergence are naturally acceptable. I argue they are, following Brian McLaughlin and other sort of considerations that are raised by him and others pertaining to the sciences. There's about 15 different objections that I treat in each of these chapters. And then I go through chapters 5, 6, 7, and 8, looking at applicability of these schemas to these interesting phenomena. And like I said, I think the best case right now for there being strong emergence lies in libertarian free will. And I think in all these cases, complex systems, ordinary objects, consciousness, and free will, there are good cases to be made that they are at least weakly emergent. And maybe we'll get to this in Q&A later if somebody's interested, but I think that the strong emergence of these diverse phenomena is as yet an open empirical question. Okay, so I haven't argued against the strong emergence of these phenomena because, again, I think that it's an open empirical question, but I have offered arguments, positive arguments for there being at least weakly emergent, and again, in the case of libertarian free will, strongly emergent. So that's it. You don't have to buy my book now.
Thanks, Jessica. And the second speaker is Erika Onnis. And while Erika loads her slides, I'd like to mention that Erika Onnis published, I think some months ago, a book about metaphysical emergence as well, in Italian, Metafisica dell'Emergenza, published by Rosenberg e Sellier. It is really a nice book. It is highly readable and interesting. And in the book, she also discusses at length Wilson's conception of metaphysical emergence. So a chapter is just about that. And it is the first book in Italian about metaphysical emergence. So it is also a nice introduction to the debate in which Erika also develops her own approach to metaphysical emergence.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you very much, first of all, to the organizer of this wonderful conference and for these invitations. I'm very happy to be here. I'm very happy to discuss with you all and with Jessica in particular about her book. So today I will talk about the problem of high-level causation, and probably I repeat some of the things that Jessica already said. However, so this is an overview of my talk. I will briefly describe what is called the troubles of the non-reductionist by Jae-Gwon Kim. Then I will describe the Jessica's formulation about this problem, the problem of high-level causation. Then I will move Jessica's two schemas for strong and weak emergence. And then I will arrive to the more substantial part of my talk, which regards the possibility of questioning some of the metaphysical principles that represent the metaphysical frame in which Kim formulates his problem. So I think that we can question some principles like the Alexander dictum, a particular interpretation of the Alexander dictum, and then some feature about this particular interpretation of the Alexander dictum. Okay, so let's start with the trouble of the non-reductionist. So, as Jessica already said, she, in her book, focuses on what she calls spatial science entities. And in her opinion, these entities have two features. So they are contemporarily materially dependent on microconfigurations, and there is this important dependence. And then there are also autonomous, so there is this ontological and causal autonomous. So they are ontologically autonomous, and they also have some genuine causal efficacy. In fact, the compatibility between these two features was and still is a debated issue, and it is actually a generalization of a more precise problem, which is the problem of non-reductive materialism, which is the problem that arises when we assume the two following ideas. The first is ontological physicalism, so the claim that, put really roughly, all is physical. And the second point is property dualism, the claim that psychological properties belong to a domain which is autonomous and irreducible to the physical one. And this is the formulation of non-reductive materialism provided by Kim. So, in Kim's opinion, this is not really possible. You cannot have non-reductive physicalism, because in his opinion, no physicalist worthy of the name can be non-reductionist about psychological phenomena. And why is that? It is because these are the assumptions of the physicalists. So he assumed physicalism, which involves the causal closure of the physical. So physicalism involves that for every physical effect, we have a physical cause, which is sufficient. And but if he wants to be non-reductionist about psychological phenomena, he also has to assume mental realism. And mental realism is defined by Kim like that claim that involves that mental properties are causally efficacious. And Kim justifies this idea because actually he assumes what he calls the Alexander's dictum, which is the idea for which being is equal to having causal powers. And we will obviously come back to this point, but the Alexander of the Alexander dictum is Samuel Alexander, which is one of the British emergentists. So, how Jessica characterizes this problem of high-level causation, which is actually very, very important in the debate about emergence. In her view, the problem presented by Kim can be rephrased starting from these 6 premises. And the first 4 of them, dependence, reality, efficacy, and distinction, are claims about the nature of higher-level entities. So now higher-level entities are dependent upon lower-level entities, but they are also real, they are causally efficacious, and they are distinct. Then there are these 2 last premises, which are the physical causal closure and the non-overdetermination requirement, that concern the nature of causation. And Jessica notices that if we accept all these 6 premises, this will lead to the problem of high-level causation. So, how to solve the problem? Obviously, one way to solve the problem is to reject one of the 6 premises. And historically, there's been different strategies that lead to different metaphysical positions. And all these strategies reject one of the first 4 premises. So one of the premises that regard the features of the higher-level entities. And in Jessica's opinion, this is something that we cannot do. And that's because rejecting any of these 4 premises weakens in an acceptable way the ontological autonomy and the causal autonomy of the spatial science entities. So the alternative strategy is to reject or the physical causal closure or the non-overdetermination requirement. And by doing so, this leads, rejecting these two different premises, leads to Jessica's account of strong and weak emergence. So let's move on to her schemas for strong and weak emergence. So these forms of emergence recognized by Jessica depend upon the fulfillment of two conditions. The first condition is the new power condition, which requires that higher level entities have at least one power that is not had by their lower level components. So we have this condition requiring a new power, a novel power. And the second condition is the proper subset of powers condition. So the higher level entity must have a non-empty proper subset of the powers of the lower level components. And these two conditions, it's interesting because they reflect the two ways in which, in her opinion, a higher level feature can be causally autonomous. And these two ways are by having more powers than its base feature, or alternatively, fewer powers than its base features. If it has more powers, because it has at least this one new novel power, it is strongly emergent, while if it has fewer power, it is weakly emergent because it has this subset of the powers of the lower level components. Now, I think that this is a very good way to solve the problem of the higher level causation. And what I'd like to suggest here today is that maybe rather than accepting many of the features and many of the principles that Kim accepted when he originally formulated this problem, maybe we can try to question some of these principles and try to see what happens if we assume slightly different or different principles. So how can we question this problem of higher level causation? Well, let's go back to Kim. So Kim's formulation of the problem stems from 4 premises. I think that it already stems for the first 3 premises, which I already described. So physicalism, entailing the causal closure of the physical; mental realism, entailing that mental properties are causally efficacious; and this principle, the Alexander dictum. We could ideally analyze any of these 4 assumptions, but I'd like to focus on Alexander's dictum. So I think that we could question the Alexander dictum at least in 3 ways. First of all, we could question the Alexander dictum tout court. We can reject it. One may reject it because he prefers some other different criteria about existence. Or we can accept the dictum while considering its power-based interpretation as an interpretation which is too strict. Or the third alternative is to accept the dictum, accept its power-based interpretation, while requiring something more, which means a metaphysical differentiation between physical micropower and emergent macro powers. So let's go in this direction. So first of all, about the Alexander dictum, spoiler, I'm playing the devil's advocate because I like the Alexander dictum. I think it's reasonable and promising. But actually, one may decide to reject this principle and assume other criteria about existence, other criteria for existence. We don't really have to be so creative because we have a lot of ideas about when and how something is existent. So history of philosophy suggests different criteria. So we can have tangibility. For instance, the Alexander dictum is the modern reformulation of the Eleatic principle, and the Eleatic principle is formulated into Plato's sophist. And here, the Eleatic visitor, which is the one who formulates this principle, is talking about materialist philosophers, and he's talking about the fact that materialist philosophers use tangibility as a criterion for existence. But there are also other criteria, so spatio-temporal location, epistemic access, direct introspective access, which I think is quite interesting because in the chapter about free will, you use this criteria for suggesting that we should take at face value the fact that we are free. Or again, the indispensability of certain phenomena to our scientific theory. So if we decide to assume other criteria about for existence, maybe the Alexander dictum is something that could be integrated or replaced. Okay, so what about the power-based interpretation of the Alexander dictum? Well, one may accept the dictum while considering its power-based interpretation as too strict. And this actually has some philological and historical reasons, because Kim's formulation, as we saw, is to be real is to have causal powers, and he attributes this idea to Samuel Alexander, and he quotes Alexander, but if you go and search for the passage that Kim's is quoting, and you read it, you can notice that Alexander wasn't talking about powers. He just said the doctrine, which is epiphenomenalism, is to be rejected because it supposes something to exist in nature, which has nothing to do, no purpose to serve. And if you read Alexander's book, Space, Time and Deity, you can notice that he's really against the notion of power. He don't really like the notion of power. He tells that the notion of power is fiction because he was actually a kind of Humean. And what I'm suggesting is that this shift from general causal efficacy to the exertion of causal powers is not metaphysically neutral. It's important. And this is testified by the fact that the two main objections to the legitimacy of higher-level causal efficacy exploit the power-based view of causation. So these two objections are the causal inheritance principle, which is again formulated by Kim originally, and then the collapse objection based on latent dispositional properties. It's been formulated by Shoemaker and then taken again by Eleanor Taylor. And these objections are found in the idea that causation is mediated by causal power, an important part of the economy of the argumentation. So if higher level causal efficacy can be inherited, it's because causal powers can be inherited. So the causal inheritance principle is based on this idea that causal powers can be inherited, and so causal efficacy can be inherited. And the second objection, again, requires this idea of dispositional properties. So if causal efficacy can collapse, is through the identification lower-level causal powers, which are responsible for the higher-level manifestation that we think are powers, but they are actually not. They are just a manifestation of lower-level powers. So there are at least two reasons for concern. The first is that the notion of causal power is pivotal in reductionist strategies. So why exploiting it in defining emergence? Obviously, this is a rhetorical question. There are very good reasons to exploit this notion. For instance, it's a good notion to open the black box of causation, something that is not done by theories of causation relying on counterfactuality, regularity. So if we really want to provide an account, a metaphysical account of causation, talking about causal power can be a great way to do so. But again, I'm trying to suggest something different. So maybe there are also other ways to conceptualize this problem. And the second reason is that the notion of causal power in the last 30 years received a precise definition, well, precise definitions, so there's debate, but actually there are some features that are usually attributed to causal powers, and these features are hardly compatible with emergence. So we will come back to these features that are intrinsicality, activity, actuality, individuality, and so on. So my question is, this notion of causal power seems already steeped in anti-emergentist implications, so maybe we can try and find something else to conceptualize emergent causal efficacy. So maybe we can search for something else, or, and this leads out to the third one and the last one, way in which we can question the high-level problem of causation, maybe we can just require something about this conception of causal power. And so I'll move to this last point, to the possibility of questioning what is, I think, a metaphysical underdetermination of the power-based view of interpretation of the Alexander dictum. So we said that the notion of causal power received this precise definition in the last 30 years when we can see this great development of the metaphysics of powers. And even if there is debate, as I said, I think that most of these metaphysicians can agree about the fact that powers technically speaking, present these features. So powers are intrinsic, they are always, they are active, they are actual, they are always actual, and they are individual. The problem is that these features seem hardly compatible with emergence, because these are features that in the metaphysicians of power intention are features that characterize micropowers, they characterize fundamental powers. But emergent causal efficacy, on the contrary, we may say that involve higher level efficacy, because emergent phenomena are always phenomena that emerge from something else. They are dependent phenomena, derivative in some way. So maybe the kind of causal efficacy that they involve is a kind of macro-causal efficacy. So maybe we can talk about macropowers. So my question is, why ignoring the hypothesis that there might be relevant differences between micropowers and macropowers? And I think that ignoring this possibility means treating causal powers as a sort of universal and undifferentiated currency for causal processes. So by ignoring this possibility, we are saying, well, there are many differences between different levels of organization, but actually causal processes are always the same. They always have the same features because they are always mediated by these entities that are always the same, that are always these features. And this reflects actually this idea that we can find in Jessica's book, that to be causally and ontologically autonomous, an entity has these two ways. It may have more powers than its base feature, or fewer powers than its base feature. So my suggestion, which is more of a question, is why don't try to think that emergent phenomena can have different powers, not different in number, but different in nature. So emergent phenomena may have novel macro powers rather than more or fewer micro powers. And this obviously could be helpful, and this could be helpful at least in two ways. First of all, if macro powers can just be exerted by macro entities, and micro powers can just be exerted by micro entities, it seems that the problem of finding the precise locus of instantiation of a power is less challenging. And this means that macro powers can hardly collapse because they are macro powers. So it's difficult to see how lower level entities could exert macro powers. They could only exert micro powers. And then the second point is, if micro powers can just be exerted by micro entities and macro powers are recognized as something which is different in nature from micro powers, then physicalism might be safe and the causal closure of the physical might not be violated, because micro power will remain at the micro level, and we won't have micro powers at the macro level, but we only have macro powers at the macro level. So this suggests that maybe emergence can be compatible with physicalism. Now, obviously, this requires characterizing in some ways these macro powers. So what does it mean that macro powers and micro powers are different? Well, I think that we can say that they may have different features. And this is an hypothesis. So, for instance, we can list some properties that seem to characterize micropowers and some properties that seem to characterize macropowers. So, where did I get these features? Well, the features about micropowers are quite clearly stated in this literature about the metaphysics of power. So power metaphysicians usually say that causal powers are intrinsic properties of their bearer. So if an entity has a causal power, it must have that causal powers, otherwise it's not the entity it is. They are individual properties because they are always related to their bearer. They are always actual, meaning that causal power is always instantiated, even if their manifestation are latent. So the glass is fragile, even if it's not been already broken. They are modally fixed. And they are directly responsible for the production of their effects and manifestation. The great advantage of talking about causal power when we talk about causal processes is that causal powers guarantees the fact that the effects are really produced by the cause. It's not a fact of regularity, it's not something that can happen or happens, but we don't really know why and how. This is the reason why and how it happens, because the entity has some particular causal powers. So these are usually the features that are attributed to causal powers when we, strictly speaking, causal powers, we can say. Now, what about macro powers? And I think that here, obviously, you may see a problem because you may say, well, how can you already know what are emergent phenomena? How can you decide that these are emergent phenomena? And how can you decide that these are features about emergent phenomena? Well, I think that here I'm just relying on scientific and philosophical literature, so even the literature produced by the British emergentists. So let's state that not just the free will maybe, but also other cases of emergent phenomena exist. So how are these emergent phenomena? What are the which is the kind of causal efficacy that we can find in emergent phenomena? Well, usually emergent powers are relational properties. Because they depend upon principle of organization and composition, because usually emergent phenomena are composed, are often complex systems, or systems more or less complex. So we can say that their properties are extrinsic rather than intrinsic. Then these properties and these powers, then these powers seems distributed in structures rather than localizable in just individuals. And if we can say that they are individual, we are just using the word individual in a kind of metaphorical way, indicating the system as an individual. But if we don't do that, we cannot really say that the power can be located in an individual, in a part of the system, in a single part of. So these powers are powers that are usually instantiated by systems, by networks. So they are distributed. And this is another hypothesis that maybe we can develop during the Q&A. I think that they are indirectly responsible for the differences that they introduce in reality, because these powers are usually constraining powers. So they constrain the causal contributions, namely the micropowers, that are exerted by the micro components. So my conclusions is that, well, in her book, Jessica Wilson recognized that the problem of higher-level causation is the most pressing challenge to take in the appearance of emergent structure as genuine, and I think that in the metaphysical frame she's adopting, and many are adopting, this is absolutely true. So if you want to talk about the ontological and causal autonomy of emergent phenomena, you really have to solve this problem. My suggestion is that maybe the problem might be less pressing if emergence were related to a less strict and univocal views of existence, of causal efficacy, and of causal powers. Namely, if emergence were related to a less strict and univocal view of existence that is not relying just on the Alexander dictum, less univocal view of causal efficacy that is not just relying on causal powers, and finally, on a less strict and univocal view about causal power that maybe can be differentiated in virtue of the different level of organization where we can find them. Thank you.
Thank you, Erika. The third talk is the talk of Michele Paolini Paoletti. We can begin. Michele Paolini Paoletti.
Thank you very much to the organizers for the kind invitation, and also thanks to Jessica for writing this much needed book on the metaphysics of emergence. So Jessica presents the following schema for weak emergence, just a moment, which is WE. A token feature S weakly emerges on a given occasion from a token feature P, if and only if, on that occasion, 1, S cotemporally materially depends on P, and 2, S as a non-empty proper subset of the token powers had by P. Token features are particular property instances. S and P are properties belonging to different levels of the universe. Cotemporal material dependence may be interpreted in different ways depending on one's favorite theory of ontological dependence. And finally, token powers need not be taken as sui generis entities to be distinguished from P, S, and their particular instances. For example, on a deflationary review of token powers may be taken as descriptions of what token features S and P are able to cause in specific circumstances. In this talk, I shall dwell on condition 2, namely S as a non-empty proper subset of the token powers had by P. I shall extend the discussion a bit beyond Jessica's original project of providing a schema for weak emergence, and I shall introduce further issues concerning weak emergence and its compatibility with physicalism. On this condition, token feature P has a certain set of token powers associated with it. Assume that this set includes 4 token powers, namely P1, P2, P3, and P4. Following 2, token feature S has another set of token powers associated with it, and crucially enough, the latter set includes some, but not all, of the token powers associated with P. Namely, the set of token powers associated with token feature S is only a proper subset of the set of token powers associated with P. Assume that the set of token powers associated with S includes 3 token powers, namely P1, P2, and P3. This guarantees that, on the one hand, S is not endowed with any novel power with respect to token feature P, on which it depends. If P and all of its powers are physical, the weak emergence of S from P is fully compatible with the acceptance of physicalism. Yet, on the other hand, token feature S has a distinctive causal profile in respect of token feature P. Indeed, the distinctive causal profile of S is associated with distinctive laws of nature and distinctive difference-making considerations. So far, so good. Let me recall the set of powers associated with P, namely P1, P2, P3, and P4, and call this set the causal role of P, and the proper subset of powers associated with S, namely P1, P2, and P3, call this proper subset the causal role of S. Now, 3 questions arise. First question, are all of the proper subsets of the causal role of P associated with higher level token features such as S? For example, is there a token feature S1 associated with P1 and P2, another token feature S2 associated with P2 and P3, and so on? It seems that the answer to this question must be negative. Not all of the proper subsets of the causal role of P are associated with higher level token features. In most cases, only some proper subsets are. In our example, only the proper subset, including P1, P2, and P3, is associated with a higher level token feature such as S. Otherwise, we may turn out to postulate the existence of higher level token features that are scientifically relevant. Indeed, their distinctive causal profiles and causal roles may be associated with no distinctive law of nature and no distinctive difference-making consideration. Thus, such higher level token features would find no place in the best theories of special sciences. So we grant that only some proper subsets of the causal role of P are associated with higher level token features such as S. In our example, only the proper subset, including P1, P2, and P3, namely the causal role of S, is associated with S. The next question is, why is the proper subset made of P1, P2, and P3 is the only one associated with a higher level token feature? Namely, why is it the only one that is relevant for the weak emergence of a higher level token feature? Another question now is in order. Even if we concede contra hypothesin that every proper subset is associated with a higher level token feature such as S, it seems that the proper subset made of P1, P2, and P3 is the only one that is associated with S. And it is associated only with S. This seems to happen in the actual world, not by sheer coincidence, but at least as a matter of nomological necessity. Thus, why is the very proper subset made of P1, P2, and P3, the causal role of S, the only one that is associated with S and only with S? Why is it not associated with any other higher level token feature? More strongly, why can't it be associated, at least as a matter of nomological necessity, with any other higher level token feature? And why can't S have, at least as a matter of nomological necessity, any other proper subset of powers associated with it, namely any other causal role, at least in the actual world? In sum, why must S and its causal role be associated with each other and only with each other, at least as a matter of nomological necessity? So we have two questions to face. First question, why is the proper subset made of P1, P2, and P3 the only one that is associated with a higher level token feature? And second question, why must S and the proper subset made of P1, P2, and P3, namely its causal role, be associated with each other and only with each other, at least as a matter of nomological necessity? These questions cannot be dismissed just by claiming that they look for explanations of modal facts. First of all, question 1 is not explicitly put in modal terms. Moreover, many questions in the business of metaphysics and philosophy of science are actually put in modal terms, insofar as they ask for explanations of what can and cannot happen. Suppose now that in order to answer both questions, we embrace some sort of primitivism, namely we claim that it is a primitive and inexplicable fact of the matter that the proper subset made of P1, P2, and P3, namely the causal role of S, is the only one that is associated with a higher level token feature, and more crucially, that the proper subset is only associated with token feature S, and S is only associated with that proper subset. To make sense of this situation from an ontological standpoint, we may hold that there is some irreducible relation R that links S, and only S, with its causal role, and only with it. Consider now P. As far as P and its token powers are concerned, R does not link any other proper subset of those powers with any other higher level token feature. Moreover, that R holds between S and its causal role has no further metaphysical explanation, and finally, R may be taken as a nomologically necessitating relation, and this seems to answer both questions. But there are three problems with primitivism. The first problem is that it seems to overpopulate our ontology with many irreducible facts of the matter, such as the fact that R holds between S and the very causal role associated with it. Secondly, such facts are not enough in order to answer question 2. It is not enough that R holds between S and its causal role in order to guarantee that S is only associated with that role and that role is only associated with S. There should be something else, a negative fact, a totality fact, that guarantees that S is only associated with its causal role and its causal role is only associated with S. Thirdly and finally, that R holds between S and its causal role is an irreducible fact of the matter. Thus, it is a fundamental fact. Moreover, this fact constitutively includes a non-physical token feature such as S. Thus, there are fundamental facts with non-physical token features such as S. The constituents of fundamental facts are fundamental, therefore non-physical token features such as S are fundamental. This conclusion may be hard to swallow for physicalists. True, on one plausible interpretation of physicalism, physicalism is only taking to hold that the only powers existing in the actual universe are physical powers primarily and non-derivatively borne by physical entities. Therefore, according to this interpretation, every causal going on turns out to be exhaustively produced and explained by physical powers. This version of physicalism is fully compatible with there being fundamental facts such as the fact that R holds between S and its causal role. It is also compatible with S's being a fundamental entity, insofar as S is not endowed with novel powers. However, that R holds between S and its causal role is not a purely physical fact. The former also includes S, which is non-physical. Moreover, that R holds between S and its causal role cannot be fully explained in fully physical terms, since it is a fundamental fact. Thus, that R holds between S and its causal role is at odds with a stronger version of physicalism, according to which everything, at least in the actual universe, is physical or can be fully explained in fully physical terms, namely, it entirely depends on the physical and only on the physical. Now, invoking deflationism about token powers, causal role, and or properties doesn't help here. Assume that S, the predicate S, is nothing but a scientifically relevant but non-physical predicate, and the causal role of S is nothing but a complex description of the nomological regularities attached to the predicate S. In this context, it still makes sense to ask why the predicate S is associated with a description of nomological regularities, why it is associated with that description and not with other descriptions, why that description is only associated with S, and so on. From the standpoint of physicalists, the answers to such questions should not irreducibly invoke non-physical terms and non-physical predicates, on the stronger understanding of physicalism, of course. In Wilson 2010 and in the book, Jessica puts forward an account of weak emergence based on degrees of freedom. I cannot enter into detail here. The idea is that a weakly emergent entity emerges from its base if, inter alia, at least one of the degrees of freedom required to characterize the base is eliminated by imposing certain constraints on the base. Such constraints should be entirely placed at the physical level, at the level of the base. And in the end, the constraints must be entirely physical or entirely dependent on the physical. By eliminating specific degrees of freedom, the powers associated with such degrees are eliminated. Thus, weakly emergent entities turn out to have only a proper subset of the token powers associated with the basis. This mechanism is compatible with the acceptance of physicalism, even in its stronger version. However, when applied to questions 1 and 2, this mechanism does not provide satisfactory answers. First of all, the characterization of weak emergence in terms of degrees of freedom only provides a sufficient condition for weak emergence. Thus, it is not guaranteed that every weakly emergent entity will arise through this sort of mechanism. Secondly, and more importantly, it seems that not every possible elimination of the degrees of freedom required to characterize a base is also able to bring about the causal role of a weakly emergent entity, in our case of a weakly emergent token instance. On the contrary, it seems that only the elimination of specific degrees of freedom, and not others, guarantees this result. Thirdly and finally, one must still explain why a certain weakly emergent token feature is only associated with a certain causal role and why the latter is only associated with the former. In reply to this last worry, why one may well embrace a view of token features according to which they are nothing but bundles of token powers, yet first, one would then be committed to token powers instead of token features, and secondly, one would still need to explain why only certain bundles of token powers and not others seem to give rise to or be legitimately describable as token features. In my opinion, the best way to answer both questions consists in embracing something akin to grounding categoricalism, roughly that the proper subset that only includes powers P1, P2, and P3 is the causal role of a token feature, that it is the causal role of token feature S and only of token feature S, that token feature S cannot have any other causal role. All facts depend on the very essence of token feature S. More precisely, they depend on the essence of the property involved in that token feature, namely on what that property non-derivatively is or could be in all possible circumstances. It is by virtue of the essence of the property involved in S that causal powers P1, P2, and P3 are put together so as to constitute the causal role of a token feature. It is by virtue of that essence that they constitute the causal role of token feature S and only of it, or only of token features of that property. It is by virtue of that essence that token feature S cannot but have that causal role, at least as a matter of nomological necessity. This doesn't entail that powers P1, P2, and P3 turn out to be non-physical. Indeed, such powers are physical powers, and they do not depend for what they are on the essence of token feature S, nor on the essence of the property in that token feature. This solution is explored by Jessica in the book in reply to Andrew Melnick. Jessica objects to this solution that scientific truths about scientific features do not depend on the presence or on the absence of quiddities, namely of qualitative aspects of properties, so to say. Moreover, she also claims that quiddities are mostly required for transword individuation, whereas the individuation of properties in words that share our laws of nature only proceed by reference to powers. What I suggest here is that we do need quiddities, or something akin to quiddities, for metaphysical reasons, namely in order to answer questions 1 and 2, or at least that we need to appeal to the essence of higher level properties not fully exhausted by their causal powers. Additionally, not all the facts mentioned in such questions as explananda are otherworldly facts. For example, that the proper subset with P1, P2, and P3 is associated with a higher level token feature is not an otherworldly fact. In this way, we avoid introducing primitive and sui generis connections between token features and proper subsets of powers. However, two problems are left open. The first problem is that this solution is still incompatible with some versions of physicalism. If the causal role of token feature S depends on the essence of the higher level property involved in S, then not everything depends on the physical. Secondly, assume that token feature P is physical. P does not depend on the property in S, nor do its physical causal powers depend on that property. However, on the one hand, it seems that the causal role of S depends on the property in S, yet on the other hand, it seems that the property in S depends, for its being causally effective or efficacious, on that very causal role. There seems to be a circle of dependence here. To solve these problems, I suggest that we should first swallow the fact that weak emergence is not so weak. Weak emergence is incompatible with the idea that everything whatsoever is physical or fully depends on the physical. Moreover, I also suggest that different dependence relations may actually be at stake with the property in S and the causal role of S. Indeed, the causal role of S may depend in a certain respect, for example, for its existence as a causal role and for its including certain powers on the property in S. Yet, the property in S may depend in another respect, for example, for its being causally effective or realized, on the causal role of S. Such respects are associated with distinct and non-equivalent dependence relations that may run in opposite directions and still remain by themselves asymmetrical. By invoking distinct dependence relations, we can then construct distinct and non-equivalent versions of physicalism. We can also generalize in order to make sense of the idea that the physical is more fundamental than the non-physical. Intuitively, we can take into account all the dependence relations that involve physical entities and all the dependence relations that involve non-physical entities. We can then determine the overall degree of dependence of the former and the overall degree of dependence of the latter, and finally, we can find out that the overall degree of dependence of physical entities is lower than that of non-physical entities, so that the former are more fundamental than the latter. In sum, weak emergence should be accepted, at least in my view, in conjunction with meta-ontological pluralism, namely the view that distinct and non-equivalent dependence relations are at stake in the universe. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Michele. The last talk of the workshop is by Francesca Bellazzi.
Okay, so thank you all for these amazing workshops, and thanks to Jessica that has given an amazing contribution to this paper in particular. And in this last part of the workshop, I'm not going to critically assess Jessica's account, but rather I'm going to show a possible application in a new field, that is the philosophy of biochemistry. In this talk, I'm going first to present why we should care about biochemical kinds, what are the main problems that biochemical kinds posit from a philosophical perspective, and in particular I'm going to consider which question they posit in relation to disunity or unity in biochemistry, in particular between the chemical part of biochemistry and the biological part of biochemistry. And I'm going to focus in particular on what I call the dual problem of biochemical functions, because I think that biochemical functions are those interesting properties that might inform the debate on unity and disunity. And I'm going then to suggest weak emergence as a great tool to deal with at least one of the two problems of biochemical functions. Now, why we should care about biochemical kinds from a philosophical perspective? We should care about those because they can be studied from the perspective of chemistry, and if we study biochemical kinds from a perspective of chemistry, we are going to focus on structural properties, and in particular in terms of microstructure. While on the opposite, if we study biochemical kinds from the perspective of biology, we are going to focus on function, so on what these molecules do in biological systems. And the dual aspect of biochemical kinds is quite evident if we consider proteins, that are the major case studies in the philosophy of biochemistry literature. And the case of proteins is interesting because if we come, for instance, from the chemical perspective, we might notice that we have one protein that can play multiple functions. So in this case, we are going to favor a structural or a microstructural approach. On the opposite, if we come from the perspective of biology, we might notice that we have different properties that actually share a single structure. So we have multiple functions with multiple proteins that actually share a common function. And this is particularly interesting because we can notice that the relation between structure and function displays both multiple determinability and multiple realizability. Let us start with multiple realizability. So for multiple realizability, we notice that the same entity or property can be realized by different ones. And a concrete example in biochemistry can be seen in hemoglobin. Hemoglobin is a protein that has a very important function for us because it binds and releases oxygen. And what is interesting is that hemoglobin can be constituted by two different chains, alpha chains and B chains. What does that mean from a philosophical perspective? It means that one kind, hemoglobin, and in this case one function, that is the functions to transport oxygen, is actually realized by two different microstructural features. And these two microstructures are quite different. They share a few amino acids. On the opposite side of the spectrum, we also find multiple determinability. What is multiple determinability is the instance in which one molecule can be determined into different functions. And one case that has been widely discussed in the philosophy of biochemistry literature is the case of moonlight proteins or multifunctional proteins. And an interesting example is the one of crystallines. Crystallines are normally defined as structural proteins, and they have a role in vertebrate eye lenses. So they have a function inside, we can say simplifying a little bit. But at the same time, the same microstructure can also have an enzymatic role in digestive processes, so in very different processes. In this case, it seems that the field has favored a chemical approach instead of a functional approach, because they classify these proteins as the same proteins. Why? Because they share the same structure, but on the opposite, they play multiple functions. And exactly this tension that we might notice between the structure and the function, or the chemical approach or structural approach and the biological functional approach, has led some philosophers, in particular Bartol, in a recent paper, to argue for the disunity in biochemistry. So it's basically saying, okay, the relations are extremely complex. Let us not even try to merge these two properties into one cluster or into one kind or one set of properties. Let us just accept the fact that they are distinct. And he has been arguing for the fact that there is a duality of kinds. So in every single biochemical molecule, we find the chemical kind instantiated and the biological kind instantiated. The chemical membership is given by microstructure, and the biological membership is given by the function. And the two properties are disentangled. And according to the discipline that we are choosing, we can choose one approach or the other. However, I think that this approach is not as satisfactory. Why? Because it actually seems that function and structure are related. And this is supported by the discipline of biochemistry itself. Because biochemistry is exactly asking, okay, what is the relationship between the chemical properties of this chemical compound and the functions that they play within and related to living organisms? So biochemistry as a discipline is built actually on a sense of unity of the two features. And also, if we actually look with a bit more of carefulness to the actual schemes of taxonomies in biochemistry, we notice that both set of properties are used. So biochemical kinds are not classified only in biological terms or only in chemical terms, but there is this constant mutual informativeness between structure and function. Now, I think that from a philosophical perspective, while there is a lot that has been written on microstructure, microstructural properties, especially in the philosophy of chemistry tradition, little has been said on biochemical functions. And this will be my starting point to explore issues of unity and then to apply Jessica's account. So, functions might be taken to be the root of this unity. So we consider, especially this is so, if we consider functions as biological functions. However, I think that we should instead focus a bit more on biochemical functions, and we can answer two sets of questions. And there are two problems that we can find in biochemical functions. The first one is what I call the function problem, that simply asks, what are biochemical functions? So when we ascribe a function to a given biochemical molecule, what do we mean with that? The second set of problem is the one that asks the relationship between function and structure. And this is what I call the relation problem. Now let us make this a bit more concrete and focused. Instead of focusing on proteins that have been very much discussed, I've been focusing on vitamins. Why? Because they present as well the two sets of features that are typical of biochemical kinds, because they are classified both in terms of composition and function. And what is particularly interesting, I think, from a philosophical perspective, is that biochemists write that vitamins come in vitamers. What are vitamers? Vitamers are similar compounds, but different ones, that display the same function. And in particular, I've been focusing on vitamin B12 that presents these four vitamers. So vitamin B12 is actually realized or multiply constituted by these four different chemical compounds: cyanocobalamin, methylcobalamin, hydroxycobalamin, and anesylcobalamin. From a philosophical perspective, I think that vitamin B12 is interesting because first presents multiple constitution, and second because the functions of vitamin B12 are multiply realized. That is, whatever function we might take, and in particular, I have been focusing to the function of B12 to contribute to erythropoiesis, that is the production of red blood cell, is realized by four different chemical compounds. Another property that I find interesting about vitamin B12 is that despite the fact that it has a necessary role in human physiology, so it's something that we cannot do without for many different biochemical processes, is not produced in humans. So we are not able to synthesize vitamin B12. Vitamin B12 needs to be inserted in the body, introduced via dietary intake. And specifically, vitamin B12 is produced only in bacteria and archaea, so in a very small set of living beings. Let us reframe then the dual problem of biochemical function with this example in mind. The first question is, what does it mean that vitamin B12 has the function to contribute to erythropoiesis? When we ascribe a function to a molecule, what are we doing? Which account of function do we have in mind? And the second problem can be rephrased, especially if we think about the multiple realizability of the biochemical functions of vitamin B12. Because we notice that the functional property can be realized by four different structures, and also, like erythropoiesis is only one among all the functions that vitamin B12 has in the body. So vitamin B12 also present multiple determinability. Let me start briefly with the functions problem. So the main issue is that it seems that if we start considering biochemical functions with standard account of biological functions that are normally evolutionary account of functions, they do not seem to work. And they do not seem to work for two reasons. The first one is a sociolinguistic argument, that is that functions are not ascribed to molecules considering the evolutionary history of the molecules. And the second argument, which is a bit stronger, is what we can call the ontological arguments. That is that functions are attributed to molecules that do not take part into evolutionary selection mechanism per se. So if we ascribe functions considering why a trait normally or why an entity has been retained because of the benefit it gave to ancestors in the past, this account does not seem suitable directly for molecules. And here vitamin B12 comes back, because if we want to analyze the function of vitamin B12 according to its evolutionary history in humans, we cannot really do that because vitamin B12 is not synthesized by us. It is introduced by a direct intake. And vitamin B12 is synthesized by bacteria, not because it has a function in humans, but because it has a function in bacteria. Accordingly, I think that we should look at chemical account of functions to start our analysis about biochemical functions. And in particular, I think that a causal theory view of function can be more suitable. So where a function is the causal role of a given entity within a performed activity, and especially like an action that is going to make a difference for the process that we are considering. So let us propose a definition of biochemical functions. And here you might notice straight away the links with Jessica's account. That I think that biochemical functions can be associated with a set of chemical powers to bring out specific effects in biological processes. Nevertheless, we cannot give up on evolution completely. Why? Because biological processes have undergone evolution. And accordingly, I think that while it is not the molecule per se that is an evolutionary entity, the biological processes to which molecules contribute are evolutionary entities. So accordingly, the relevant selection of power is indirectly evolutionary selected by the biological evolutionary history of the process. A bit more concretely, again, with our function of vitamin B12, we can see that the function to contribute to erythropoiesis is associated to a specific set of chemical powers of cobalamin, and this specific set of causal powers of cobalamin has a role in erythropoiesis. And this selection, so why these powers and not others? Basically, this is the question. The answer can be given if we consider the evolutionary history of erythropoiesis. That is going to carve out what those powers that are relevant for the biochemical process. Now, I think that now that we have provided an answer to the function problem, even if a bit briefly, we can consider the relation problem, because now we have a definition of what we mean with biochemical functions, and so we can ask what is the relationship between biochemical functions and the lower level chemical properties. And an answer can be found in weak emergence. So again, why the relation problem is a problem? The relation problem is a problem because it seems that biochemical molecules, and in particular biochemical functions, display these two aspects. On the one hand, they seem to be autonomous. They seem to be autonomous because we can notice both multiple determination and multiple realization at the biochemical level. And these two relations challenge reductionist accounts. On the other hand, this unity is not satisfactory. So if we go strong on only considering autonomy, we are not really considering the fact that function and structure are related. So we need a solution that captures these two aspects of biochemical molecules. And this solution is in the book of Jessica. In particular, I think that the relevant, interesting definition is the one of weak emergence. This is like a definition that you have read already, but to recap, what it is for a token feature S to be weakly metaphysically emergent from a token feature P on a given occasion is for it to be the case on that occasion that S contemporary materially depends on P, and that S is a non-empty proper subset of the token powers had by P. So a bit more in detail with also a graph, we can notice that our token feature S is weakly metaphysically emergent when we can actually identify an empty proper subset of the token powers had by P, and at the same time S contemporary materially depends on P. This view combines those two features that we might want for biochemistry as well, because on the one hand we notice dependence, because the token feature S contemporary materially depends on the token feature P. And at the same time, there is autonomy. Why? Because the fact that S is an empty proper subset of powers had by P allow us to identify a distinct causal profile of our emergent entity. In this sense, we can save a form of autonomy. Let us apply this to our biochemical functions. So we have seen that biochemical functions are associated with a set of chemical powers to bring out a specific effect. These powers are indirectly evolutionarily selected, and I think that they can be deemed weakly emergent from the chemical level. Accordingly, recalling the definition of weak emergence, we can notice that a token biochemical functions BF can be considered weakly emergent from a given chemical structure on a given occasion because our biochemical function contemporarily materially depends on the chemical structure and at the same time is associated to an unempty proper subset of the token powers had by C. This view can be then applied to our case, and here maybe for you the scientific details are not that interesting, but basically what I want to point out is that we can actually identify the co-material dependent relation when we consider the function to erythropoiesis, because the function to contribute to erythropoiesis materially depends on the presence of a token vitamer, for instance methylcobalamin. And at the same time, from a scientific perspective, we can also identify which powers are relevant for our process, in particular those powers responsible for the regeneration of methionine. So the identification of these powers is not any power that cobalamin has or that methylcobalamin has. It's a very specific proper subset of those powers possessed by the chemical structure. This view has a series of benefits together with the effect of combining autonomy and dependence. The first one is that it's compatible with multiple realization. So multiple realization is normally said to be a type issue. That is, a given type, for instance, the type vitamin B12, can be, or rather the type having a function in erythropoiesis, can be considered multiply realized when it is realized by different types of entities. At the same time, though, if we take Jessica's view, we can notice that the realized token is going to be realized by a single instance of lower level features. So accordingly, we can have a way out from the challenges of multiple realization, because the time function FEP, that is multiply realized by the 4 metamers, actually will be realized by single vitamers in the actual process of erythropoiesis and is associated to specific tokens of the powers had by the methylcobalamin molecule. At the same time, this view is also compatible with multiple determination. And in order to consider this, we need to consider both the perspective of the realized token feature, so the perspective of the emergent property, and at the same time the perspective of the multiply determinable feature. So from the perspective of the multiply realized features of our function, for instance, the answer is pretty easy because we identify one single proper subset of chemical powers that is associated to it on a given occasion. From the perspective instead of the multiply determinable feature, what we need to do is to consider that we can identify different proper subset of powers that can be associated to different features. So for instance, considering a given chemical structure that can be the one shared by crystallines that we mentioned earlier, maybe we can notice that there are different proper subsets that are associated to the different biochemical functions that crystallines have. So this view is also compatible with multiple determination. And at last, this view is particularly successful because it seems to capture perfectly the tension that we notice with biochemical kinds and biochemical functions. That is, on the one hand, we have autonomy. We can save the causal distinctive profile of vitamin B12, which is not just any cobalamin set of actions. It's not any chemical reaction in which cobalamin can enter. There is a very distinctive causal profile. At the same time, we can still retain dependence, and dependence technically is given by this identity of token conditions. So we can identify the token powers that are associated to our biochemical functions among the broader chemical set of powers. So concluding, we have started considering biochemical molecules as interesting case studies if one wants to consider intra-level relations or relations between disciplines as well. And particularly, I focused on the fact that biochemical functions create a lot of complexity and accordingly are a source of, I think, very good philosophical discussion because they present both multiple realization and multiple determination. Some philosophers have been taking this to argue for disunity, but I think that an argument can be made from unity, and in particular can be made for unity via weak emergence. Weak emergence allows us to have a form of unity because we find what the relation is between the structure and the function. So once we have provided a definition of biochemical functions, and once we have provided an answer to what the relation is, we can actually save a form of unity that is found in the identity of token conditions. And at last, in this account, weak physicalism can be maintained. That is, we have one kind of properties that are physical properties. I thank you all for the attention. I thank Jessica very much and the Meta Science Project.
Thanks a lot to our speakers for their super interesting talks, and also because they completed their talks a bit in advance. So actually we are going to have half an hour of coffee break, and then we come back here for a session of questions and answers at 4:45. Okay, we can begin our session of questions and answers that rather counterintuitively begins from answers, because Jessica is going to answer in the next 15 minutes to the talks of the other three speakers. We can begin. Thank you.
Thank you, Giorgio. First, I'd just like to thank all three of my commentators for really excellent comments, and there's far too much in each of their remarks for me to fully address, and maybe some other things can come out in Q&A, but I'm going to just say for each person in order that their appearance, some of the main points that, either responses or considerations for, future thought, etc. So starting with Erica's remarks, she wanted to I take you to be suggesting, Erica, that if we revisit Alexander's dictum as it initially appeared in Kim's discussion of the problem of higher level causation, there might be alternative ways of kind of, defanging the problem, so to speak. So I just wanted to say a little bit about each of the three ways that you put on offer. So one is to reject Alexander's dictum. So remember that Alexander's dictum is the thesis that to be real, at least for broadly scientific properties, I think, is to have causal powers. And Erica suggests that, well, one thing you could do is just reject Alexander's dictum tout court. You may reject it and assume other criteria about existence. So, that's an interesting suggestion. I just wanted to say that as I am thinking of the problem of higher level causation and so on, I wasn't really building in a presupposition that to be real is to have causal powers, or that having causal powers, however understood, is a necessary condition on the existence of features, broadly scientific features. I was just sort of saying, look, there are prima facie, broadly pre-theoretic reasons to suppose that, both from the sciences and ordinary experience, that higher level, there are higher level features that are distinctively efficacious. So they are not just, they are efficacious, and moreover distinctively efficacious. So I'm taking it to be part of the, the aim of accommodating these appearances in a realistic fashion to make sense of those appearances of efficacy and moreover distinctive efficacy. So to reject, I guess as such, I could reject Alexander's dictum as a criterion for existence, but if we were to replace the criteria for existence with something that didn't sort of involve or entail that the higher level features had powers, in one or other sense, then that would fail to accommodate the appearances that I was aiming to realistically accommodate. So that's what I would say about that first strategy. Your second strategy was to accept the dictum while considering its power-based interpretation too strict. And there, I think, as I was sort of reading your remarks, Erica, you were thinking of powers as, in a little bit more of a heavyweight way, such that, one could accept that there were causal relations, as Alexander perhaps did, presumably did, but somehow resist powers in this more or less heavyweight notion. And there I wanted to at least rehearse my view, my stipulation, so to speak, that the notion of powers that's at issue in the schema is extremely, is intended to be metaphysically quite neutral and not one that necessarily builds in any presuppositions about powers being dispositions or being essential to the properties that have them or, fully constitutive of those features and so on. So that said, sorry, before I go to the that said part, I don't think you necessarily need a very heavyweight notion of powers to get Kim's problematic going, or to get certain other problematics that are associated with, for example, the collapse objection to strong emergence. You might just say, well, whatever notion of power you've got going, so long as it is such that it appears that there's more than one cause, or the lower level entities would inherit the, be able to cause anything that the higher level entity can cause and so on, there would still be these kinds of problematics of overdetermination or collapse. But that said, it might be that you're right that Kim's problem is less pressing, or maybe the collapse problem is less pressing if you have a lightweight notion of the powers that are at issue and the associated notion of causation. So I think that deserves further exploration on my part. As far as the third option, you say the metaphysical underdetermination of the power-based interpretation, so accept that Alexander's dictum can be understood in terms of the having of powers, but maintain that there's a difference, a metaphysical, as you put it, a metaphysical differentiation between micro powers and macro powers. I think that's a very interesting suggestion. Here I would just basically want to talk to you more about what you have in mind there. I would like to hear more about how macro powers would be physically acceptable. Relatedly, I'd like to hear more about what the relation is between the micro powers and the macro powers. And one possibility that occurred to me is that actually the macro powers would emerge metaphysically from some collection of micro powers, in which case, Kim's problematic might indirectly support attention to metaphysical emergence even so. And my last point, I guess, would be that you listed some characteristic features of the micro powers as by way of contrast with the macro powers. And the macro powers would be, relational as opposed to intrinsic, or distributed, or contingent as opposed to actual, and so on. And there I just wanted to just register that for me, the powers, the base level powers, are powers of configurations. So they also, I think, in certain respects, would turn out to be relational, contingent, distributed, and so on. So if that is true, the distinction that you had in mind between the micro powers and the macro powers wouldn't obviously apply to problematize or provide an alternative to the kind of relations between powers that I had in mind. But again, I'd like to talk to you more about all that. So turning to Michaela's interesting comments, again, there's far too much to discuss here, but what I want to start by doing is just say how I would respond to the two questions that he puts on the table. And eventually I want to flag a third question, which I think is in the vicinity of his first question, that I feel it definitely is something that I want to think more about. So the two questions, recall, are first, what makes it the case that some proper subsets of the token powers of the base level feature correspond to a property as opposed to not? And then the second question is, why is it that a given power profile, a given collection of powers, gets associated with this property and this and only this property as opposed to some other property? So as far as the first question goes, first I just want to, again, register that in my book, I'm taking for granted that science or ordinary experience gives us some reason to posit certain apparently higher level features which are associated with certain collections of powers. So I'm not intending my schemas to do that work. The idea is rather, given that we have some scientific or ordinary, experiential or whatever reason to think that prima facie there's a higher level feature with certain powers, then can I make sense of that as being genuinely metaphysically emergent in one way or another? My aim isn't in the first instance, I don't aim to provide that kind of sort of a priori or general conception of what it would be for give me some set of powers, which proper sets of those will correspond to a higher level feature. That's a really hard problem, and that's not part of my aim. That said, I think it's a very interesting question, but my initial response there is that the answer to that question need not appeal to any kind of, I won't call them esoteric. I don't mean that in a disparaging fashion, but I don't think it needs to invoke commitment to any specific metaphysical posits. For example, a primitive relation between the lower level physical feature and the higher level feature as understood as having a certain collection of powers, or maybe some kind of commitment to essences as associated with a given property, distinctive power profile. Rather, I think, we would just have to look at the case studies I'll just throw a couple out here. So, why do scientists posit these properties as having these distinctive profiles? Well, it might be that, the renormalization group method applies to them so that, certain micro-physical details get washed out. Or there are these kind of causal networks that, in many cases, presumably will be evolutionarily and historically I don't want to say determined, but those are kind of evolutionary features that make it the case that there's creatures, for example, that have perceptual apparati like ours, which are tracking a certain kind of determinable level of perception and so on. So those are, I think, viable explanations for why there are those features with those distinctive power profiles that are naturalistically it's sufficient unto the task of explaining that you appeal to these kind of naturalistic phenomena as opposed to some kind of metaphysical posit that's present in every such case. And as regards to the second question about why this specific property is associated with this specific power profile, I feel like that I feel like that question itself is reifying powers in a certain sort of way, and I know that you do address that sort of response or concern, and you want to say, well, even if you have just a lightweight notion of the properties and powers, you have a predicate. There's this question about why the predicate is associated, scientific predicate is associated with a feature with certain kinds of powers, but I think that latter question is very simply answered. That's just a matter of convention or something like that. So if the question is understood in a substantive way, then I think there's room to resist thinking that it really had to be answered. However, once again, I think there's more to say here, and here I want to point towards a question that is in the vicinity, especially of of the first question you consider, which I think really is important, and that I need to, I want to think more about, and I'll throw out a couple of preliminary thoughts here. And this was suggested by Michaela's discussion of the degree of freedom-based account of weak emergence that I offer. Now, in that case, again, without going into gory scientific detail, the idea is that there would be some cases of weak emergence whereby the higher level feature, satisfies the proper subset condition on powers in virtue of being associated with degrees of freedom, which are something like independent parameters that are required to characterize the entity having the feature as engaging in certain law-governed behavior, has strictly fewer of those degrees of freedom than the entity or associated features upon which it cotemporally materially depends. And then in those cases, some of those cases, so for example, an interesting case would be a spherical conductor, where the charged particles on the interior of the spherical conductor, cease to have any impact whatsoever on the electric field or the behavior of the spherical conductor in that configuration. Now, attention to degrees of freedom and their elimination kind of raises to salience that sometimes the instantiation of this higher level feature is associated with the imposition of certain kinds of constraints on the lower level goings on. And in my paper on non-reductive physicalism and degrees of freedom, I observed this, and I wanted to say, look, consider in the case of the spherical conductor, what if it wasn't that the atoms themselves or whatever it was were sort of bonded in that, capable of bonding themselves in that configuration, but some supernatural being had to come in and hold the atoms in that spherical configuration. If the constraints were the result of sort of physically imposed in a physically unacceptable fashion, then I do agree that that would undermine the claim that the satisfaction of the conditions in the schema for weak emergence were themselves sufficient unto the task of guaranteeing physically acceptable emergence. So in that paper and also in the book, considering a related objection by Andrew Melnick, I say, if there's something I need to do to tweak the schema for weak emergence, given what objections have come my way so far, it would be something like that, where you have to say that like the any constraints that are involved in making it the case that there's a feature with a proper subset of the token powers need to be themselves physically acceptable. And what I see Michaela is doing with respect to his first question is pointing to a generalization, a potential generalization of that qualification, which I think is very interesting. And, just to the effect that whatever factors are responsible for there being a feature with a proper subset of powers and stuff, they have themselves not to involve any physically unacceptable goings on. And I think I just want to say that I'm not opposed to the addition of such a condition, and I think it's insightful of Michaela to observe that there is a more general question here. Now, there's a huge amount more to say about that, what I think is going on there, but here I'll just again register that I don't think that any commitment to any specific metaphysical posit is necessarily going to be involved here. Again, I would look at the case studies and try to say, all right, what is going on here that makes it the case that, if you have determinants and determinables, why do we think that there's a determinable feature on the scene? Well, it has something to do with the resemblance relations between the lower level determinants and the intersection of the powers of those lower level determinants. And that doesn't, clearly doesn't involve any kind of physically unacceptable processes and so on. That's not a matter of constraints, by the way. So again, this is what I take, what I see as like the take-home moral for me of Michaela's questions is that, even putting aside the issue of constraints, in these other cases of weak emergence, do we also need to just put on the table or include as part of the schema for weak emergence that whatever is going on in those cases, it doesn't involve any kind of physically unacceptable factors. And so, yeah, I think that's a good point. But again, I would resist seeing it as having to involve anything like, essences or the like. Maybe, you could go that way, but I'm just saying it's not clear to me that you would need to do so. But we have to look on a case-by-case basis. Okay, so turning then finally to Francesca's really excellent application of my account. I'm really thrilled actually to see new applications of the account, and that's really all I could hope for, is that the schemas would turn out to be useful to people working in these different areas. Just a very, very minor point is that at the very end of let's say two things, but the first is just a minor clarification where you say, if you do understand biochemical functions as weakly emergent from chemical compounds or associated features of chemical compounds, then you will be able to say there is only one kind of property, physical ones. And just to clarify, again, this depends on how you're individuating, what things count as physical. But, the strictly physical goings on, the idea is that if you had a weak emergent biochemical function, it wouldn't be physical in this, lower level physical, it would be physically acceptable, I would say. Again, I just want to flag that there's I don't know, maybe it's just a terminological dispute. But the other slightly more interesting thing I wanted to say about Francesca's presentation, so I think she makes a really good case for biochemical functions being weakly emergent from features of the chemical compounds. And I just wanted to raise, really as a question for you, we can talk about in Q&A or later, about whether biochemical kinds can be seen as weakly emergent. So biochemical functions, as I know because we've talked about it, could be instantiated by some non-biochemical kinds. And more generally, we might just wonder, well, for purposes of accommodating the unity of science and so on, at some point we have to ask this question about biochemical kinds as well. And I just wanted to flag that insofar as biochemical kinds are, as I understand them to be often evolutionarily or historically individuated, then it is not obvious that those kinds, if there were powers that were associated with those kind of ideological factors or considerations, then it's not clear that the biochemical kinds would be properly seen as having a proper subset of the powers of the chemical compounds. That's not to say that they might not be weakly emergent, but the emergent space would have to be broader, right? So spatiotemporally broad. So anyway, that's what I have to say, and thank you again so much.
So actually, in order to ease the debate, I'm going to switch on the microphones of the other speaker, and let's hope that no loop emerges, neither weakly nor strongly. Okay, who wants to begin the debate? I see Andrea.
Thanks. So I was thinking about Russellian monism in the metaphysics of consciousness, and I was trying to locate it in the taxonomy that you have on what's happening. Dude.
Saved by the bell.
All my stuff is not working. Okay, great, thanks. So, as I said, I was trying to locate Russellian monism in the taxonomy. Am I doing something wrong? I don't think so. Thanks. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's working. I was trying to locate it in the taxonomy on page 3. And I have to say that I'm kind of struggling. And I think that after a while I ended up settling for maybe substance dualism, which I know sounds crazy because it's Russellian monism, it's not substance dualism, right? But I take substance dualism here to be just a label for the denial of dependence, and that's definitely something that Russellian monism does. So is that the way you would go? Or I don't know, because I'm really not sure.
Well, Russellian monism is an interesting case. I mean, this gives me an opportunity to just flag again that while the schemas for emergence are sort of pitched, or my discussion of the schemas and motivation for them is pitched against this backdrop assumption that the compositionally basic entities are physical, I think that you could run the schemas on alternative fundamental bases. Now, with respect to Russellian monism, I think there's some unclarity, admitted unclarity about whether we should consider that compatible with physicalism or not. I mean, I know some people think so, other people do not. In any case, I don't think that, suppose Russellian monism were true, then why would they need to deny dependent, or why would a Russellian monist have to deny dependence?
Okay, well, because the mental is not depending on the physical. I don't know, it depends.
Oh, not on the physical per se, but good, exactly. So, thank you, now I understand what you were asking. Yeah, good. So in that case, I think, though, that what we've done is we've moved to a different foundational base. Yeah, thank you. Good.
My question is on the concept of profile.
Okay.
Because it seems that, your idea is you have strong emergence if you have a new power, you are weak emergence, you have a new profile or something, or a profile. Mm-hmm. But then you want the profile of a weak emergence to be realization independent. Because
realization independent?
Independent, yeah. Right? So it seems that the P's that are variable in the different realization cannot be counted into the profile because these are varying every time. So basically the profile reduces to the S, to the higher level properties that are causally efficacious in the circumstances which you're considering. But then the notion of the profile now, it seems simply a way to differentiating which property is under consideration, because for each property we want to have a different profile, otherwise we don't know why we have different properties. So it seems now that basically this is simply a description of the causal contribution of that property. Mm-hmm. And so it seems that now the concept of weak emergence is blurred unless you have a new causal power, but that would be strong emergence. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So I don't see how the concept of weak emergence can be more than just the description of the causal profile of any property.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Simone. I mean, the causal profile is also, it's not standing by itself, right? It's supposed to be a proper subset of the profile, so to speak, of the, satisfies that condition of the base level feature, right? So what weak emergence is doing is kind of flagging the relations between the powers of the seemingly higher level feature and the lower level features upon which it cotemporally depends. So I feel like in identifying that relation and trying to also argue that notwithstanding that a weak emergent has shares every one of its token powers with the lower level feature upon which it depends, nonetheless, there's a case to be made that it is distinctively efficacious, right, in virtue of accommodating difference-making considerations or tracking comparatively abstract levels of nomological grain and so on as a way of blocking reduction, right? So just the mere identification of the power profile in a way that's just a starting point of the investigation, and the work for motivating weak emergence then takes place in the, with respect to locating that power profile as the proper subset of the base level feature, and also then making the case that a distinctive power profile can be associated with distinctive efficacy, notwithstanding that proper subset condition is in place. That's the line. Yeah. After you.
Well, this is kind of like... Okay. Wow, there was a lot in all of that. I've got a fairly simple-minded question, which is, isn't a strong emergence kind of easily obtainable in the world? So in the following sense, I'm thinking of Menzies type scenario, Peter Menzies, and maybe this relates to Yablo, we were talking about that. But so if I wave the flag and the bull charges, the red flag, and if I hadn't waved it, the bull wouldn't have charged, etc. But when you look at the physical condition through which realized flag waving, if we counterfactually vary that, then you don't get the bull not charging because I could just, etc. I'm just wondering, what do you think about such cases? And also, I was wondering how some people like Sidney Shoemaker, I think, and this may relate to what you've been saying, treat multiple, this looks like multiple realizability, but he understands multiple realizability as kind of weak emergence, in effect. But this looks like a case of strong emergence because there are certain powers that waving the flag has that aren't possessed by the microphysical realizer because of the difference in the counterfactual difference-making, etc. So I'm just wondering, part of what I'm wondering is what you say about those cases, and what's your then account of, see where I'm going?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so the difference-making considerations that I'm pointing to that are associated typically with weak emergence, not strong emergence, are not intended to involve commitment to a counterfactual account of causation. Now, how does, because if you do have a counterfactual account of causation, then it's pretty easy to get that the higher level feature is efficacious, but the lower level feature is not. Now, first of all, I want to say that that's problematic from the perspective of accommodating the appearances from a physicalist perspective, because the physicalist really has to, in my view, maintain that the physical goings-on are always ultimately the causes of whatever effect that might be operative. So how do I reconcile what I just said with my claim that I'm trying to be fairly neutral about the notions of power and causation that are operative? Well, I think about somebody who endorses a counterfactual account of causation can also appeal to contrast classes and so on. So that way you can end up getting that both are in fact efficacious. So you don't automatically end up with, I think, what you were kind of pointing towards, which might be, in fact, it would suggest a form of strong emergence, but that, I finessed that effectively in the way that I just discussed.
Right.
Yeah, good.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, one other, you had also mentioned something about Sidney Shoemaker. So again, I'm just going to say that those are not really cases of strong emergence, properly understood. Yeah, strong emergence has to involve some, really kind of robustly substantial causal efficacy, right? So you need something like a fundamentally novel power, or my preferred way of thinking about strong emergence is that a new fundamental interaction comes into play. This is, I think, what the original strong emergentists, the British emergentists, had in mind. They thought that there could be fundamental configurational forces. And one of the objections to strong emergence that I didn't get a chance to discuss, but this gives me an opportunity just to flag very quickly, the concern that strong emergence would not be naturalistically acceptable because, we don't have any reason to think that there would be new fundamental interactions, say at the level of the brain or level of some complex configurations. But Brian McLaughlin has a lovely paper, The Rise and Fall of British Emergentism, where he discusses how, the idea that there are configurational fundamental interactions or associated powers is perfectly compatible with, for example, laws of nature such as F equal ma or Schrödinger's equation. It's just that there would be a new force that had to be taken into account in the mix of the various forces that we already accept. And I also, I think my, little contribution to that particular discussion is to observe that historically scientists did not have a problem with positing a fundamental interaction that arose only at the level of some kind of compositional complexity, namely the weak nuclear interaction. And this, in turn, provides a basis for my view that whether there is strong emergence is an empirical question, ultimately, for the most part. Insofar as, in that case, the motivation for positing this new configurational interaction, still considered physical because it's still pretty low-level complexity, but nonetheless, configurational interaction was an apparent violation of conservation laws. And so what I want to say is that, in principle, if we had the resources, theoretical and otherwise, to perform relevantly similar experiments, maybe at some, low level of entity like a lobster or something that you might make a case that it's got some form of mentality, then You could run kind of something similar and see if there's an apparent violation of conservation. If there is, maybe the best way to go is to posit a novel fundamental interaction. If there's not, then it looks like there's probably not strong emergence in that case.
Okay, thanks. Really? Hi. I'm wondering whether there's some version of the exclusion problem which still remains. So if you're an anti-individualist, say, about mental content, what your mental states are going to supervene on is going to be a far wider, broader physical property, which might include the brain state, which the physicists would say is what's causally responsible for you, for the arm raising. But then it just seems to be that you've got to have different causal powers doing the explaining. Because what the broad physical state is going to have, I suspect, very different causal powers. It may not even include any of the brain state's causal powers because they might get affected by the broader state. So none of the, I don't know if that makes sense. So I'm just wondering whether that would be a version of the exclusion problem which you haven't addressed.
Yeah, I like that case. It's interesting. In a way, this echoes what I was mentioning to Francesca at the end, if there are these kind of historical features, broad features of the sort that the anti-individualist would posit. And there I guess I am committed to the idea that if you want to be a weak emergentist or you want to say that mental states are physically acceptable on that account, your base level feature has to be appropriately broad. So it's not clear that we should say that the the broad feature or state, whatever it is, highly complex, spatiotemporally extended feature, didn't have those powers that are associated with the brain state. I mean, I think the physicalist should say that it does. But again, with weak emergence, the brain state would not have all the powers that were associated with that spatiotemporally extended state. Just needs to have a proper subset of them. But yes, in that case, the base level feature might well be broad. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks. So this is more like a clarificatory question. So I take the idea of strong emergence is that for the high-level features who have more powers than the base-level features, token powers. But I think they're actually in the formulation, as long as the higher-level token feature has one power that is not included in the base level, that counts as strong emergence, right?
Yes.
But in that sense, then strong emergence doesn't have to have like more powers.
Yes.
I mean, it can actually have less. Just have one. It can have none of the base level causal features, but you just have one which is distinctly different from the base level. Yeah.
Yes, that's exactly right. And in my book, I took that for granted, and I was using this talk of less and more as a kind of heuristic to just say, well, you have fewer or you have more, but meaning by more, just you have at least one that has not had, not necessarily saying that the strong emergent has all of those lower level powers and then some. And so, yeah, I agree, and I think that was a little bit misleading. So Alyssa Ney in her review of my book sort of, presses on that. But I think it's very clear that in my book, I'm assuming, I never assume that the strong emergent has all the powers of the lower level physical base and then some. But I think, I just have to take responsibility for having put that heuristically in a kind of misleading way. But yes, exactly, that what you just said is correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I don't see other questions, but I have a question
of
my own, and it is about the mutual compatibility of strong emergence and weak emergence. Because if I look at your definition, your schemas for weak emergence and strong emergence, they are clearly incompatible. So no feature can be both weakly and strongly emergent, because weak and strong emergence are characterized in terms of set theoretical relations between powers, and in the case of weak emergence we have a proper subset as a relation, while in the other case there is an additional power. So they seem to be incompatible. But I wonder whether there could be some reasons to combine them. So one might say, well, from the theoretical point of view, there is a possible scenario in which an emergent feature has a fundamental novel power, but also loses, so to say, some powers with respect to what is materially dependent on. And it seems like an interesting scenario, perhaps. And perhaps it is connected with something Erika mentioned in her talk, because Erika said that there are promising cases of emergence in which there is a macro power, and the effect of the macro power is to constrain the micro power. So there is an additional power, fundamentally novel power, perhaps. And then some micro powers are, so to say, constrained, so perhaps some degrees of freedom are lost, maybe. And so it seems to be exactly the kind of picture of emergence Erika was interested in. But it seems, in your classification, it is a case of strong emergence.
Yeah.
Because there are additional powers.
That's right.
But then it is also different from other cases of strong emergence in which there is the additional power, there is the fundamentally novel power, but then no micro power is lost. So they seem to be two interestingly different scenarios, cases, and I wonder if you think that they should be distinguished, or if there is a way to distinguish them in your schemas for weak and strong emergence.
Yeah, thanks. That's a nice question to follow the previous question, because, I mean, I'm just leaving open that in a case of strong emergence, whether the strongly emergent feature shares any powers, or some powers, or all powers of the lower level feature. I just leave that open. So it's sufficient unto the task of strong emergence that there's a fundamentally novel power, and that's that. And then however it shakes out as far as the overlap that there may be or may not be between the powers of the lower level feature, I just leave that completely open. So I think it's interesting to raise to salience the possibility that the strongly emergent feature might also operate in such a way as to constrain those lower level features. I think the schemas technically can accommodate that. It's just like something more to say about it. I'm not sure if that would qualify as a distinctive form of emergence, or if it would just be a specific form of, there could be different varieties of strong emergence. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions? Otherwise, I would...
There's one.
Oh, sorry. Giacomo.
Hi. This is a impossibly generic and vague and hand-wavy question for Erika. So feel free to give me a very vague hand-wavy answer. But I was wondering if you could say a bit more of what you mean by constraint and sort of how the macro powers are supposed to do that. Just because the notion confounds me a lot. So.
These? Okay. Okay, it seems to work. Okay, thank you. Yeah, this is also related to Giorgio's question, so I think that's quite interesting. Yeah, I think that, I analyzed complex systems, for instance, like social systems, like ants colony. And what it seems to me is that we can define as emergent the properties of a colony, and the kind of causal efficacy that we have when we have causally efficacious colonies or systems is that when the components of the system are composed, so when the components are organized in this structure, they lost some possible states, then they lost some possible powers. They're not ontologically neutralized, they still have them, okay? But they cannot exercise them because they are not functional to the functionality of the whole. So like you have an ant that can have a lot of behaviors, but when the ant is in an ant colony, we can say that the set of her possible behavior collapse into a subset, which is the subset of the set that are functional to the objectives or to the properties of the colony. So I think that in this case, the colony has a constraining relationship. There's a constraining relationship between the colony and the components. And in general, there's a constraining relationship between the system and the components of the system. And that can be applied also to human social system. I mean, we are here and I'm doing some stuff. I'm not doing some other stuff that I can't do, okay? Because now I'm playing a role and you are playing some roles too. But also other, like for instance, another example that I often refer to is anatomy. You have a structure, an anatomical structure that allows you some movements, and so it's a kind of constraining structure because I cannot put my hand I don't know where, but it's important because it avoids that I hurt myself. So I think that when we have systems and when in general matter organizes, there are always these constraining relationships which are top down, and so there's some loss of, I don't know if we can say that as degrees of freedom, but surely there's the loss of some possible states, some possible behaviors, some possible, maybe also the possibility to exert some powers. I'm sorry. Thanks for your question.
Hi. Oh, sorry. This is just a general question for anyone. I mean, if there's strong emergence, then are there laws of strong emergence? I mean, could there be accidental strong emergence? And if there have to be laws, then why wouldn't those laws be incorporated into the other existing laws such that you could call them all physical, why wouldn't you? Or you could call them all natural, because why wouldn't you? and then you wouldn't have violation of closure after all, because you just expanded the laws, and then you explain why, etc. And sort of very vague question, but yeah.
I'll start, and others can weigh in on this. As far as whether strong emergence has to involve laws or not, I don't think it does. In fact, so in the final chapter where I argue that libertarian free will is strongly emergent, and that we have reason to believe that we have libertarian free will of, not a morally loaded sense, just, am I going to drop this pen or not? I chose not to. So that kind of free will would be, as I put it, nomologically transcendent. So not law governed in that case.
So the emergence of it is...
Oh, the fact that we come into play, that could be, presumably that would be a matter of law. I thought you were talking about like the strong emergence, the feature itself, whether it engaged in lawful goings on. But yeah, I think that there would have to be, presumably, or at least I'm assuming that, whatever the fundamental power is brought about as a matter of nomological necessity.
So why wouldn't that, the case of the nuclear forces is,
Oh yeah, so then your second question is why not just allow that to include that? This has to do with what we want to, how we want to individuate the physical. I have a paper called On Characterizing the Physical, and I'm presupposing the kind of view that I endorse there, according to which the physical goings on, as motivated by, materialist and physicalist kinds of views are understood to be those that are instantiated or occurrent at comparatively low levels of complexity, which again is not to say that you can't then, aggregate pluralities, relational aggregates at that level, right? So the massively complex configurations and so on. But I think if we were to do the sorts of experiments that were parallel to those motivating the weak nuclear interaction, if we were able to do that at the level of mentality, and we discovered that there was a novel fundamental interaction at that level of mentality, then that would not be appropriately considered a physical fundamental interaction on the operative characterization of the physical. But your suggestion is, one that I treat in my paper and discuss a little bit of the book. But for the most part, I'm just taking for granted that, and I think most physicalists would agree, that were there to be a novel fundamental interaction at the level of mentality, that would not be in line with physicalist tenets, according to which the lower level physical goings-on, the four fundamental interactions or whatever they are driving the entire train. And there are not, there's not any fundamental mentality. That I'm taking the absence of fundamental mentality to be characteristic of the physicalist position. Of course, we can use our terms as we like, but I think that that terminological decision is historically and dialectically supported.
Thank you. I think I actually wanted to ask the question you thought you just received before. In the case of strong emergence, when a new causal power is instantiated by the higher order feature, higher level feature, I'm curious, how does that happens exactly? Is there a causal history there? Are there causal powers at any level that cause that happening? Is it explainable according to some law? What kind of law? Or is it a completely sui generis occurrence? Or how does that happen?
I think it will just depend on the cases at issue. If you thought that the fundamental interactions were unified, then maybe that would serve as a partial explanation for the operation of a fundamental configurational interaction. I don't think you have to take it to be brute or sui generis. That said, I haven't really, committed myself. I don't think I need to commit myself one way or another. We just have to look at the specific cases in point.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There are two other questions on the part of Simone Gozzano and Filippo Mancini.
Sure. Very briefly, following what Stephen was saying, because I think a physicalist can be happy with the idea of having a new fundamental interaction of the mind with the physical. Because one is not to be forced to be a dogmatic. I mean, I don't think that the ultimate physics has been written. The real point here is if we have to rewrite the physical laws according to new standards that we will not recognize them as being physical in the way in which we could recognize them to be physical now. I mean, when we decided for accepting quantum indeterminacy, there was a big leap forward because we thought that mechanics was just going like that. And it was a serious and deep revision of what a physical law could be. So as long as the new fundamental interaction is one in which the acceptability, the entrenching with, to say with Goodman, with the present physical law is acceptable, that wouldn't make any, shock for the physicalist. Because I don't know, that's...
I guess I just disagree. I'm thinking about physicalism as the descendant of materialism, and the materialist kind of point of view is precisely to reject that there's any fundamental mentality, and to rather give combinational functionalists, for example, stories about how it could be that there was this or that mental phenomenon, and to reject the idea that there's fundamental mentality either of the sort that a panpsychist might endorse, maybe also a Russellian monist would endorse, or of a kind of, the sort that the strong emergentist would endorse. And that's in a way, I'm just taking on board the self-descriptions and the dialectical content of debates between strong emergentists and materialists at that time. So, look, in a way, this is, I think there are terminological questions, but I think the terminology and what we want to say, how a physicalist would respond and so on, it would be more useful philosophically if the traditional contrast between physicalism or materialism and these other views that were, presented as being anti-materialist or presented as contrasting with physicalism, if that contrast is preserved. So that's why, I characterize the physical as I do.
Okay, last short and easy question.
So this is just a curiosity.
Yeah.
In order to have a weak emergence, you want to have a proper subset of powers, right? And in order to have a strong emergence, you want to have at least one more different power. So if strong and weak emergences exhaust all the possibilities, it seems you are rejecting or saying that it is not possible to have emergence if you have that micropowers are exactly the same as micropowers. So is that right? And in that case, why?
Yeah. I'm committed to that because the difference in powers is required for there to be a difference in efficacy, right? So I'm taking as part of the characterization of metaphysical emergence that the emergent phenomena are not just distinct from the base level phenomena, but also distinctively efficacious. But if, they completely share all their powers, then I don't see how it can be that you would end up with distinctive efficacy. Maybe you have some other story about how they're distinct, but they're not going to end up being distinctively efficacious. So that's why I don't go that way. Yeah.
Thanks to Jessica and to the other.
Thank you.
Very short pause, 5-minute pause, and after that,
I think the best way is to play anyway.
Okay, we have two other invited talks. And the first one is the talk of Claudio Calosi. The title is Small Atoms of Themselves a Word May Make. Claudio sent us the title. We were in doubt whether atoms was a typo or not, but we decided that it was not a typo. And
no, it's not. And we will see. Can you hear me if I do it like this? Yes. Good. No.
No, because
no. Oh, the other people can't hear me. Sorry, because if I sit, I'm gonna fall asleep myself. Anyway, so thanks for being here. This is just great because many friends, partners in crime, real partners. Actually, my real partner is not here. Oh, here she is. Thank you. That's a good entrance, by the way. Okay, so the organizers really asked me to do something, not like Kevin. Something about metaphysics and literature, as a matter of fact, but unfortunately I didn't have the time, so what I did was I took an already long talk and I stick 20 pages of literary citations in front. So that's where we will start. And unfortunately, some people will have already seen the talk, so I just apologize and do whatever you want, So this is a talk about atomism. In general, we will see the title. And, atomism is, let me try to actually convince you that this is something super crucial and super important. This is something which actually cuts across space. So here you see arguably the greatest poet that came out from Afghanistan, Rumi, which was massacred by hordes of New Age people. But if you read it, it's just a great poet. And this is a beautiful poem called Poem of the Atoms. So it's in the Eastern tradition, and here in the Western one, I could have chosen completely different things. I chose The Temptation of St. Anthony by Flaubert because he discusses atomism in the book with Buddha, and Jessica was doing Buddhist indeterminacy, so I thought, this is an incredible book, by the way. This is just the ending. So across time, so here's 100 BC. This is, of course, the second book of The Nature of Things, which is just incredibly beautiful. And you can go up to 2007. This is David Markson. And I chose this one just to piss off Kevin, because I think that this guy wrote one of the most beautiful philosophical novels of the last century, Wittgenstein's Mistress, and Kevin fiercely disagreed with me. So I actually wanted to bring the book just to piss him off. I forgot, but still you got the quote. And then across disciplines, of course. So this is philosophy, okay? And for other, I could have chosen chemistry, for example. Just, Vanessa would have said something beautiful about chemistry. I chose physics because it's the only thing that I know a little bit. So this is the very first page of Feynman's lectures in physics. And he says, well, if you can say just one word, one sentence to the next, future creatures, right, that actually pack the most information about the world, you should say this thing: all things are made of atoms. So it's really crucial. And of course, it also cuts, I think, across the great divide, the analytical and continental divide. So this is the New Testament of Mereology, written by one of my dearest friends, Achille. But if you actually find that also Hegel apparently talks about Mereology and atomism. Oh, by the way, the fact that I put some things here doesn't mean I read them. I read some of those. These I didn't. So I just Googled field papers. Okay. I couldn't find anything by Deleuze, which was my first choice, as a matter of fact. Okay, good. So this is the fun part. And now we have to do a little bit of a more boring part. I will not go over the outline because it's already a long thing. I think you can all understand what I'm doing here. So here's the thing. So, let's dive into boredom with the house wide open, as Marguerite Yourcenar would say. Okay, I'm just piling up quotations because to fulfill my duties about literature. So atomism is really roughly the claim that all things are made of atoms, as Feynman put it. But consider the following three propositions, okay? Everything has atomic parts, everything is the sum of its atoms, and everything is composed by its atomic parts. On the face of it, they're very different, okay? They actually have, of course they're related, right? But they don't feature the same notion, right? Okay, how to understand that? Well, Maria, this is for you. So Maria really loves the Catcher in Salinger. I don't, but so usually you find sentences like this: A3 is to be intended as A2, and A2 is completely articulated in A1. And I'm not sure I understand. What I will take it to be is whether A1 entails A2 or A1 entails A3, which I can understand, as a matter of fact. Now, Anthony Shiver has a beautiful paper arguing that this characterization of atomism, everything as an atomic part, is defective. It cannot capture what it's meant to capture, namely what Feynman said, that everything is made out of atoms. It's insufficient to capture that. And Achille wrote a beautiful reply, which is also actually in the book, defending the traditional characterizations. Okay, so I believe that Achille is right, just because I love him, and so I always think he's right. But I also think that Shiver is not wrong. And this is because I think that the question of whether A1 entails A2 really depends on the notion of sum and composition that you use. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to propose to you a new notion of sum, such that, and this is my electoral promise, this is, the Italian electoral promises, that is not equivalent to the ones in the literature. It helps you assess in the debate. As a matter of fact, you will have the A1 doesn't entail A2, actually neither entails A2 nor entails A3. Helps distinguishing just by simple mereology, nothing else, structured and unstructured objects. We did something with Andrea before, and can be used to analyze in famous problematic cases in the metaphysical composition literature, and I use something by Aristotle because Damiano then is doing something by Aristotle, which is always wrong, so it's fine. Okay, good. So the formal things, so I will just use like plural logic, first order logic, and with plural variables and terms. This is just because, some of the discussion are just put in those framework. I don't think it's necessary. And there's nothing actually controversial about the plural logic that I'm using. In the background, I will just use once the plural comprehension principle, but I mean, we will not go over the proof, so who cares? Okay, so here's the formal framework, like, so the primitive notion of parthood, prophet. This is nothing that you all know this. There's nothing new. The only thing that you might not know is the following thing. So capital letters are plural variables. So this means like the x's are part of A, which means all of the x's are part of A. Okay. So, and the same thing for overlap, disjointness, and this is the same thing. A overlaps the x's if it overlaps at least one x's. Whether it's separated or disjoint from the x's, if it is disjoint, doesn't share any part with any of the x's. And then once again, this is just orthodoxy. Something is composite if it has proper parts, and atomic if it doesn't. So there's really nothing new here. No, okay. So if you open the New Testament, and if you open actually the Old Testament, which is parts by Peter Simons, or even if you open Giorgio's Mariology book, you will find three notions of sum in the literature. So the first one is due to Nelson Goodman in the structure of appearance. He has A is the sum of the x's if A overlaps all and only things that the x's overlap. The second one, I think, is due to Lesniewski in 1916, is the one that actually Leonard and Goodman used in the paper, not in the structure of appearance, but in the calculus of individuals paper. A is the sum of the x's is the x's are part, and all the parts of x over the parts of A overlaps at least an x's. And then, for the mathematically a little bit more inclined, this is usually known as the algebraic fusion. This is just least upper bound, basically. So this is upper bound, and this is the least upper bound. Maybe A is the sum of the x's, all the x's are part, upper bound, and the least upper bound. A is included in everything which include the x's. Okay? So, and now this is for Valentina now. So if you read actually Parts of Classes, the very first page of Parts of Classes by David Lewis, you will see that he's talking about the fusions of all the cats, and he mixes all them up. But now, I mean, of course he doesn't really mixes that, because he's endorsing actually extensional mereology, and you can prove that in any extensional mereology, they are just extensionally equivalent. I'm sorry, I can't sing the Fratelli Neri per caso, whatever he wanted me to. So these are the three that you will find, and in the book, for example, by Achille and Aaron, actually, you will find a beautiful analysis of what are merological axioms you need to pass from one sum to the other. Okay, good. And then you have the notion of composition, which is basically the converse plus the conjunction that the components have to be pairwise disjoint. I think that this comes from Van Inwagen. Am I right, Giorgio? I think it comes from Van Inwagen. But so now, given that we are actually talking about atomism, this conjunct actually turns out to be redundant because, of course, atoms are pairwise disjoint. And that's actually what proposition 1 says. So in this case, sum and composition are just the homers of one another. Okay? And if you have that, you get this, you get the translation of you get the formal translation of the claims we started with. Even in this case, there's nothing actually unorthodox. It's just, a good old-fashioned, mechanical translation, something that you actually gave to your students, so we will not go over that. Okay, good. Are we? Okay. Yeah, Jonathan say, yeah. But you've already seen the talk, so. Okay, good. So now the question is, does A1 entail A2 or A3? And Anthony Shiver thinks that he has a model in which A1 is satisfied and A2 and A3 are not. And I'm going to call this the infinite comp because it looks like a comp to me. But okay, so you have the natural numbers here. So you have the singleton 0. It's not Socrates, but it's okay, right? So it's singleton 0, and then you have here, you have all the natural numbers minus the singleton here. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so on and so forth. And so you have two kinds of entities here, right? You have composite entities along here, along the shaft, and then you have atomic entities here, right? You can see that, right? Okay, good. So now Shiva is going to say, well, take any composite. Let me see if I have. Well, so this is not a model of unrestricted, for example, classical mereology, like because unrestricted composition fails. Of course, you don't have actually, take any finite number of atoms, you would not have the sum of those, okay? So either you rule out by some mereological principles your model, or Shiva is going to say, this is a model in which A1 is true, but A2 is not. Why? Well, because the thought is that, of course, everything has an atomic part, right? If you go back, let me see if I can do that. So everything has an atomic part. But if you look at composite objects, they always have a composite proper part. You can see that. So this is meant to go all the way down, okay? So of course that means just, and Shiver takes it to be, that just means that A1 is true, A2 is not. So I just showed you that the standard characterization, that the one we took for granted for millennia, is just false, okay? So now Varzi argued, wait a minute, let me just prove in natural deduction for all the notions of sum possible that he is wrong. So that's what he does in the paper. I'm not going to subject you to that. I'm just going to show you that I think he's right, and I'm just going to give you, let's say, a taste of the proof. So I'm going to show you that it entails A1, does entail A3, as a matter of fact. Actually, as a matter of fact, I'm just going to show you that it satisfies A3 by itself. And then the same argument given proposition 1 establishes this. So here's the proof. Don't worry, we were not going to see that. So here's how to do the proof, though. So you have to prove that something that has an atomic part is the sum of its atoms. So all you need to do, right, is the following thing. Give me a plurality of atoms such that this guy here, let's say, right, is the sum of those atoms. And here's the plurality. Go down and then take this infinite plurality of atoms. And you can check for any notion of sum, it turns out to be the sum. Okay? I'm not going to go through the proof. Okay, so I think that Varzi is completely right. A1 implies A3, no matter which notion of sum you use. Proofs might be a little bit more difficult with one notion of sum, but for example, with A2, it's just straightforward. It's just routinely checking the conditions of the notion of sum. Okay, so this is what Achille concludes. So let me actually divide it in two. Because these are two related theses. So I'm going to call Varzi 1 the following claim. No matter how we understand the notion of sum, A1 entails A2. Varzi 2, insofar as being composed coincides with being a sum of disjoint entities, and in atomism it does, right? Because of course atomism is just, atoms are pairwise disjoint, then A1 also entails A3. I am going to argue now that if you have a new notion of sum, which I'm going to prove to you that it's not extensionally equivalent to any of the sum you saw, I think that you can undermine both actually the entailments. So how do we do that? I'm going to lay down a few desiderata that a notion of sum could be required to meet. I'm not going as far as saying that should be required to meet, but could be required to meet. And then I'm going to show you that there is no notion of sum that actually satisfies all of three. Okay? And then I'm going to show you the consequence for atomism. So here's the desiderata. So the first one, oh, by the way, I've been working on these more technical matters, not this one is more metaphysical, with a friend of mine. And I'm just saying that because he chose the name of the principles and the names suck. That's why I just don't want to be. So, success. That means so if A is the sum of the x's, all the x's should be part of A. I mean something like, so a sum should be inclusive enough, okay? So if we want to take the sum of all the philosophers in this room, you should include all of us, okay? You should not leave Vittorio aside, for example. Conversely, you want your sum to be inclusive, but you want it to be also a good club. Like you don't want everyone to enter, right? You want to be a little bit exclusive. So how do you exclude something? You say that if something is separated from the x's, then it should be separated or disjoint from the sum. Okay? So the thought is that, okay, of course we want Vittorio to be there, but we don't want this chair. Because this chair does not overlap anything in the plurality of philosophers in this room. Well, unless the chair itself is a philosopher, but. Okay. And then the other one is, which is basically the least upper bound. It says, what includes the x's includes their sum. So here's the cheating way of looking at it. Suppose you want to take the mereological fusion of my t-shirts, okay? And suppose you put all my t-shirts in the drawer, okay? So this condition says, well, if you put all the t-shirts in the drawer, you have put the sum of the t-shirts in the drawer, okay? You don't get to have all the t-shirts in the drawer and the sum is over there where Ciro is. That's what it says. Okay? So now, Of course, someone that knows a little bit about this stuff will probably immediately see that this conjunct here, this condition here with antisymmetry forces uniqueness of sum. So someone might be, but if you just look at it, it really sounds, actually, I think it sounds plausible, but. So the good thing is that the methodology that I'm going to push has uniqueness of sum, so extensionality of sum, but it doesn't have extensionality of proper partum. So that's where we're going. Okay, good. But first, I'm going to argue that of the three notions of sum you saw, no notion actually satisfies all three. The background mereology is just what Achille calls minimal mereology, which is partud is just a partial order. Okay? That's it. So the first one. So the proposition of 5, 6, and 7, but all we need is the second part of each proposition. So we need proposition 5.2, 6.2, 7.2. Why? Because 5.2 says sum 1 doesn't satisfy something. Proposition 6 says sum 3 doesn't satisfy something. And proposition 7 says sum 2 doesn't satisfy something. So if you take them together, right, you're just proven that there is no notion of sum that satisfies them all. I'm going to go case by case now. So first of all, so look at this model. Okay, now, unfortunately, X is the sum of 1 of A1 and A2. Oh, proper part would, for those who don't do mereology, proper part would go uphill. So this is a proper part of this, okay? The weird thing about the notion of sum, because you remember it's just defined in terms of overlap, so it's not necessary that something that is a sum of something else has those things as parts. As a matter of fact, X is the sum, unfortunately, of A1, A2. Why? Well, it overlaps everything that A1, A2 overlaps, right? Because A1 and A2, what they overlap? Well, they overlap A1, A2, X, B1, and B2, and X overlaps all of them. So, of course, so that means that sum 1 actually fails the first desideratum. It's not, so there is no need for the atoms that compose something to be part of that. So this is for Antonio, the list upper bound. I don't know whether Antonio is here. So the list upper bound, this is just the sum 3. So take X, take A1 and A2, that is, leave alone B. And if I ask you, is X a sum 3 of A1, A2? The answer, unfortunately, it is yes. Why? Because, of course, they're both parts, and it's included in everything which includes them. Why? Because the only thing that includes them is X. Okay? But, of course, this fails the second conjunct, because it has a part, right? Which is disjoint from A1 and A2. Okay? Finally, take the most famous one, the one that's in every introductory text in mereology, right? And you can see that X here is a sum 2, as a matter of fact, sum 1 as well, of A1 and A2. That means that it fails to satisfy the third conjunct. Why? It's not included in everything which includes A1, A2. Which one? For example, Y. Okay? So I've just proven, I mean, that's a little bit fast, but I've just proven that there is no notion of sum that satisfies all the three desiderata. Okay? Well then, it doesn't take a genius now, to know what I'm doing after, right? Well, just take the conjunction of those, and you're going to have a new notion of sum, right? If there is no other notion of sum that satisfies all three, just take 3 of them. Just take all of them and conjoin them, and you will have a new notion of sum. I mean, it's not that I'm being brilliant here. I'm just doing stupid tricks, right? And now you have this notion of sum that says, well, A is the sum of the x's. If all the x's are part of A, the inclusion thing, be inclusive enough, but not too inclusive. If something is disjoint, then it has to be disjoint from the sum. And then the list upper bound, let's say, conjunct. Whatever includes the x's should include the sum, okay? And of course, now, the very same argument I just gave you, right, is also an argument from the extensional inequivalence. Unless you actually tell me something more about your mereology, stronger mereology is assumed, it also actually is an argument for the extensional equivalence. As a matter of fact, I chose it such a way that in no models, X counts as a sum of A1 and A2. In these, of course, I put it in order. This one fails conjunct 1, this conjunct 2, and this conjunct 3. Okay? Okay, good. So, now as a matter of fact, well, there's an interesting question of how to force the equivalence of any. And I think that, for those of you who know mereology, weak supplementation will do the trick. So, okay, I'm not going to do an objection because why do the objections to yourself? Okay, good. So now, so we saw that the notion of sum, right? So we saw that there's a new one, but the talk is about atomism. So now I'm going to actually argue for the consequences on atomism about endorsing the new notion of sum. Okay? And instead of making it general, I'm just going to use, an example from the history of philosophy, and I chose. So in the paper, I think I have Armstrong, as a matter of fact, but given that Damiano was talking about Aristotelian universals, okay, why not put Metaphysics Z? And yeah, I didn't read it, Paolo, because Paolo is laughing already. I never read this thing. But anyway, so this is a famous passage, right, in which Aristotle seems to say, look, if you have A and B, right, it's one thing to make the fusion a heap-like entity from A and B, and it's one thing to make a syllable out of them. The syllable is something more. Okay? So now I'm going to use the technical resources I gave you actually to show what could be a model of that. I mean, and there is absolutely no exegetical intent in this. But here's how to understand the model. Okay, so you start from A and B, you make the sum in the technical sense we just discovered, then you make syllables out of it, A, B, and BA, and then this is because in the technical paper, we want it to be also a model of universalist mereology, so we have a restricted fusion, so you need to actually close the model up with the top element. But we're never going to look at this here. All we're going to look at is the syllables A, B, BA, and A plus B, which is the sum of A, B, which is the unique sum, as a matter of fact. So you can prove it that's a unique sum. So, okay, so if you look at the formal details, you get nice features. I mean, what I think are nice features. So for example, every plurality has a unique sum. But of course, it's not true, and that's the point where I'm going, right? It's not true that everything that has atomic part is the sum of its atoms, right? Why? Because there are composite things which are not sums. That's the entire point, right? So, for example, the crucial thing to see here is that A plus B is the sum, and in fact, the unique sum of A and B, but AB is not, right? It's a composite entity which has atomic parts, or A and B are supposed to be atomic, but it's not a sum of A plus B. And you can see that, right? I mean, you should see it by now that it fails the third conjunct. If it were a sum, it should have been included in everything which includes those. So it should have been part of this. And actually, as a matter of fact, it should have been part of this. But it's not. Okay, so the trick here is that you get two kinds of composite things. You get sums and things that are not sums. Okay? And this is the key to understand the difference between structured and unstructured wholes, I think. That's where I'm going. I'm gonna say in a few minutes that this guy is the unstructured thing, and this guy are structured things. Okay? So this is actually gives you just a mereological, I mean, it might not be the best difference between structured and unstructured objects, but it's a mereological one at that. Okay, good. But at first, so the first result is that actually A1 does no longer entail A2, right? You can see that. There are composite objects, A, B, and BA, which have atomic parts, but they're not the sum of its atoms. As a matter of fact, A plus B, once again, is the only sum. Okay. So we actually undercut the entailment from A1 and A2. So now, of course, you're gonna, given that, right, given in the atomistic setting, A1 composition and sum are just the converses, basically. Of course, you expect, if this doesn't go through, A1 doesn't entail A3, right? That's what you expect. But let me actually, do I have time? Do you have more time? I mean, something like this?
Yeah, it was so interesting that I lost them. So
I think, let me go through.
Sloppy chair, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, they're all friends here. No, let me pass through a little bit of a slight, roundabout, to actually define you a notion that has a great philosophical pedigree. So let me do this. So look at the model. The model actually distinguishes two things, right? Composite objects like A plus B, which are sum, and then also sum 1 and sum 2. and things some A, B, and BA, which are not sums, but are sum 1 and sum 2. So when you see this, let me do this now. Let me actually define the following thing. Let me define the matter of A to be the sum of the proper parts of A, if there are any. So it's a function, right? Why it's a function? Well, I just proven to you, well, I didn't prove it to you, but I mean, the least upper bound conjunct plus antisymmetry just delivers it to you, right? That it's unique, okay? So I can define this thing. It's a function that says A, what does it say? Okay, sorry. So the matter of A is the sum of the proper parts of A. If there are any, otherwise it's A. Okay? Good. So now I can tell you that here's my definition, my proposed definition of the difference between structured and unstructured objects. Structured objects are the ones that are distinct from the matter, whereas unstructured objects are the ones that are identical to their matter. As a matter, A plus B counts as an unstructured object, whereas AB, the syllable, is a structured one. Okay? Not only I can do that, but I mean, the other friend of mine, Jeremy.
You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, no, plenty. So there's only a poem at the end. So Jeremy, it also delivers you the following thing. I can give you now just a complete mereological relation between an entity and its matter. It's only unsupplemented part. By unsupplemented part, I mean a proper part of the entity such that every other proper part overlaps it. Now, the relation between a thing and its matter, of course, is just a matter of contention. And some people invoke very obscure notions. So, for example, constitution, and I wanted to put it out because Jaron Smith, which unfortunately cannot be with us because there's COVID, right, has written a beautiful paper on this, on all the ways of cashing out the constitution relation, saying that it's a doc, so you have to find new ways to actually understand the relation between a matter and its entity. And here's one in this context. Okay? It's a purely mereological relation. Now, once you have that, I'm just going to define a notion of composition in the following way. Like, X are the components of A. If they're pairwise disjoint, who cares? And their sum is the matter of A. Okay? Why am I doing that? Well, now I can define composition sub psi, in which the X and psi compose X, if they compose and they're all psi. Why? Because if you want to divide wholes into natural joints, whatever you want it to be, right? So you can use that, right? Suppose you want to divide myself in my organs. Now you can use this notion. And of course, if you plug in for psi, you plug in being an atom, which that's what it says, you get the notion of atomic composition. Okay? That means that the X's atomistically compose A if they compose A in the sense I just said, right? So their sum is the matter of A, and they're all atoms. Okay. So last bit, and I promise I'll leave you alone. Last bit, well, it's exact. So I put you through the detour because I think it's nice to see actually the definition of matter and all this stuff, but it's exactly the result that you expect. Given that A1 doesn't entail A2, and A2 and A3 are converts, this proposition says, well, A1 doesn't entail A3 either. Why? Because, of course, you're going to take AB again, right? The structured objects are such that they're not identical to their matter. Therefore, they're not the sum of their matter. Therefore, having an atomic part doesn't mean that they're composed by its atoms. In this technical notion, of course. Of course, there's a loser notion in which, of course, there are components like they're built out of, but they're not composed in this technical sense. So, okay, good. And now, of course, that undermines A3, undermines the A1 and entails A3, of course. It's me? Sorry. So, and now, if you want to do a little bit of more formal work, so here's the result, we're not going to go through that. So that is like, suppose now you're telling me how to recover more standard mereological theories. These are, I think, the axioms that you should add. For example, if you add that everything is identical with its matter, right? So what you're basically saying, right? You're basically saying that everything is an unstructured object. So you should expect to actually, so if you close it universally, you should expect it to recover classical extension of mereology, which is exactly what you get. That's the thing. And of course you get different versions of atomism if you plug in here the thing rather than its matter. Okay? So these, you get different notions of atomism now. And of course the thought is here that now we should know more a little bit more of how to build things from atoms. But of course, to go back to the initial slide, I think that this great figure, Margaret Cavendish, it's a great figure, like great woman, like just incredible woman. Just knew it enough already. And this is from Poems and Fancies. She has an entire section on atomistic poems, and this is just a beautiful poem. So this was given as a gift to me by Achille, so it's very dear to my heart. And the first line is just, the title of the talk, and that's it.
Thanks a lot, Claudio. Questions? Nathan?
So cool, that was so cool. Thank you very much for that. Here's a super naive question. Yeah, sorry.
I don't see it. Yeah. Sorry.
Super naive question. It feels almost like once we have the kind of structured entities, we've lost our atomism. Like, because we have these things now that don't just reduce down to the little teeny tiny atoms wiggling around doing everything. So we're kind of pseudo-atomists, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, that's not... oh, wait. No, that's actually not naive at all. Because it actually points out to a very subtle thing. It's one thing, so atomistic worldview differs from whether, for example, atoms are the ground of everything else. And then you need to actually have something else, like you need to have grounding, dependence, and so on and so forth. They are completely right. In this picture, atomism doesn't ground everything else. Because all you can do, right, is that you can make the sums, but then to get to the syllables, you have to do something else. So yes, if you actually think that atomism is more than a mereological thesis, for example, Leibniz thought so. But even, and Kevin is going to kill me here, so even Kant, in the Antithesis, like in the Critique of Pure Reason, if you read it, it's not just a mereological thesis for him. As if you read the Antithesis, I don't remember if the thesis or the Antithesis, one of the two, right? It says, no, everything, so you fix the truths about the atoms, you fix the truth about the world. And that you completely lose. As a matter of fact, Aron, for example, has, Aron Gottfried, has new notions of atomism, which he calls superatomism, in which you actually plug in exactly those kind of things. Grounding, not infinite, well-founded chains, finite, well-grounded chains, and so on and so forth. But that's not naive at all. This is just mereological, so it's true that it's not true the following thing. If you fix every truth about the atoms, chances are you have not fixed the world.
Thank you very much for this exciting talk. I just want to push kind of the opposite direction you were going in response to the previous question, which is, or let me just kind of propose it as a way of reading it the other way around, and let's see what you think about that, which is that the result that you establish, that we have these structured things that aren't sums. One way of reading that is that your account of sum really isn't quite what we want. I mean, you think about the atom as metaphor, what we want in spelling out the idea that everything is made up of atoms, we want to have some idea of a molecule. Right? And a molecule is a structured entity. What we really want, by way of a sum, by way of mereological composition, is something that is going to give us something structured. So I want to propose that as a way of saying, one way of reading the result is that your notion of sum still isn't, what's defective is the notion of sum, not the idea of atomism. I don't want to do that.
Good. No, that's a good suggestion. Let me pretend to think, because I don't know. Just messing. No, you're completely right. So here's two things, right? So the project here is that for a long time, right, we thought there was this complaint against mereology, just purely mereological relations. It was so if you just use mereological relations, right, you're going to give us always unstructured things, right? And then we have to do something else. And people went from this thing to just crazy heights, like just to go, oh yeah, then we have to be isomorphist. So this is a way of saying, Well, I mean, the response is just an overreaction here. But you're completely right. Even this thing doesn't go as far as if you want yourself, just use mereology, right? And get you the complete structure of the words. That I don't know what to do. The only way to do it that I know, just in purely mereological terms, is abandon this framework and have new notions of parts. So if you have a new notion of part, for example, potential parts, then you can play with that. And then there's a beautiful paper that does that. But I don't know how to get it. So otherwise you have to really, I think, it's true that my thing doesn't do it, but my impression is that either you abandon mereological monism, which Giorgio defends, right? That there's one notion of partum, and you give me more notions of partum to play with, or you're gonna end up actually using some notion which is not mereological to shoulder your intuitions about structure. But it might very well be that I mean, the fact that I'm not seeing doesn't mean it's not there, it just means that I'm not seeing it. So, but these are the three things, I think, that you can, I explored one, abandon monism is another, and then just, if you want the structure to hold the molecules out of your, then you know, some forms of allomorphism might do that. I don't know whether Andrea, I mean, probably has something close to mereology, right? This principle of unity, right? Then, but I would take it that this goes beyond a little bit standard mereological notions. Right?
Okay, last question on the bottom.
Okay, so I just wanted to point out that you have actually discussed for 10 minutes how to accommodate the distinction between structured and unstructured wholes in your mereology. So it looks like you're becoming an Aristotelian after all, right?
Okay.
Anyway.
That's low. You don't do this to me.
So I was wondering whether your distinction, your way of actually framing the distinction allows for structural wholes which have only one material component. Intuitively, yes, but I'm not sure about this.
If you take the letter, actually, given that if you have like every atom is actually identical to its matter, and if unstructured things are identical to its matter, that means that actually it's mereological structure. You have to tweak the definition. As a matter of fact, my definition entails that every atom is unstructured. Unfortunately, fortunately, I tend to think that this is good.
Fine would not be pleased.
Well, but Fine is not pleased with everything I do. So it's nothing new here.
Okay, thanks a lot. Okay, I suggest we begin with the last talk of this very long day, and it is the talk of Damiano Costa, and the title is Against Aristotelian Universals.
Okay, thanks Giorgio, and thanks for the invitation, thanks to the organizers. I also wanted to thank the organizers because my talk was supposed at least to be temporally topologically connected to Claudio's, which is not only romantic, but also it provides us with the perfect dilemma for the perfect practical dilemma for a Swiss philosopher. So we either have to unjustly cut short Claudio's talk, or I would be late in beginning my talk, which is pretty bad. Okay, so as you probably have divined from my title, I'm going to provide an argument against Aristotelian universals. The argument is not completely new. Some of you might be familiar with it, but I think most of you will not. So I'm going to present it, and I'm going to discuss and reject a couple of responses that have appeared since the publication of the paper. It's sort of sad, because unlike Claudio, I would like to be an Aristotelian, but the more I look into Aristotelian universals, the more problems I see. Maybe you will be convinced as well. So, first of all, what are Aristotelian universals? According to a pretty popular definition throughout the centuries, Aristotelian universals are supposed to be universals that exist in their instances. Okay? And of course, the question is, how should we interpret this existence in? And in principle, we could give several different interpretations of this in. We could give a grounding or priority interpretation, according to which universals owe their existence to their instances, or also a locative interpretation, right? So according to which universals are located where their instances are, but there are also other options, like a mereological interpretation, according to which universals are actually parts of their instances, and the list actually might continue. I personally focus on the first option. So the idea that to say that universals exist in their instances is to say that they owe their existence to their instances. They owe their existence to the fact that they are exemplified. Right, and you actually find this interpretation in several contemporary scholars as well, such as Law. In the fourth category of ontology, he writes, we can insist thus that particulars enjoy a kind of ontological priority over universals, just as Aristotle believed. Or more recently, Fabrice, who wrote, under an Aristotelian conception, universals are taken to be generically dependent entities. They generically depend on their exemplifiers. Existing Aristotelian universals really arise from the fact that some existence exemplify them. Okay, now how to actually capture, to make sense in a more precise way of this idea that universals somehow arise from the fact that they are exemplified? Well, one way, certainly nowadays, is through the concept of metaphysical grounding, to which I expect most of you are familiar, right? We'll say that a fact is grounded in, say, a plurality of facts. And more precisely, for the grounding nerds here, I'm going to use the operational and disjunctive notion of partial or full grounds. Okay, so if we want to use grounding to characterize this, this view, we could do this in the following way. We could say that if a universal U exists, then we should say that the view is that the fact that U exists is grounded in the fact that something exemplifies it. Okay? There is a grounding link between the existence of the universal and its being exemplified. However, once this view and this fact is properly spelled out, I think that several problems arise. And you see them if you consider the fact that what the view tells you is that an existential fact on the left is supposed to be grounded in a relational fact, an effect which is constituted by the universal itself. Okay? Now, insofar as you believe that relations or their existence or their exemplification, at least in part to the existence of the relata, or if you believe that facts are less fundamental than constituents, you see immediately that you're going to encounter a problem here. Okay? To see what the problem is, more precisely, let us actually introduce a few assumptions. So the first one is a principle I call relata first, according to which relational facts depend on the relata. Okay? So if you have a fact like X, Y, and so on are related, then this fact is going to be at least partially grounded in the existence of each of the relata. Then you have instances first, which is not a new grounding principle. It is discussed in the literature. It is simply the idea that instances ground existential facts. So if you have the fact that something is F, and you also have the fact that A is F, the fact that A is F is going to be a ground for the fact that something is F. Okay? This is basically the principle. If A of F, then something is F is going to be grounded in A of F. Then you have transitivity of grounding. Okay? So if phi is grounded in psi and psi is grounded in omega, then phi is grounded in omega as well. And the final assumption that we have to make is the reflexivity of grounding. So it is never the case that phi grounds itself. Okay? These, I would say, are pretty uncontroversial principles concerning grounding. But if you conjoin them together with the Aristotelian view, as we have defined them, you get actually a contradiction. How to see this? Well, let us start with a particular case. Okay? Now, suppose that Wilhelm Tell, the Swiss national hero, is brave. Okay? Now, if you're a realist, then you're going to, of course, believe that bravery exists, given that it is exemplified by Tell. And by Aristotelianism, you're also going to believe that bravery exists. The fact that bravery exists is grounded in the fact that something is actually brave. Okay? And then you apply the instances first assumption. You have a quantified fact, something is brave. You also have a particular fact, namely that Tell is brave. By instances first, you know that something is brave is grounded in the fact that Tell is brave. Okay? At this point, you actually use the relata first, because you have a relational fact, right? You have a fact which involves two entities, Tell and bravery, and universal bravery, okay? So the relational fact that Tell is brave is going to be grounded in the existence of each of the relata, and so in particular also in the existence of bravery. Okay? You can actually get to the same result. Well, we're going to discuss about this later anyway. So at this point, you simply have to apply transitivity twice. Okay? To 1 and 2 and to 2 and 3. And there you get that bravery exists is going to be grounded in the fact that bravery exists, which of course violates irreflexivity. Okay? So here is the contradiction. Insofar as you accept the plausible principles I claim about grounding, the only plausible conclusion is going to be to reject Aristotelianism. Now, this is the argument. Here are a few possible replies, ways out. So, the first possible option is to actually rephrase Aristotelianism. I've presented it as a claim about grounding, and a specific claim about grounding. It might actually be framed in different terms. How so? Well, you might think, for example, that Aristotelianism is not a theory about grounding, but rather about something else. You might think, for example, that it is a theory about non-instantiated universals, right? There are no non-instantiated universals. Now, I'm actually not persuaded by this option. Why? Well, there are a few arguments presented by Fine and Correa, according to which some universals are going to be misclassified if you accept this definition of Aristotelianism. If you want, we can go back to this later in the Q&A. Now, you might think that Aristotelianism is not a view about grounding, but rather about, say, ontological dependence. Right? Universals depend on their instances. But whether or not this is going to make any difference depends on your view about the relation between dependence on the one end and grounding on the other. Many people believe that ontological dependence actually is to be defined in terms of grounding, or at least that there is an equivalence there or an implication. You might deny this. I would personally not, because I think that dependence and grounding are in the same family, and so I would expect them to be interdefined. And if this is really the case, you're going to actually end up with the same problem again. Now, you may think that Aristotelianism should better be characterized in terms of essence or generalized identity or even modes of being. Just to give you an example, you might think, well, it is in the essence of a universal to be exemplified. Okay? This is the first option. Once again, whether this makes any difference depends on the relation between essence, generalized identity, modes of being, and grounding. Once again, throughout the history of philosophy, many philosophers believe that claims about essence imply claims about metaphysical explanation and therefore grounding. In that case, you end up with the problem again. Here is another option. It is an option that actually was suggested in a paper, in reply to my paper, by Giordani and Tremolanti. They say, well, maybe the existence of the universal might be grounded, according to Aristotelianism, not in the fact that it is exemplified, but rather in the fact that its instances exist. Okay? So redness exists because, say, the 3 red apples exist. Now, once again, I'm not persuaded. And I think that there are at least 2 reasons not to be persuaded. Now, suppose that there are only 3 red apples, okay? So this would mean that the existence of redness is grounded in the existence of the 3 apples, okay? Now, if you believe in grounding necessitarianism, you also believe that if the grounded fact is there, then necessarily also the grounding fact is there, also necessarily the grounded fact is there. So the existence of the 3 apples is going to necessarily imply the existence of universal redness. But you can certainly see that it might be possible to actually paint the apples, right? And you might still have the 3 apples without, for an Aristotelian, having redness, okay? So if you accept grounding necessitarianism, this option is not viable. Also, I would say, as regards this possible way out, it looks like this option doesn't actually get to the relevant aspect which is responsible for the existence of redness. If we simply say that the existence of the instantiators is what grounds the existence of the universal, we are not specifying which aspect of the instantiators is responsible for the existence of the universal. Right, you might think, well, your argument relies on the fact that the exemplification is a relation, but many of you might be familiar with the fact that there is a discussion in the literature exactly on this point. Exemplification might not be a relation, right? And it might be, some people say, a non-relational tie or something else. If that's the case, of course, my principle, relata first, does not apply to this case. Because, simply put, the fact that the apple is red or tell is brave is no relational fact. Okay? Still, I point out that the fact that the apple is red, or the fact that tell is brave, for a realist, is still a fact which involves 2 entities, the particular and the universal, the apple and universal redness. Insofar as you believe that facts are less fundamental than their constituents, then the problem, presumably, is not solved. Because once again, you're going to have that the fact is going to be grounded in the existence of its constituents. So the apple and also redness. Okay? Good. Now to the replies. So Mike Raven, actually discussing this point, discussing the idea that facts are less fundamental than their constituents, which is a thing that I simply assume in my paper, provides us, or try to provide us, with some reasons to believe, indeed, that facts are less fundamental than their constituents. Okay? Here is what he says. So he writes, how is a state of affairs constructed from a universal? My focus will be on 2 prominent answers, by constituency and by overlap. My aim is to argue for a shared consequence of each. It is that universals are prior to the states of affairs they construct. So this is basically what Raven is up to. So he says that universals and particulars actually construct, they are constituents of states of affairs. Okay? And this can be done in two ways, by constitution or by overlap. These are two ways in which philosophers have claimed universals and particulars come together to form facts or states of affairs. And he claims both of them actually imply priority. Okay? We're going to start with constitution to see how precisely he believes that constitution is going to imply priority. Okay? He writes once again, our case involves a compound, UP, constructed from two constituents. An item, he says, cannot be constructed by what it helps to construct. This supports taking the existence of the constructing items to be prior to the existence of what they construct. So what is Raven saying? So he's saying that whenever something constitutes something else, then that something is prior to the other thing. Okay? So constitution tracks priority. And he's also saying that this idea is supported by the fact that X cannot be constructed by what it helps to construct. What does that mean? What does B mean? Well, it simply means that this is simple for construction. If X constructs Y, then it is not the case that Y constructs X. So in other words, what he's saying is that construction is asymmetric. So the asymmetry of construction is evidence, he says, of the fact that construction or constitution tracks priority. Now, I think it would be quite easy to argue against this idea, for example, by saying that, unlike, say, proper parenthood, construction is not asymmetric. You find several cases in the literature. For example, cases in which facts refer to each other. Okay? So you name one fact, fact 1, which is the fact that fact 2 is, say, a weird fact, and then you have fact 2, which names fact 1, right, by saying that fact 1 is weird. This would be a case in which constitution behave symmetrically. Okay? But I think that there is another objection here. So Raven is saying that constitution tracks priority. Why? Well, because constitution is asymmetric. But of course there are many relations which are asymmetric, which do not imply priority. Okay? This is a very well-known fact. Okay, so there is the other option, overlap. So here again Raven writes, on the second paradigm, universals and particulars overlap. And they overlap if they share a part. This part is their overlap. Because it is a particulars instantiating a universal, it is also a state of affairs. So now here, Raven is referring to a way of conceiving of the way in which universals and particulars come together to form facts, which is discussed, for example, by Donald Baxter. What is this view? Well, the view is that you have the particular on the one end, you have the universal on the other. Now, the state of affairs that the particular has the universal is simply the overlap, as Raven says, of the two. Okay? This is the view. Now, Raven continues and says, overlap also seems to imply priority. The existence of the overlapping things is prior to the existence of their overlap. Okay? Now, what he's saying is that overlap implies priority. In that in case X overlaps Y, and in case Z is their overlap, then X and Y are prior to Z. This is what Raven says. Okay? Now, I think that this is massively implausible. And it's quite easy to see this, right? So here's the first possible objection. Of course, if you know a little bit of Mariology, you also know that for any X, X overlaps itself, right? But this, of course, would imply, if you accept Raven's principle, that X is prior to itself. Therefore, you're going to end up with problems with irreflexivity or something like. Okay? At this point, you might say, well, maybe Raven meant proper overlap. Okay? So he would actually, the principle is supposed to rule out cases such as X overlaps itself. But also in those cases, I think the principle is massively implausible. Okay? You can consider, for example, two mereological sums. Okay? The sum of Claudio and Kevin, and the sum of Claudio and Paolo. Now the question is, what is their overlap? I hope you all see that their overlap is Claudio. Now if you accept Raven's principle, this would imply that, say, Claudio and Kevin, the sum of them, is prior to Claudio, which is implausible. I mean, okay. Of course. This was the whole point of the argument, the example. That's not the end of the story, because you might say, well, maybe the objection is built around arbitrary sums. Maybe there are no sums such as the sum of Claudio and Kevin, right? But even if only natural sums are considered, I think it's quite easy to find counterexamples. So here is one. Right. Look at this picture. This is actually my native village on the shore of Lake Lugano. What is interesting for us in this picture is that you see there are many adjacent houses. Okay? What is an adjacent house? Well, it's basically a house which shares a wall with another house. So if you think about the overlap of the two houses, now the overlap of the two houses is going to be the wall that they share. Okay. Right. So the wall shared by two adjacent houses is their overlap. If you accept Raven's principle, this is going to follow that each house is prior to the whole that they actually share. But of course, if you believe that parts, at least in this case, in the case of the house, are prior to the wholes, then you're going to reject this. Okay? Good. So, also, this branch of Raven's attempt to actually reinforce my argument fails, I think. How much time do I have, Giorgio? 10 minutes? Okay. So we're going to actually discuss another possible reply. This time, not from Raven, but from Giordani and Tremolanti, again. So, you remember that my argument relies on the irreflexivity of grounding. They actually believe that in the particular case of universals, Aristotelian universals, it's possible to build an argument against the irreflexivity of grounding. What is the argument? Well, the argument, as I see it, actually stems from three assumptions. The first assumption is basically a definition of partial ground. They say a partial ground simply is a part of a full ground. Okay? Formally speaking, this is what happens. If X is a partial ground of Y, then there is a Z such that X is part of Z, and Z is the full ground of Y. Okay? This is the first assumption, a possible definition of partial ground. Then there is another assumption, which is what they call existential composition. this will, I think, sound immediately rather suspicious. So they say that the existence of a universal is part of any fact which involves that universal. So now suppose, for example, that Socrates is wise, the existence of wisdom is going to end up being a part of the fact that Socrates is wise. They give a reason for this, so we're going to discuss about this later. So the third assumption is Aristotelianism, namely, once again, the idea, in their terms, that, for example, the fact that Socrates is wise is a full ground for the existence of wisdom. Okay? Now, you might have noticed that when you look at the definition of partial ground, in the definitions, you have a mereological fact, X is part of Z, which is also what you have in the second assumption, right? So you have a fact, the existence of the universal, which is part of another fact. And then always in the definition of partial ground, you also have a full ground, which you find in Aristotelianism down there, okay? So if you put the three things together, what is going to follow is that the existence of a universal is going to end up to be a partial ground, by definition, of itself. And they say, of course, this is incompatible with irreflexivity, and therefore, in this context, irreflexivity should be rejected. Now, what should we say about their argument? I think we can say several things. Let us begin with existential composition. I think you were wondering, actually, as I was when I read their paper, why should we believe the existence of wisdom is part of the fact that Socrates is wise? What they actually say is what follows. We note that a fact like you exists adds nothing new to a portion of the word like S instantiates you, since any such portion is a situation in which you exists. Seems they're actually saying that if a portion, so since any such portion is a situation in which you exist, so if you have a fact or a situation in which another fact is always the case, the latter fact is going to be a part of the former. This is basically what they are saying, right? Now, I think it is pretty easy, once again, to find plausible counterexamples, right? Why? Well, for example, necessary facts are going to become part of any fact, right? Because if you take any fact, then this is going to be a portion of reality in which the necessary fact also holds. Okay? This is not only counterintuitive, it also creates problems with mereological principles, of course, right? Of different sorts. Right, so this is what I would say against existential composition. But I think this is not the only thing we could say. So focus on the definition of partial ground here, okay? So they say that the partial ground is actually a part of a full ground. Now, if you think about this definition would make conceptually impossible to have partial grounds without their having a mereological sum, right? If you have the partial grounds, there must be a mereological sum of them. And that mereological sum must be a full ground. It's, once again, pretty easy to find counterexamples. For example, you might want to have partial grounds in a word in which nihilism is true. Okay? This is the simplest example. You might also have noticed, if you are a little bit in the grounding literature, that this definition of partial ground is similar, but importantly different from the standard one. The standard one actually doesn't use the notion of parthood, but rather the notion of plurality, right? So there is this less committing alternative which doesn't have this unwelcome merological consequences. So according to this alternative, X is a partial ground of Y if and only if there is a plurality of which X is one of the members, and such that the plurality is the full ground for Y. Okay? So the merological consequences are avoided here. Right. So I think we could, and we should probably reject at least two of their assumptions. But I think this is not the end of the story, though it's almost the end of the talk. I think that if we look back to their problem, their argument against irreflexivity, we should give to it an alternative, less parochial diagnosis. What would that be? Well, I see the situation as a situation in which we have basically four assumptions. So the first one is the definition of partial ground. The other one is existential composition. The third one is Aristotelianism. And the fourth one is irreflexivity. What they actually show in their paper is that the four assumptions are jointly inconsistent. This means that we should reject one of them, but the question of which of one should be rejected, as far as I can see, is still open. They say we should reject irreflexivity. As far as we know, we could take this argument to be an argument against Aristotelianism, just to make an example. Though, as I said, I think we should rather reject A1 and A2. And to conclude, here is a slide with a little bit of bibliography in case you are curious about this discussion.
Thanks, Damiano. Questions? Any questions? I have no idea about the order in which you raised your hands.
Too many questions.
Thanks. So I think that the argument that you presented actually pushes the proponents of Aristotelian universals towards the Armstrongian conception, whereby the state of affairs is sort of the fundamental stuff, and the universals are sort of abstract from the states of affairs. Because you can answer the Redata first objection in that the state of affairs is more fundamental than the constituents of it, although the universals and the thing particulars are constituents of the state of affairs. Yeah.
Yeah.
So how would you say against those proponents of the, let's say, the Armstrongian view of Aristotelian universals and the state of affairs?
I would say that they have an effective way out from a problem. But still, I'm not sure that all Aristotelians would like to say that facts are more fundamental than their constituents. For example, facts are more fundamental than, say, substances. Doesn't sound very Aristotelian to me. But you're right. Of course, the late Armstrong would have a way out there. Yes.
So, cheers. Thanks for that. I love this puzzle. I think it's an amazing paper. It's super cool.
Thanks.
Here's a cheap response, and it's kind of close to the existence one that you talked about. So let's suppose that bravery exists is fully grounded in the fact that tell exists and tell's brave. So that plurality, right? Tell's existence and his bravery. Now, what we don't get anymore is a full grounding chain to get us a loop. Instead, we only have a partial grounding chain. And there's pretty good reasons to think that partial grounding isn't transitive. So I can block the chain. Do you see the trick?
Yes. So I also agree that in the end, if we look on whether the chains are going to be partial or full ground chains, I would agree that they end up being partial grounds. I'm less persuaded to actually agree that partial grounding is not transitive. But for sure, I mean, there are good reasons. There are arguments, there are papers that actually defend this view, and this would indeed be another way out from the argument. Yes.
I mean, it's not
Indeed, yes, definitely.
Okay, so I have another Armstrongian way out of the puzzle, and I should say at the beginning, I think the way you have to get out of the puzzle, so the argument you have is a good argument against some view. And my concern is that it's like not Aristotelianism sort of at full strength. My thought is, I go back to Armstrong and I think, well, what did he say? Well, he said something like this in the 80s, universals are built in some sense, or constructed, or they're fusions out of these tokens which are scattered across the universe. The universal is the fusion of all those various tokens, and whether that fusion is, classical mereological fusion or something heterodox, let's not worry about that right now. We can talk about the details later. But the thought is that if you embrace that kind of picture, then you won't say that universals are grounded in the fact that something has a universal. Rather, they're grounded in the fact that one of their tokens exists. So, F, the fact that F exists is grounded in the fact that F sub T exists, or something like that. And if you say that, then it looks like you have a nice, clean strategy to object to one of your premises in your argument, right? Because one of the premises will be false. The premise on which the fact that F exists is grounded in the fact that something has F. And moreover, this kind of view won't be vulnerable to the objection that you gave to that other view where you objected based on ground necessitarianism. And that was a cool objection, but the point is this view, it looks like, will skip past that objection that you offered. So I'm wondering what you say to this, if people have this in mind as being like the paradigmatic Aristotelianism.
Yeah, that's interesting. So you're basically saying that universals under this view are sums of the states of affairs of their being exemplified, roughly. That's the idea. Yes, then I see. So, yeah, that's interesting. I should look into this. Yes, more generally, I think there might be ways of contouring and yes. Yeah, I don't remember this particular view, but that's not really important. Yeah, anyway, I'll think about this. Thanks.
So I had a question about the option B, about ontological dependence.
Okay.
So it seems that there is a way for the Aristotelian to use ontological dependence independently of grounding. A first remark is that also people like Correa, which think, okay, we take dependence, we define it in terms of grounding, don't take it to be interdefinable. So don't take grounding to be defined in terms of dependence. Second point is you can think like there is this ontological dependence on the table, there is grounding, and we think there are somewhat cognate notions. But there are people, very influential people like Fine, that takes dependence to not to be defined in terms of grounding, but rather essence. And so, very famous account of Fine will do the job. And ontological dependence is a way out, since the quote you mentioned in the beginning. In that case, chances are also that many people now in the debate don't take dependence to be irreflexive. Barnes, Peter Simons, in the first book he published about mereology, doesn't take dependence to be irreflexive. Thomasson, Fiction Metaphysics. So I think that trick is even cheaper to get out of the puzzle. And yeah.
Okay, so I mostly agree with what you said. So in response to what you said, I think I already replied by saying that I take dependence to be defined in terms of, to be not only definable, but to be defined in terms of grounding. And so you say Correa, for example, not take grounding to be definable in terms of dependence, of course, because he defines dependence in terms of grounding. But yes, if you want to keep them separate, then you have a way out, insofar as you say that universals depend on their instances, and that this dependence relation does not imply any grounding claim or grounding fact. Once again, I take the view to be implausible, but this is definitely a way out. Yeah.
Yeah, but this is not a question for you. It's really a question for Raven, because I didn't understand what he was saying. Like, so how? I mean, so first of all, when he says overlap, it really means meteorological product, right? So it means the sum of the things that they have in common.
Correct.
So it doesn't say that particulars and universals are meteorologically disjoint. I mean, I thought that the whole point of universalism, the Aristotelianism would say, unless you go meteorology, right? Where they're disjoint, I mean, the product is just, there is no meteorological product. Take an atom, even if you think that there are, take an atom and take the predicate of being, I don't know, being a point, a universal of being a point. I mean, the meteorological product of being a point and being an atom, it's not a fact, it's nothing, because the atom is defined as having not any proper parts. See, how
yeah.
Can you do that?
Yeah. Do tell me if this is actually a satisfactory answer to your question. But I think that there, Raven is discussing this possible view, which is a view which is an answer to the question of how universals and particulars come together to form states of affairs. And the view that they are discussing, that Raven is discussing, is a view according to which indeed, so universals and particulars overlap, and as Raven says, their overlap, their product is actually in the states of affairs.
So there are no atomic, so there are no facts about atoms then?
There are no facts about atoms. No atomic, well.
Yeah, you cannot say that this atom here is a pointing thing. This atom is extended, this atom is the one I like, this atom is the one you love.
Yes, of course. Of course, strictly speaking, you could actually redefine the notion of atomicity. But yes, so if you take the standard definition, this might be a pretty unwelcome consequences there, yes.
Other questions? Yes.
Thank you. That kind of goes in the direction of the tall gentleman in the back. So I was thinking, when you're talking about instances of universals, I understood you as meaning, so if I'm wise, let's suppose, contrary to fact, I am an instance of wisdom, right? That's how you used it. But there's another way of instance talk where the instances of a universal is not me, but my particular wisdom, like the particularized universal, right? And if you go that way, then at least initially you could say that the existence of a universal is grounded in the existence of one of its instances understood as a particularized universal. And then at least the kind of grounding chain that we don't like is harder to see how it gets started. So you could say wisdom exists because there's something whose particular wisdom exists, right? And then the question is what grounds that, and you should be very careful to not end up in a position where you want to say perhaps something like, well, that's grounded in Robert's particular wisdom existing, and what's that grounded in Robert being wise, and then perhaps we are still, again, in problematic territory, but initially at least there seems to be an option to understand instance talk, which doesn't immediately run into the problem that you posed.
Yeah, thanks. So it's something that actually I think Giordani and Tremolanti play with a little bit. So one possible risk, it's not a knockdown objection, but the possible risk might arise when you try to generalize and get to a definition of Aristotelianism, right? Because the general definition would be something like the existence of, say, redness is grounded in the existence of some tropes. But which tropes? If you say red tropes, then I ask you, what is for a trope to be red, a red trope? And if you say it is for it to be related to universal redness, then you get into my problem again. You see? You shouldn't, but then you should have a different answer to the question of what is for
a trope to be a red trope.
Yeah, I think there's a room there.
Yes, I think so. Yes.
One last thing, because I really like the part of it. Frederick Moltmann, for instance, thinks that Google refers expressions that truly refer to all of the refers truly to native wisdom, high wisdom, new wisdom, as an aside.
Okay, do universals still exist under this view? Yeah, but this is, after all, Aristotelianism is supposed to be a form of realism. Yeah.
So I was thinking of a possible solution, which I guess is along the same lines somehow, but even simpler, maybe not very attractive to actual Aristotelians, but you could just say that the fact that Tell is brave per se doesn't involve any universal at all, or any instantiation.
Sorry, any?
It doesn't involve any universal. It doesn't essentially involve any universal or any instantiation. It's just understood primitively, Tell is brave, and that's that. It happens to be necessarily equivalent with this other fact that Tell instantiates the universal braveness, but it's not the same fact.
Yeah, you could try to make a sharp distinction between Tell being brave and the fact of Tell exemplifying bravery. Yeah. Right?
The idea is that the grounding fact would be understood as a nominalist would understand.
Correct. So, for example, a nominalist would say that indeed the fact that Tell is brave is not equivalent to the fact that Tell exemplifies bravery. Okay, but what happens if you are, so I see pretty clearly the motivation for making this distinction if you are a nominalist. But what about a realist? So there, one might actually object that you are multiplying facts without a real necessity, right?
Yeah, I mean, it makes universals look kind of redundant, which is maybe why it wouldn't actually appeal to the people who...
Yeah, and also, I mean, you have two facts which are really similar to each other, right? The fact that Tell is brave.
Necessarily
and the
facts are kind of acceptable these days, so that per se isn't a problem. I guess the problem would be that advocates of universals want them to do some explanatory work, and on this account they would just be kind of epiphenomena.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
Okay, if there are no other questions, I think we can literally call it a day. And the dinner for tonight for invited speakers and bursary recipients is in the pizzeria.